Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 638. The Sky-Eater Pig was one of the unparalleled bloodlines. Although the fatty had only absorbed a small portion of it and could not display its true power, it was still enough to greatly increase his power level. The skinny man was from the progenitor of martial realm and did not have a bloodline. His battle techniques had been devoured by the fatty, and he had even used an imprint to brand his forehead. Lu Yin faced a gloomy man who seemed to want to end the battle quickly. He had used an imprint in battle techniques, and he had also used a strange power similar to the imprint. This was not the first time that Lu Yin had encountered such a thing, as the girl in the plaza outside the first divine gate had used it before, and its power had nearly doubled. However, even if the gloomy man used his full strength, he was still instantly defeated by Lu Yin. This person was only an explorer, and Lu Yin was confident that he was at the top of the Sixth Mainland's elite geniuses within the same realm. His tyrannical physical strength completely destroyed the gloomy man's battle techniques, and he was sent crashing to the ground. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing's battles also ended very quickly. Finally, the three of them turned to look at the battle between the fatty and the skinny man. The skinny man panicked as he had not expected to be defeated so quickly. When the fatty Sky-Eater Pig silhouette had appeared, he had thought that this fellow was the strongest, but he had not expected it to be the weakest. The other three were a little too strong, and the skinny man did not dare to continue fighting. The fatty did not have the courage to chase after the skinny man, and he panted heavily as he clenched his fists. Fatty bro actually won. Had he won? Lu Yin glanced over. He had not won, and it had only been a draw. If it had been the fatty from before, then he would have been defeated long ago. It could only be said that Lu Yin had improved greatly, and those four fellows were not strong either. They were much weaker than the elegant man that Lu Yin had killed. They were lucky, Miss Qing said. Not a bad bloodline, but it's a little thin. What a pity. An indifferent voice sounded out, and they all looked over to see that it was Shang Rong. The fatty stared blankly at Shang Rong and pointed at himself. Are you talking about me? Shang Rong's eyes narrowed. The fatty was shocked and he hurriedly bowed. Thank you for the praise, Realmling. It's an honor. Shang Rong slowly turned around and continued looking at the palm lines. Miss Qing covered her forehead. Embarrassing. Mr. Bai smiled. Fatty bro is a sentimental person, ha. The fatty's face reddened and he mumbled, but that's Shang Rong. I'm a little scared. Lu Yin sat down and quietly studied the lines on his palm. While Lu Yin and the others were observing the palm lines on the other side of the Daosaur sect, within Third Azure Gate, Wendy Yushan had unsheathed her sword and slashed out horizontally, slicing apart the monster-like hurricane that was rushing towards her. She then sheathed her sword and looked up at the sky. Was she about to reach the end? She was not in a hurry to rush through Third Ash Gate, as she was still very curious about this Daosaur sect. Along the way she also bumped into other people, but just like Lu Yin's initial choice, she did not speak. This way, it would be less likely for her to be discovered as someone who did not belong to the Sixth Mainland. Lightning descended from the sky, but Wendy Yushan easily evaded it and passed through the third blue gate. As long as she entered the pillar of light, she would be able to reach the budding terrace. At that moment, a figure appeared from within the pillar of light and hurriedly fled towards the Third Ash sect. When he saw Wendy Yushan in front of him, he shouted, "Scram!" Wendy Yushan frowned and unsheathed her sword. Suddenly, another figure appeared from within the pillar of light, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. At the same time, Wendy Yushan's sword trembled uncontrollably before being unsheathed on its own. Under her astonished gaze, the tip of the sword streaked across the void, leaving behind a huge crack that looked like a black river. The person who had fled towards the Third Ash Gate slowly knelt to the ground, completely dead. Wendy Yushan's sword circled around in the air before finally returning to its sheath and letting out a sword hum. Wendy Yushan looked forward in shock, as this was the first time that her sword had been controlled by someone else. A well-built man walked out from the pillar of light. He had short hair and wore cotton clothes that looked very casual. His arms were especially thick, and his veins bulged out like dragons. It was obvious that he was very strong. The man was not particularly handsome, but he had a unique temperament. His eyes, in particular, had a dignified aura that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Wendy Yushan and the man stared at each other. The man glanced at the corpse on the ground and then looked back at Wendy Yushan. A trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. Sorry for using your sword. Wendy Yushan replied coldly, What's your name? The man raised his brows. War Martial Realm, Weaponsmith Family's Weaponsmith Wielder. I'm asking for your name, Wendy Yushan said coldly. The man's lips curled up. It looks like you're from an ordinary background. You've never even heard of a weaponsmith family. My weaponsmith family doesn't have a name, only a title. I'm this generation's weaponsmith wielder. Wendy Yushan's eyes were cold. Since you're from a weaponsmith family, you should be aware of the importance of a weapon to its master. Using my sword to kill someone is tantamount to contempt. The man clasped his hands behind his back. If someone else spoke to me like that, I wouldn't care, but since you've said it, I can't ignore it. I've taken a liking to you. Come with me and I can make it up to you. Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed coldly. No need. I'll look for you in the future. The man laughed maniacally. If you want to look for me, then you should at least be aware of the difference in power between us. Come with me and I'll show you. Right, I forgot to tell you that I'm the War Marshal Realm's Realmling. Wendy Yushan's pupils shrank. Realmling. Although this was just a guess, this title should be the codename of a certain realm's strongest youth. This person was a Realmling. I want to go to the scripture pavilion and formally invite you to come with me. I'll show you the difference in power. Do you dare? The man raised his head. Wendy Yushan's voice was cold. Lead the way. The Daosor sect was huge and it included mountains, rivers, and oceans. At the foot of a certain mountain, more than 10 cultivators from the 6th mainland had gathered. It's rumored that back in the 5th mainland's Daosor sect, only progenitors could split open mountains and seas. At its peak there were 9 mountains and 8 seas, and this is one of them. This mountain contains the inheritance of one of the 5th mainland's progenitors. Let's explore it together and we'll definitely reap some benefits, someone suggested. It's just a rumor. Even my 6th mainland didn't have more than 4 progenitors at its peak. How could the 5th mainland possibly have 9? This mountain is probably just an empty mountain. Let's go explore somewhere else, someone suggested. That's right. Progenitors being able to split open mountains and seas is just a rumor that the 5th mainland used to comfort themselves. This mountain is so huge and who knows how long it'll take to reach the top. It's too much of a waste of time, and we probably won't even be able to reach the mountainside by the time is up. Yeah, let's go to Heaven's Pit. If we're lucky, we might be able to comprehend a secret technique. Let's go to the 9 cauldrons. Every cauldron has a battle technique, and some people have comprehended it before. We might also reap some benefits there. I think it's better to stay in the scripture pavilion. Who knows, we might be able to comprehend something there. A few thousand meters away from the group of cultivators, a man slowly walked over. Every step he took left a black footprint on the ground, which was the result of his high temperature. Not long after, the man saw the cultivators who were preparing to leave, and his lips curled up. The war has begun. Flames lit up the area, and before long, the man continued to leisurely walk away. The cultivators who had been standing there had all been burnt to ashes. One of them was still breathing, and he struggled to stare at the man's back. Who are you? The man stopped, but he did not turn around. He simply said, 10 arbiters, the undying bird. After that, flames surged up and engulfed the cultivators. In the Daosor sect, a tall mountain was faintly discernible. The mountain was surrounded by the sea, and a woman was sitting on a reef by the shore, drinking from a gourd of wine. The woman's clothes were revealing, but she was not pretending to be seductive. As she drank, she appeared very bold and unrestrained. Behind her, 2 men approached and sized her up in amazement. Such a forthright woman is truly rare. May I have the opportunity to share a drink with you? The woman put down the gourd and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. She burped and looked back with a blurry gaze. When the 2 men saw the woman's appearance, they were stunned. The woman's beauty did not match her temperament at all. She clearly had the carefreeness of a man, but she also had the delicateness of a drunk woman. The 2 completely different temperaments mixed together to create an irresistible attraction. The 2 men gulped. Miss, are you all right? The woman stood up shakily and almost fell. The 2 men hurried forward to support her, but as soon as they moved, their bodies suddenly shriveled up. In less than a second, the 2 men's auras disappeared, and they turned into 2 dried corpses that maintained their previous posture. The woman swayed as she walked past the 2 men. A gentle breeze blew past, and the 2 men's bodies dissipated into dust that drifted towards the sea. The Daosor sect sea is so beautiful. Wait for me. This might be my burial ground and we'll meet again soon, the woman said in a hazy voice. It was unclear whether she was speaking in her drunken stupor, but after she spoke, she fell to the ground with a thump. She lay down on the reef and fell asleep, snoring loudly. There was a place in the Daosor sect known as the Bao Burial Ground, but it had not been established by the Daosor sect. Legend had it that this place originated from an ancient battle, and the corpse of a progenitor from the sixth mainland and his weapon had been buried there. That progenitor's weapon had been a bow, which was why this place had been named the Bow Burial Ground. At this moment, 3 cultivators from the sixth mainland had unintentionally entered the Bow Burial Ground, and they were carefully exploring this dark space. This broken place is really hard to find. If we weren't lucky, we wouldn't have been able to find it, one of them said. Another person excitedly said, "This is the legendary Bow Burial Ground. Countless experts have tried to find it, but none of them had the opportunity to do so. Today we have the opportunity to find it, and we'll definitely be able to obtain the progenitor's inheritance. We'll be able to take the divine bow and step onto the battlefield to slaughter the survivors of the fifth mainland and avenge our senior." That's right. The Bow Burial Ground has opened at this moment precisely so that we can perform some meritorious service. We can't disappoint our senior's expectations, the last person said excitedly. Just as this person finished speaking, the space nearby fluctuated, and the 3 of them looked over with burning eyes. They hurriedly moved forward at an unprecedented speed, as they all wanted to obtain the progenitor's inheritance. However, what appeared in front of them was a yellow futon and a man sitting atop it. His black and white hair danced in the wind, and there were strands of gray hair mixed in the middle. "Who are you? How can you use a futon to directly appear in the Bow Burial Ground?" One of them barked as he stared vigilantly at the man sitting on the futon. The man opened his eyes and they were indescribable. They were filled with boundless arrogance and iciness, as if everything he saw were ants. "Domains? That's something only those bumpkins from the fifth mainland can cultivate, haha. I've heard that those people from the fifth mainland praise domains as the best path of cultivation. Haha, those people don't even know what an imprint is, what a bloodline is, or what a martial imprint is." The man with his eyes closed sighed. "Alright, it seems like my path of cultivation was wrong." The people around him laughed even louder. "However, I still want to give it a try. Perhaps the pinnacle of domains is also a path to take." As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly turned dusky. Soon after, everyone felt their breathing become sluggish as an indescribable power suppressed them. Under the naked eye, even the air seemed to have solidified. In the blink of an eye, everyone exploded with a bang. Their flesh and blood scattered all over the main hall. The man's lips curled up. "It seems like the path of a domain is not wrong. You're the ones who are wrong. Your vision is too narrow." He then stepped on the flesh and blood on the ground and walked out of the main hall. "Ancestors, I'll use the blood of these people as a sacrifice to you." 10 days had already passed in Heaven's Pit. Lu Yin helplessly opened his eyes, but he still couldn't comprehend anything. This was something left behind by a progenitor, so it would be too easy to comprehend it in 10 days. However, most people could only stay here for 10 days while Lu Yin could stay here for 20 days. This amount of time was still too short for him to comprehend this palm. It would be great if he could stay here for a year or so. He turned around and saw that both Shang Rong and Butcher had left. They had only studied the palm for 7 days before confirming that they couldn't comprehend anything, so they left decisively. Time is too short. Comprehending it requires luck and time. "Let's just leave," Miss Ching said helplessly. Mr. Bai nodded. "That's true." The fatty had wanted to leave for a long time, as he always felt like someone was eyeing them covetously and trying to steal the stone wall. The stone wall where Shang Rong had been was now occupied by 5 people. They had also tried to comprehend it for a few days but to no avail. Someone impatiently said, "We might as well go to the scripture pavilion. At least we'll have some hope if we look at those ancient characters." "Shut up. It's so chaotic outside right now. Many people were killed a few days ago, and I heard that it was the fifth mainland's doing. The fifth mainland has gone crazy. What if we run into them outside?" Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he listened attentively. "These people from the fifth mainland are really crazy. I heard that dozens of people have already died, and the main hall is covered in blood and flesh. There's another place with more than a dozen charred corpses, and there's another place with decapitated bodies. It's too tragic. I don't understand. Our sixth mainland can clearly suppress the fifth mainland, but why can't we suppress the fifth mainland's cultivators who are hiding in the Daosor sect? What do you know?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 640. Everyone was on high alert and they stepped aside, intending to let the man go first. Nong Zaitian glanced at the man and then silently straddled his hoe. "Run," he screamed. The hoe disappeared with a whoosh and a crack appeared in space. The others were stunned. What was going on? Did he run? Furthermore, the speed of the hoe was too fast. It looks like someone recognized me. Is that weapon from the farmer family? The farmer family has always been lucky, the man with blood-red hair said. The others felt that something was off and they gathered together. Brother, you go first. The man with blood-red hair looked over, and the evil smile on his face became even stranger. Let me introduce myself. I'm Blood Looney and I've been sealed in ice for many years. The others were confused as they had never heard of him before. Blood Looney stretched lazily. There's a reason why the farmer family was able to stand tall in the progenitor of Blood Realm for so many years. A junior was able to recognize me, but none of you can. The outcome is predestined. He then pointed at their feet. Remember to watch where you're going. Don't step on anything. He then laughed and walked off into the distance. The others looked down and saw a red lotus appear beneath their feet. What's that? I don't know, but be careful. That bastard Nong Zaiqian is smarter than anyone, and he ran away without saying a word. That person is very strange, one of them said. I'll try, the woman said, and a phantom imprint appeared behind her. She used her star energy to sweep past the blood-red lotus. The next moment, the lotus bloomed and swallowed the group. A few seconds later, there was nothing left of them except for a pile of clothes. Their blood, flesh, and bones had all been devoured by the lotus. Blood Looney's eyes flashed and his lips curled up. I told you to watch where you're going. Unfortunately, the farmer family escaped. In front of First Divine Gate, Nong Zaiqian's face was pale as he rode his hoe and fled in panic. How could this be? Why was that freak released? Which idiot let him out? Idiot, 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 those guys are dead for sure. There's nothing I can do, I can only escape by myself. I can't take you guys with me, but don't worry, I'll definitely spread the news of your deaths. Go in peace. In the blood homage realm of the sixth mainland, soothing music was playing in a luxurious restaurant. This was a very romantic place, and it was supposed to be an elegant place where men and women could attract each other. However, at this moment, many men and women in the restaurant were looking at a corner in surprise. There, a young man was wolfing down food in large mouthfuls. There were more than 1,000 plates on the table, but the young man still couldn't stop eating. Quick, the food, continue. The young man slammed the table while eating, completely destroying the elegant atmosphere of the restaurant, but no one dared to stop him. The kitchen was buzzing with activity, and all the chefs were sweating profusely. There was only one person, but the entire restaurant's kitchen couldn't keep up. Suddenly the young man paused, looked up and blinked. What? You want me to go to the fifth mainland's Daosor sect and hunt down the 10 arbiters? The surrounding people looked at the young man strangely, not knowing who he was talking to. Someone muttered unhappily, this restaurant has fallen. They're serving just anyone. Is this guy an idiot? Sure. Someone immediately covered his mouth and whispered, do you want to die? He's Nan Yanfei. Nan Yanfei? The person was confused for a moment, but then his expression changed. The blood homage realm's realmling Nan Yanfei? With a thump, the thousands of plates on the table fell to the ground with a loud crash. It's a pity that no one has been able to obtain any opportunities from the 9 Daosor's cauldrons, which has led to the decline of this largest inheritance ground. Some people have even said that the inheritance of a progenitor from the mountain and sea realm is easier than the inheritance of the 9 cauldrons, Miss Ching said. Mr. Bai replied, not necessarily. It's possible that someone has already obtained the inheritance battle techniques from the cauldrons, but they just haven't revealed it yet. Just like the Daosor's 3 skies, no one within the same realm can force them to use their full strength, and even the older powerhouses don't dare to act against them. Thus, no one knows what kind of power they have. One figure after another appeared in this space and headed towards the 9 cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons looked similar, but there were also some differences. The group immediately recognized that the phantom that had covered the sky had come from one of the cauldrons, and quite a few people had already entered that cauldron. Lu Yin and the others did not hesitate, and they all leapt into the cauldron. The cauldron was very large, and the space within it was like a hollowed-out mountain range. Lu Yin stood at the edge of the cauldron and crouched down to touch it. The cauldron was covered in rust, which meant that it had experienced the passage of time. However, it was still incomparably sturdy and indestructible. There were some diagrams carved onto the surface of the cauldron, but they were obscured by the rust and could not be seen clearly. When he saw Mr. Bai and the others jump into the cauldron, Lu Yin leapt in as well. He really wanted to obtain a powerful battle technique, as aside from the Dream Finger, He did not have any other powerful battle techniques that could turn the tides of battle. Furthermore, the Dream Finger placed too much of a burden on his body, and he would need to recuperate for several days after using it. It was not suitable for long-term combat. It would be great if he could comprehend a battle technique from the cauldron, as it was, after all, a battle technique from the ancient Daosaur sect. However, the possibility of that happening was not high, as Lu Yin did not feel that he was special. He had not comprehended anything from the scripture pavilion or heaven's pit, so he might not be able to comprehend anything here either. There was a thump as Lu Yin landed on the ground and stepped on a pile of bones. Many people had come here and many had died here. The fatty carefully walked over to Lu Yin and gestured at him. Lu Yin ignored him and walked to the edge of the cauldron. He looked at the diagrams carved into the walls of the cauldron. The battle technique might be related to these diagrams. Bro, this place is too eerie. I'll just follow you, the fatty said in a panic. Lu Yin raised a hand to touch the interior of the cauldron. It was cold to the touch and it had a metallic texture to it. However, it was different from any metal he had ever seen before, and the moment he touched it, he could feel the vicissitudes of time. Lu Yin did not know where Mr. Bai and Miss Qing had gone. This place was huge and they had gone in different directions. The fatty followed Lu Yin blindly, muttering something under his breath. Lu Yin grew annoyed. Why are you still so cowardly after evolving to an unparalleled bloodline? Go look for your own destiny. Perhaps there's a battle technique here that can allow you to surpass Autumn Frost Qing and help you take back Yan Xiaojing. The fatty's eyes lit up. A battle technique that surpasses Autumn Frost Qing? Bro, can I really comprehend it? Suddenly, the fatty's expression changed and he stared at Lu Yin. Bro, you can speak? Lu Yin calmly replied, I never said that I couldn't. The fatty was stunned and his expression turned bitter. Bro, you've really tricked me. Lu Yin frowned. Go look for your own destiny. Fatty bro, I've already told you everything. Bro, how can you do this? The fatty wailed. Lu Yin was helpless. I'm not interested in your miserable life. At that moment, he saw some words engraved at the bottom of the cauldron. Seventh bro, these words are the same as those in the scripture pavilion. They're from the era of the Daosaur sect, the monkey said. Lu Yin used his star energy to form a blade and tried to remove the rust, but it was useless. No matter how hard he tried, he could not damage the rust in the slightest. This was terrifying, as it was normal for a metal that could withstand the corrosion of time to be able to withstand attacks. Perhaps the cauldron had a crystal rating of over 100,000, but if even the rust was so tough, then it was a different story. It was no wonder why this cauldron was still covered in rust after so many years. If the rust could be removed easily, then it would have been cleaned by someone long ago. Bro, look. The sky's red. The fatty cried out from behind. Lu Yin impatiently looked up and his eyes narrowed. This space had originally been as dusky as heaven's pit, and there were only the 9 cauldrons here. However, at this moment, the mouth of the cauldron had turned completely red, and it was getting redder and redder. Soon, blood-colored lotuses began to spread out. Not good. Someone had sealed the mouth of the cauldron. Not too far away, a person soared into the air and his imprint appeared. He bellowed as he charged towards the mouth of the cauldron and viciously slammed into the blood-colored lotuses. Then his entire body turned into a pool of blood, which shocked everyone inside the cauldron. What was even stranger was that the blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, it was sucked back into the blood lotuses in midair, making them even more beautiful. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 641. What's that? Someone asked in fear. Lu Yin's face was solemn, as the blood lotus gave him an intense sense of danger that was not inferior to the sense of danger that Shang Rong had given him. The fatty's face went pale. What the hell is that? The cauldron was very spacious and everyone had been exploring on their own. However, at this moment, everyone looked up and stared at the blood lotus. The blood lotus bloomed, beautiful yet deadly. Not long after, a figure appeared within the blood lotus. It was Blood Looney who had appeared in the first divine gate. Blood Looney hung upside down from the blood lotus, and he had an evil smile on his face as he looked at the people within the cauldron. His eyes were already red, but they were now even redder. Who are you? Why did you seal the cauldron and kill people as you please? Someone asked. Blood Looney's smile grew even wider. Let's play a game. Everyone stared at Blood Looney strangely. A game? Was he crazy? Why would he want to play a game at a time like this? I have a die here. Roll it, and the number of pips that appear will determine how many people will be able to leave this cauldron alive. Blood Looney said in a cold and strange voice. Are you from the fifth mainland? Someone asked loudly. Blood Looney laughed maniacally. Guess as you please. Maybe I am not. Now let the game begin. A die appeared in his hand and he casually tossed it out. It landed on the ground under everyone's watchful eyes, and in the end, one of the dice landed face up with a 3. 3 pips? If you're lucky, 3 of you will be able to leave this place alive, Blood Looney said sinisterly. As he spoke, the blood lotus grew redder and redder. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as the sense of danger was growing stronger. This person was very strong. The fatty's face paled. Can't you wait for 2 more days? My time is almost up. Looney, are you trying to deal with all of us by yourself? Someone shouted angrily. Blood Looney did not reply. The blood lotus roots extended down the cauldron's mouth, and it looked like he was planning to cover the entire cauldron with blood lotuses. Those who could appear in the Daosaur Sect's ruins were not ordinary cultivators, and they all had a certain sense of danger. The scene of that person being turned into a pool of blood and absorbed by the blood lotus had made the crowd not dare to act rashly. However, at this moment, it was obvious that that person wanted to attack everyone. The crowd no longer hesitated and the dozen or so people leaped up to attack Blood Looney. These people all possessed the strength of the top 100 rankings. Some of them even possessed the strength of the top 30 on the top 100 rankings. Faced with the siege of so many experts, Blood Looney's eyes turned red. His pupils changed, turning into those of a wild beast. Then he let out an indescribably cold roar. The blood lotus boiled and a blood-red dragon rushed out. That's a corpse dragon, a blood lotus flower, and 2 bloodlines. I know who he is. He's the Blood Looney who was sealed in ice 1,000 years ago after he failed to become one of the Daosaur's 3 skies. Someone exclaimed from within the cauldron. Blood Looney laughed maniacally. I'll use your blood to create a lotus and strengthen myself. I'll wait here for the Daosaur's 3 skies. Only by replacing the Daosaur's 3 skies will I be able to quell my anger after being frozen for 1,000 years. Bang, bang. The blood-red corpse dragon collided with the dozen or so cultivators. Although these cultivators were not weak, they were all at a disadvantage against the corpse dragon. In just a single exchange, at least 5 of them were torn apart and devoured by the corpse dragon, turning into a pool of blood to create a lotus flower. As time passed, Blood Looney would only become stronger. Once he absorbed the blood of many people in the Daosaur Sect's ruins, he might actually be able to kill experts at the level of the Daosaur's 3 skies. They were merely stepping stones on his path to glory. Right now, there was only one way, and that was to use the Dream Finger to attack Blood Looney. He had to guarantee that he would be able to hit his target, and he might even be able to injure him. Of course, Lu Ying did not expect that he would be able to kill Blood Looney with a single finger, as that would be unrealistic. After all, Blood Looney was at the level of the 10 arbiters. Although the people within the cauldron were being suppressed, it was not as if there were no experts among them. A man and a woman broke through the encirclement of the corpse dragons and arrived in front of Blood Looney. Blood Looney looked up and purple veins appeared on his face. This was 8-line battle force. The imprints behind the man and woman's backs overflowed with might. Blood Looney licked his lips. Cosmic Imprinter, you 2 are not bad. He then raised a hand and used his physical body to receive the 2 experts' attacks. At the same time, the phantom image of an old man appeared behind Blood Looney. This old man's appearance was clear, and his might was unparalleled. The fatty was horrified. That's old man Sangqiong, the Cosmic Imprinter. While Lu Ying had been chatting with these people, he had learned a bit about the 6th Mainland's imprinters. Imprinters were powerhouses who had reached a certain level of power, and they could use their own power to strengthen a cultivator's body through certain connections to increase that cultivator's power level. It could also be said that they were borrowing power, and the cultivator's power level was based on the strength that the cultivator could withstand. Imprinter, Universe Imprinter, Cosmic Imprinter, Cosmic Imprinter, and Cosmic Imprinter. These were the ranks of imprinters. Lu Ying had made some comparisons, and he concluded that imprinters should be envoys whose power levels exceeded 500,000. Only powerhouses with power levels above 500,000 could increase a cultivator's power level by projecting their power through certain connections. As for Cosmic Imprinters, if Lu Yin's guess was correct, they were likely to be extremely terrifying powerhouses with power levels close to 1,000,000. The stronger one's imprint was, the greater the increase in one's strength would be. Between 2 people who were at the same realm, there was a huge difference between a person who was an imprinter and a person who was a celestial imprinter. It was just like the difference between a normal explorer and an explorer on the top 100 rankings. Of course, imprinters could not be imprinted at will, and it depended on their own endurance. Luin did not know about this. However, the fatty could only withstand the Yen family's imprinter, and he could not withstand the universe imprinter of a higher level. And now, a terrifying figure with a cosmic imprinter had appeared in front of him, and that cosmic imprinter's appearance was still very clear. The fatty's fear was not without reason. The two powerhouses who had been close to Blood Looney were almost as strong as Autumn Frost Qing, but they had still been defeated by Blood Looney. They had been reduced to blood that had fused into the Blood Lotus, and the corpse dragon's power had also increased slightly. Mr. Bai's face sank. Everyone, fight with your lives on the line. Miss Qing's expression turned ugly. Luin took a deep breath. The Yu secret art, Dream Finger, Battle Force and Domain. He did not know if they would be able to survive until the end. One of the four would definitely die. Just as they were about to give it their all, the dozens of corpse dragons in the sky all exploded. A white figure flashed through the void and appeared in front of Blood Looney. The 10 arbiters had appeared one after another in the ruins of the Daosaur sect, and this place had already become a battlefield for the younger generation of the 5th and 6th mainlands to compete with each other. Luin had not expected to run into White Knight here. If his guess was correct, then White Knight had wanted to slaughter everyone here, but she had accidentally been trapped by Blood Looney. Was he lucky or unlucky? Blood Looney and White Knight were destined to fight. White Knight was the one who had brought Wendy Yushan into Myriad Swords Peak. Luin looked up with a complicated expression, and it was only at this moment that he truly understood the strength of the 10 arbiters. Even Blood Looney was helpless against them. The others also had complicated feelings. They were from the 6th mainland, and they were natural enemies with the 5th mainland. However, at this moment they did not wish for White Knight to lose. If she did, then Blood Looney's strength would increase, and they would not be able to escape the fate of death. Blood Looney's eyes were filled with excitement. One of the 5th mainland's 10 arbiters? It's been 1,000 years since I last saw you, and the 5th mainland actually has a powerhouse like you. Good. Once I absorb you, I'll definitely be able to kill the Daosaur's 3 skies. Blood energy enveloped his body as he viciously charged at White Knight like a suit of blood-colored armor. Around them, the palaces and blood lotuses collided, but there was no earth-shattering collision. Instead, the palaces and blood lotuses continued to expand and invade each other's territory, consuming each other's energy. At this moment, White Knight and Blood Looney collided, and everyone else felt their brains tremble as several people collapsed to the ground. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. The collision of their innate gifts had produced an intense spiritual force suppression, and most people would not be able to withstand it. With a thump, the fatty collapsed to the ground and fainted. Mr. Bai and Miss Qing's expressions changed, and they sat down at the same time while gritting their teeth. From time to time, people would collapse to the ground. Regardless of whether it was Blood Looney or White Knight, neither of them cared about the deaths of these people. They had appeared with the intention of annihilating everyone here. Lu Yin's mind exploded, but he could still withstand it. The effects of his many years of reciting the Stonewall Scriptures were very obvious, and even the spiritual force of these two could not suppress him. He was the only one who could remain standing. Bang, bang, bang. Blood Looney and White Knight clashed faster and faster, leaving behind afterimages in the sky that quickly disappeared. Luin could not even see them clearly. At this moment, the blood lotuses and the palaces simultaneously extended towards them. One of the cultivators was caught up in the shockwaves and was instantly vaporized into a puddle of blood. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, he could not be touched. He grabbed the fatty and tried to drag him away, but forcefully withstanding the two pressures was already his limit. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 643. Luin stared at Blood Looney, who was standing high up in the sky. This was the strength of a powerhouse from the 6th mainland who could compete for the position of one of the Daosaur's 3 skies. Hold on. Luin suddenly recalled that the Lingling Palace belonged to the Lingling clan, and the Lingling clan had a technique known as soul splitting. Up above, White Knight's body had been pierced through. Blood Looney pulled his hand back and licked the blood off it. The red in his eyes grew even more resplendent as he stared at White Knight's eyes. He could see the pain in those eyes and he grew even more excited. Suddenly, Blood Looney's gaze froze. He could see his own figure in White Knight's eyes, but he also saw another figure appear behind him. He hurriedly turned around only to see a spear about to pierce his throat. At the critical moment, Blood Looney grabbed the spear, but his 9-line battle force prevented White Knight from advancing any further. You're not dead? Blood Looney was certain that he had just killed White Knight, as his eyes could not be faked. But why was there another person in front of him? White Knight's spear vibrated and knocked Blood Looney's hand away. The body of the spear struck Blood Looney's body and sent him flying. Below them, the palace that had stopped expanding began to glow again, evaporating all of the blood lotuses within it. A mighty bell rang out, sounding like the sound of a heavenly palace. Blood Looney clutched his chest as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He stared at White Knight with a crazed expression. How is this possible? How can you defeat me? White Knight pointed his spear at Blood Looney. I've already said that you have no future. Even the so-called Dowsource 3 skies are just slaves to a fixed cultivation system. You can't defeat us with just your strength. He then stabbed out with his spear again. Blood Looney roared, and the blood lotuses that had sealed the cauldron melted and turned into blood that was absorbed by him. His entire body turned scarlet as he charged towards White Knight. White Knight's gaze froze, and the palace glowed brightly as his spear continued forward. There was a bang as a giant spatial crack extended towards the sky. An intense gale crushed down, causing several cultivators to cough up blood. Even Lu Yin's heart sank as his chest tightened, and he almost coughed up blood. The sky distorted as the two figures retreated. They had both used their full strength, and both the blood lotuses and the palace instantly vanished. Both figures crashed into the cauldron and spat out blood at the same time. It was impossible to tell who had won as both of them had been injured. The blood lotuses at the cauldron had disappeared. However, the mouth of the cauldron was still blocked by the two people, and no one dared to rush out. At this moment, White Knight leapt up and left. A clamor could be heard from outside the cauldron. Someone had probably arrived. White Knight was from the Fifth Mainland, and if he was exposed he would be surrounded and attacked by everyone. He had no choice but to retreat with his heavy injuries. Blood Looney stared into the distance with unwillingness as he clenched his fists. If he could absorb this person's blood, he would definitely be able to defeat the current generation's Dowsource 3 skies. Let's go, someone within the cauldron shouted. They were afraid of being trapped by Blood Looney again. Although Blood Looney was injured, the difference in power was too great. Even if he was injured, they didn't dare to fight him. Now there were less than 20 survivors in the cauldron. All of them rushed out of the cauldron and fled in all directions. Blood Looney became anxious and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood Looney's eyes narrowed. Is this a battle technique? No, with your strength, a battle technique won't be able to block it. This is a secret technique. You know a secret technique. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and stepped into the pillar of light. Don't run. Hand over the secret technique. Blood Looney went all out and spat out a mouthful of blood that turned into a surge of blood energy. He tore through the void and appeared in front of Lu Yin, stepping into the pillar of light with him. Lu Yin's scalp went numb as the scene before him changed. He had left the space within the 9 cauldrons and arrived at a canyon with Blood Looney at the same time. Blood Looney grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder, and Lu Yin grabbed Blood Looney's wrist. Both of them exerted their strength at the same time. Blood Looney's wrist was broken and he was shocked. He had actually lost in a contest of strength? He didn't even think about it as he released his 9-line battle force and struck out with a palm. Lu Yin released his 7-line battle force at the same time and used his fates and to block the attack. There was a thump, and the fates and trembled as Lu Yin was sent flying out of the pillar of light. His chest tightened and he fled into the distance without even looking back. Blood Looney coughed out another mouthful of blood. He had already been heavily injured from his battle with White Knight, and he had even used his battle technique in 9-line battle force to chase after Lu Yin, which had worsened his injuries. However, for the secret technique, everything was worth it. As long as he could obtain it, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Why did he want to become one of the Dowsource 3 skies? Aside from the experts from the secret progenitor realm, the experts from the progenitor of blood and progenitor of martial realms could only become one of the Dowsource 3 skies if they wanted to obtain the secret technique. This was his true goal. Only by obtaining the secret technique would he be invincible. Blood Looney slammed a palm against his chest, and his face paled as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood transformed into vitality that covered his body, and he tore through the void once more to chase after Lu Yin. This time he appeared behind Lu Yin with Sangqiong Old Man's imprint appearing behind him. An enormous pressure caused Lu Yin's back to turn cold. Stop right there and hand over the secret technique. Blood Looney then reached out to grab Lu Yin. Lu Yin stopped and turned around. He raised a finger but his eyes suddenly went slack and he lost consciousness. Boundless rage erupted as he tapped out with the dream finger. The void froze, and only the finger could be heard as it traversed through space and tapped on Blood Looney's palm. The finger pierced through his palm and headed for his head, but it did not succeed. Blood Looney was too strong, and Lu Yin's finger could not even touch him. Helpless, Lu Yin retracted his finger. However, the power of that finger had still sent Blood Looney flying back 100 meters. The void returned to normal and Lu Yin escaped once more. Blood was dripping from his finger. Blood Looney was shocked, and he clutched his shoulder as fresh blood flowed from his palm. How was this possible? An explorer had actually injured him, and he had been unable to dodge that finger attack. What kind of battle technique was that? This person had a secret technique, a battle technique, and even battle force. He was an absolute freak. Hold on, this person didn't use an imprint. Blood Looney suddenly looked up. There was only one possibility for someone to not use an imprint in a life or death situation. This person couldn't possibly be another survivor of the Fifth Mainland. Blood Looney roared and chased after Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 644. When he thought about the hoe, Nong Zaiqian wanted to vomit blood. Who would refine a hoe into a power vessel? Oh, who was it? Nong Zaiqian wished that he could drag that bastard out of his grave and whip his corpse. A hoe had caused Nong Zaiqian to lose all hope. From then on, he would never return from his path of being a country bumpkin. Being confident and elegant had nothing to do with him anymore. He had already lost all hope, and even as he walked down the street, he felt like someone was laughing at him. After holding it in for a long time, Nong Zaiqian finally thought it through and decided to let go. If it was a hoe, then so be it. He had a hoe and he was proud of it. Of course, even though he had let go, he still felt some regret. However, this regret had completely disappeared when he entered the first divine gate in the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect. The Sixth Mainland had invaded the Fifth Mainland, and as a descendant of a cosmic imprinter family, he had to go to the front lines. Before that, his family had sent him to the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Dao Source sect to search for opportunities. Nong Zaiqian's luck had always been good, and he had been complacent, vowing to obtain countless treasures just like his ancestor. But who would have thought that he would run into a madman as soon as he entered the first divine gate? Thanks to his ancestors' teachings, and thanks to Nong Zaiqian's teachings, Nong Zaiqian's family had always recorded any potential life-threatening experts as a precaution. This was the key to Nong Zaiqian's survival, and that madman had been recorded in the records. Blood Looney had been a monster who had failed to seize the position of one of the Dao Source 3 skies 1,000 years ago and had killed many people before being sealed in ice. The moment Blood Looney had seen Blood Looney, he had fled at lightning speed. As he thought about this, Nong Zaiqian was once again grateful to the hoe. This hoe's speed was really good, and it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was also because of this that Nong Zaiqian no longer had any regrets, as the hoe was a good thing. As for his friends, they were just fair-weather friends. Those bastards had mocked him countless times, and they would definitely regret not having a decent hoe. After wandering around the ruins of the Dao Source sect for a few days, Nong Zaiqian was tired, and he was about to cook something to eat. However, just as he started a fire, he saw someone rushing towards him from the distance. It seemed that the person had no intention of stopping, and Nong Zaiqian stood up to teach that person a lesson. Although he was not very strong, he was still a descendant of a cosmic imprinter family, which meant that he was still in the blood. That person was getting closer and closer, and Nong Zaiqian was ready. He was about to make his move. And there seemed to be someone chasing after that person. Was he trying to escape? No wonder he was so flustered that he didn't know where to go. It didn't matter. Anyone who dared to come after him was courting death. Wait a minute, why does that person in red look so familiar? Nong Zaiqian rubbed his eyes, and then his expression changed drastically. Blood Looney? *CKU? Nong Zaiqian cursed fiercely as he stepped onto the hoe and fled. Lu Yin quickly rushed towards Nong Zaiqian. He saw Nong Zaiqian stand up and he could sense the man's hostility. Lu Yin knew that Nong Zaiqian was about to attack, but just as he was about to speak, he saw Nong Zaiqian step forward and grab him. Oh, what the hell? With a swoosh, Nong Zaiqian's hoe flew through the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously activated the Yu's secret art. The hoe appeared beneath Nong Zaiqian's body, and due to inertia, it swept past Nong Zaiqian and quickly overtook him. Nong Zaiqian fell to the ground with a bang, his mouth full of mud. He looked down and thought, damn, where's the hoe? A gust of wind blew past, and Nong Zaiqian saw that the hoe was under that person's butt. Nong Zaiqian was confused. What was going on? At that moment he felt a chill run down his spine, and a terrifying aura washed over him. The ground was illuminated red, and Nong Zhaitian was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Blood Looney had arrived, and Nong Zhaitian pulled out another hoe from his robes. He stepped onto it and quickly charged forward. Blood Looney was stunned. What was going on? He could not understand what was going on, and all he knew was that Lu Yin was getting further and further away from him. This was not good. Blood Looney slapped his chest again, causing him to spit out blood. His speed increased once more, and he tore through the void as he flickered incessantly. Nong Zhaitian looked back and his face went pale. Don't chase me, this has nothing to do with me. Up ahead, Lu Yin tightly grasped the hoe. How was he supposed to control this thing? He could not control it, and its inertia slowed him down further and further. At that moment, Nong Zhaitian caught up and glared at Lu Yin. Give me back the hoe. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he casually waved his hand again, tossing the hoe under him to Nong Zhaitian. Nong Zhaitian, who had been accelerating, placed the hoe under his butt and accelerated once more. Nong Zhaitian was speechless. What had changed? Blood Looney closed in once more, and Nong Zhaitian immediately controlled the hoe that Lu Yin had tossed over to increase his speed. Just like that, with Lu Yin's secret art active, the two of them continuously swapped hoes and gradually pulled away from Blood Looney. Blood Looney really did spit out blood. Nong Zhaitian also wanted to spit out blood, as he was depressed by Lu Yin's actions. What was going on? This was a secret technique, right? Where had this pervert come from? How could he use a secret technique to trade for a hoe? Who are you? Give me back the hoe. Nong Zhaitian was furious. Lu Yin answered, here, and then swapped hoes. Nong Zhaitian was furious. You've gone too far. Lu Yin was helpless. Brother, I'll apologize to you after we get rid of that madman. I'll kill you. Nong Zhaitian was furious. Then forget it. The hoe is mine. Wait, no, it's useless to you. You don't know how to control it. It doesn't matter. I'll keep it. Without me controlling it, you won't be able to escape. That's why we have to work together. Blood Looney is looking for you. You know him? An acquaintance? That's even better. Hurry up and persuade him to stop. Nong Zhaitian. Suddenly the sky changed and black and white alternated. In that instant, Lu Yin and Nong Zhaitian's hearts trembled. Above their heads, a black and white light flashed past, followed by a violent tremor. Lu Yin's eyes went blank for a moment, but then he reacted and looked back. He saw that Blood Looney's clothes were stained with blood, and half of his body was missing. In front of him was a figure whose back was facing them. The moment he saw this figure, Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly changed his face. Although he could not see the figure's face, he knew who it was. The black and white hair was too obvious. There was only one Day-Night clan member who could appear here. One of the 10 arbiters of the Day-Night royal family, Night King Jinwu. Nong Zhaitian also reacted at this moment and he looked back. When he saw Blood Looney's miserable state, his mouth fell open. What? Who are you? Who are you? Blood Looney shrieked as he stared at the youth who had suddenly appeared and shattered half of his body with a single punch. The youth had his hands clasped behind his back, and his gaze was arrogant. Fifth Mainland, Night King Jinwu, one of the 10 arbiters. Blood Looney was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. The Fifth Mainland is still the Fifth Mainland. I never thought that I would die at the hands of a remnant of the Fifth Mainland. Ah. Night King Jinwu's gaze was calm. Die. He then raised a hand and struck out. It was clearly an ordinary palm strike, but it caused Lu Yin and Nong Zhaitian's hearts to tremble once more. Every move of Arbiter Jinwu's contained unfathomable might. Blood Looney gritted his teeth so hard that they shattered. With half of his body shattered, he would definitely die, but he did not want to die in such a dubious manner. This person had taken advantage of his injuries to try and take his life, and he did not want to die at this person's hands. Blood lotuses bloomed beneath his feet, and corpse dragons rushed towards Night King Jinwu. Night King Jinwu frowned. What a last-ditch effort. He then struck out with his palm, causing the corpse dragons to scatter. Blood Looney then rushed backwards under the protection of the blood lotuses. Night King Jinwu arrogantly glanced in Lu Yin and Nong Zhaitian's direction, but he ignored them and chased after Blood Looney. Soon, Blood Looney and Night King Jinwu's figures disappeared. Blood Looney is dead for sure, Nong Zhaitian muttered. Lu Yin nodded. Yeah, he's dead for sure. Not to mention that he was currently heavily injured. Even if he had met Night King Jinwu at his peak, it was hard to say whether or not he could win. Arbiter Jinwu was tyrannical even among the 10 arbiters, and nobody knew exactly how strong he was. White Knight had been able to fight Blood Looney to the point where both of them were heavily injured, and she had even gained the upper hand. Night King Jinwoo could do the same, and he might even be stronger. Sometimes, Lu Yin could not understand how the Arbiters could be so powerful, even though the Sixth Mainland's overall strength was far greater than the Fifth Mainland's. The Fifth Mainland also had the Neoverse, which had the Hall of Honor, the Sirius Sect, and the Three Dark Hands. The younger generation nurtured by these powers might not be any weaker than the 10 Arbiters. Thus, the Fifth Mainland had far more top-notch powerhouses than the Sixth Mainland, which was incomprehensible. The average strength of the Sixth Mainland's younger generation was definitely greater than the Fifth Mainland's, but from what Lu Yin could see, the Fifth Mainland had more top-notch powerhouses than the Sixth Mainland, which was the exact opposite. It was a very strange situation. He recalled what White Knight had said during her battle with Blood Looney. All of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were slaves to a fixed cultivation system, and they had no future. Could this be the reason? Or could it be that the Sixth Mainland had a top-notch powerhouse that could crush everything in the younger generation? The Tao Source Three Skies? Lu Yin pondered this. Blood Looney had been able to compete for the position of one of the Tao Source Three Skies 1,000 years ago, which meant that the Tao Source Three Skies might not be that much stronger than the Realmlings. Or could it be that one's strength would experience a qualitative leap after becoming one of the Tao Source Three Skies? While Lu Yin was thinking about this, Nong Zaiqian grabbed his collar. Nong Zaiqian glared at him fiercely. "Give me back my hoe." Lu Yin raised a hand. "Here." Nong Zaiqian snorted and put away the hoe. Lu Yin was puzzled. "This power vessel of yours is really strange. You even have 2 hoes. What, do you have a problem with that? 1 male and 1 female. What's wrong?" Nong Zaiqian was annoyed. Lu Yin choked. "There was a male and female hoe?" Nong Zaiqian glared at Lu Yin again and then turned to leave. Lu Yin thought about it and then followed him. Nong Zaiqian stared at him. "Why are you following me?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I don't have anywhere to go. Let's go together." Nong Zaiqian was furious. "No way. The more people there are, the bigger the target." Lu Yin did not care and continued to follow Nong Zaiqian. Nong Zaiqian's hoe was too useful and it was extremely fast. Even Blood Looney could not catch up to it. Following Nong Zaiqian would definitely be safe, and at the very least Lu Yin would be able to escape. However far Nong Zaiqian walked, Lu Yin followed. Lu Yin wanted to use the hoe to shake this guy off, but when he thought about Nong Zaiqian's secret technique, he decided against it. "You know a secret technique, right?" Nong Zaiqian asked Lu Yin. "Take a guess," Lu Yin casually replied. "Nong Zaiqian, to be able to learn a secret technique you have to be at least from an all-heavenly imprinter family. Why haven't I seen you before?" Nong Zaiqian was puzzled. Lu Yin looked around and then casually asked, "Do you know all the people from all heavenly imprinter families?" "Yes," Nong Zaiqian answered very seriously. "I've memorized it before." Lu Yin was speechless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 645. You're not one of the Fifth Mainland survivors, are you? Nong Zaiqian suddenly thought of something and stared at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "Have you ever seen a survivor of the Fifth Mainland as weak as me?" Nong Zaiqian rolled his eyes. "That's true. Any survivor of the Fifth Mainland that can appear in the Tao Source sect is at least as strong as a Realmling. You're too weak." The two walked for a while and then Nong Zaiqian sighed. "Don't follow me. You saw it for yourself. Blood Looney is being chased by the Fifth Mainland survivors, and the entire Tao Source sect isn't safe. I plan to hide until the time limit is up and then I'll leave." "Me too," Lu Yin said. Nong Zaiqian blinked. "Then find a place to hide. Why are you following me?" "I don't know the way." Nong Zaiqian growled. "I don't know the way either. Don't follow me." "It's safer with more people," Lu Yin said again, his tone casual. He had his eyes on the hoe as it was too useful. Nong Zaiqian knew Lu Yin's goal, and although he was angry he had no other choice. He wanted to attack Lu Yin, but the fact that this person had been able to escape from Blood Looney meant that he was not weak. Furthermore, Lu Yin did not seem injured, so Nong Zaiqian was not confident. The two walked for a while longer and then they found 3 corpses on the ground. Judging from the direction of the corpses, these 3 had most likely been killed by Night King Jinwoo. Nong Zaiqian felt his scalp go numb and he whispered, "Brother, don't follow me. Can't we just hide on our own?" "I don't know the way." "I told you that I don't know the way either. It's safer with more people. U++. Suddenly, a void crack extended in front of them, and Lu Yin grabbed Nong Zaiqian to avoid the crack. Nong Zetian was still in shock and he patted his chest. I was almost killed. Lu Yin patted him on the shoulder. You owe me a life. If I wasn't angered by you, would I have missed the crack? Nong Zetian raged. Lu Yin ignored him and looked into the distance. More and more void cracks extended, and a hurricane swept past. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good, let's go. He turned around but he saw that Nong Zetian was already sneaking around. He mounted the hoe and began to slip away. This guy was faster than him but it didn't matter. He had a secret technique. With a bang, Nong Zetian once again fell into the pit with his face flat on the ground. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Nong Zetian roared angrily. Suddenly he felt a tremendous pressure pressing down on him from above. Without even thinking about it, he pulled out a second hoe and jumped onto it, then charged forward. He took a moment to look back and see two figures fighting in the air. One of them caused Nong Zetian to tremble. Shangrong? Lu Yin sat on his hoe and looked back as well. He had only sensed two powerful forces clashing earlier, but he had no idea who they were. Now that the two parties were rapidly approaching each other, he could clearly see that it was White Knight who was fighting against Shangrong. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Shangrong. He hadn't forgotten about the few cultivators who had disappeared from Heaven's Pit. Shangrong's strength was terrifying. Bang! There was a loud crash as White Knight crashed in Lu Yin's direction. Lu Yin had managed to dodge the attack, but Nong Zetian wasn't as lucky. He was swept up by the shockwaves from White Knight's crash, and he fainted before he could even run far with his hoe. Without Nong Zetian, Lu Yin did not know how to use a hoe, so he could only pick it up and run on his own. Without the hoe, his speed was much slower. White Knight charged out, but was sent flying by Shangrong once again. This time she crashed in Lu Yin's direction. Lu Yin was helpless and he hurriedly hid. High up in the sky, Shangrong stared down coldly. Is this all that the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters have? Come out. Underground, White Knight stood up and looked up at Shangrong. I'm just taking advantage of the situation. Dealing with remnants like you is already dirtying my hands, and there's no such thing as fairness. You can't even force me to use my imprint. He then raised a hand that emitted a white light. Incinerate bloodline, skyless. The moment he finished speaking, the white light in his palm turned into a sphere that gradually rose into the sky. It was as if a white sun had enveloped the world. Following the appearance of the white sun, the mountains and the ground began to disintegrate and disappear. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. He had to escape or he would be disintegrated as well. What kind of attack was this? On the ground, White Knight coughed and lowered her head, as if she had accepted her fate. Shangrong was cold and arrogant as he liked this feeling. Killing ordinary cultivators had not piqued his interest, and only experts like this could satisfy him. He liked to look down on everything like a god, and just like this, he could end everything. Suddenly, Shangrong's expression changed and he hurriedly dodged to the side, but it was still too late. The spear pierced through his shoulder, causing blood to spill out. Behind him, another White Knight had appeared at some point, and the one on the ground slowly disappeared. Lu Yin saw that this was soul-splitting. Ling Ke could split himself into 3 and White Knight could naturally do the same. During his battle with Blood Looney, Ling Ke had only split himself into 2 and had not used his full strength. He had left this trump card to Shangrong. Shangrong's expression darkened, and he waved his hand, causing the white sun to descend and bombard White Knight. At the same time, an imprint appeared behind him. It was a figure completely covered in long black hair, and its face could not be seen. However, it exuded an indescribably terrifying pressure and a sinister aura. This was a celestial imprinter just like Tsangxiong Old Man who had been imprinted by Blood Looney. A palace appeared around White Knight, and a glorious bell rang out. The sound of the Sky Palace resounded throughout the entire space, and a series of phenomena appeared within the palace. The Lingling clan could combine their 10 innate gifts into one, and the phenomena that appeared within the palace were the 10 innate gifts. This was White Knight's true strength, and it also meant that he was going all out. Boom. The world trembled as a giant crack stretched across the sky like an inverted black mountain range. The clash between Shangrong and White Knight almost caused Lu Yin to faint. A terrifying pressure swept through the area, destroying the entire space. After a while, the shockwaves from the collision finally dissipated. At this moment, everything in front of Lu Yin's eyes had changed. White Knight was the one who had brought Wendy Yushan to Myriad Swords Peak, and Zhao Yilong had told him that this person had taken good care of Wendy Yushan. No one would believe that this person did not like Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan could also be considered Lu Yin's fiancée. Although it was a fake identity, after interacting with her for so long, Lu Yin had to admit that he had some feelings for her. Any normal man would have some feelings for her. Her appearance and temperament were 1 in a million, and even if Wendy Yushan did not have any romantic feelings for him, there was still some familial love between them. If this person was still alive, then he might take Wendy Yushan away from Lu Yin in the future. Lu Yin sighed and smiled bitterly. He grabbed White Knight and took him away. No matter what the future held, this person represented the 5th mainland in the struggle against the 6th mainland, and he had also indirectly saved Lu Yin's life. This favor had to be repaid. A life for a life. I'll save you this time, so I'll consider the favor of saving me from the cauldron repaid, Lu Yin said. As for Nong Zaiqian, Lu Yin did not look for him, as whether or not he could survive would depend on his own luck. After all, they were still enemies. Mr. Bai and the other two were friends, so Lu Yin would save them if possible. As for the others, Lu Yin did not throw the hoe away, as he might be able to use it after some research. Although it was slightly inferior, its speed was quite good. The Daosor sect was huge, and it was not easy to run into a Realmling or the 10 Arbiters. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 646. Lu Yin carried White Knight and walked for half a day before finally finding a place to hide. It was a gap between 2 tall mountains and there was a river flowing through it. He tossed White Knight onto the ground and sat down. This trip had been very dangerous, as Shang Rong, Blood Loony, White Knight and Night King Jinwu had all encountered him. Any carelessness and he would have died, but he had been lucky enough to survive. There were still a few days until the deadline, and he would be able to return to the 5th mainland after a few days. But what about the next time? He could not give up on the battle techniques within the cauldron. He clearly had a way to comprehend them, but he had not done so, which was torture for him. He desperately needed powerful battle techniques, but this place had already become the most dangerous battlefield. He looked at White Knight. If even one of the 10 Arbiters was in such a miserable state, then White Knight's situation was even worse. He wondered how Wendy Yushan was doing and he hoped that she was fine. At this moment he regretted giving his futon to her. No one had expected that the Daosor sect would become the cruelest battlefield for the younger generation. Lu Yin still did not have the qualifications to join this battlefield. It had been a long time since he had felt so helpless. Ever since his universal armor had been upgraded, he no longer feared even in lighters. Lu Yin looked at White Knight again. This guy couldn't have died, right? He walked over and thought about it for a moment before lifting White Knight's mask to see if he was dead or not. When the mask was removed, a delicate, flawless and adorable face was revealed. Lu Yin was stunned. Isn't this a woman? He removed the mask and stared blankly at the pale White Knight lying on the ground. White Knight of the 10 Arbiters was a woman. Lu Yin had not been too surprised when he saw Night King Jinwu, but now he was truly shocked. Who would have thought that one of the 10 Arbiters, White Knight, would actually be a woman? It would have been fine if she was a woman, but she was also so delicate and adorable. He had seen many beauties before, whether it was Wendy Yushan, Madame Nailin, Ming Yen, Bai Shui or the Glasses Mistchild. Some of them were heroic, some were charming, some were pure and some were cute. Their temperaments matched their names, but the one in front of him was very different. Knights gave people the impression of integrity and reliability, which was a general impression. No one would associate delicate and adorable with a knight, as the contrast was too great. He had heard that White Knight's name was Ling Gong, which did not sound like a woman's name. Lu Yin stared at White Knight's face for a long while, feeling that it was unreal. He couldn't help but raise a hand and move closer to touch her face. He even pinched her lips. It was real. Suddenly, White Knight opened her eyes and stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's fingers were still pinching her mouth, and he immediately felt awkward. If someone were to ask Lu Yin what was the most embarrassing situation he had ever faced in his life, he would not hesitate to say that it was when he had pinched White Knight Arbiter's face. In the entire universe, including the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland, who could pinch one of the 10 Arbiters' faces? He was the first and most likely the last. He slowly withdrew his hand and coughed. Would you believe me if I told you that I was just checking on your injuries? White Knight stared at him coldly, her gaze cold. Lu Yin coughed again. I'm from the 5th mainland. You know Wendy Yushan, right? White Knight's icy gaze swept past him as she looked up at the sky. Where are we? The Daosor sect, Lu Yin blurted out. When he saw White Knight staring at him, he hurriedly said, I don't know the exact location, but it's quite far from where you fought Shang Rong. It's also well hidden so no one should be able to find it. White Knight propped herself up with one arm and put her mask back on. I need to heal. Don't come near me or touch me. Otherwise I'll make sure you die an ugly death. She then sat up with great difficulty and fell silent. Lu Yin looked at her and waved his hand before looking away. What healing? She must have fainted again. It would be strange if she didn't faint after suffering such heavy injuries. However, the fact that White Knight was a woman had a huge impact on Lu Yin. Furthermore, she was an adorable and beautiful woman. Although she was a little cold, for some reason Lu Yin actually felt relieved. Focus on healing. I hope you don't die, Lu Yin said calmly. He then looked into the distance and began to recite the Stonewall scriptures. He did not plan on going out for the next few days as Night King Jinwu and Shang Rong had both appeared in the area. The 9 cauldron space was probably not safe, so he decided to wait until the next time to explore the internal battle techniques within the cauldrons. After Lu Yin and the others left, more people entered the Daosaur Sect's Heaven's Pit one after another. There were also fierce battles over the stone walls, but there were no more experts like Shang Rong. Even Butcher, who could monopolize a stone wall all by himself, did not appear. On this day, a woman stepped into Heaven's Pit's dusky space and slowly walked forward. Every step she took was the same distance, as if she had already measured the distance beforehand. The woman's long black hair reached her waist, and she held a white longsword in her hand. Her appearance was beautiful, and she had a valiant aura that was different from other women. She was even colder and more aloof than Wendy Yushan, but strangely she wore a pair of large glasses that did not have any lenses. Coupled with her large eyes, she looked rather adorable. Not long after, the woman arrived beside Progenitor Chen's palm print and looked at it with a complicated expression. The woman's attire attracted quite a few people's attention, as it was rare for a woman to wear glasses and hold a sword. Furthermore, her aura was not ordinary. Several men exchanged glances and slowly approached her. Hello, miss. May I get to know you? I'm from the Grand Martial realm. Before one of the men could finish speaking, a line of blood appeared on his neck. The man felt his strength drain away and he slowly fell to his knees. His entire body then lay on the ground as his blood dyed the ground red. The other men were shocked. Third bro, what happened to you? A white light flashed and the men all fell to the ground. Their blood pooled together and slowly flowed into the palm print. The woman's gaze was calm as she looked up and leaped up. A few minutes later, she left Heaven's Pit's dusky space and used a pillar of light to head somewhere else. Not long after, another person entered Heaven's Pit and arrived outside the palm print. The scene that greeted them was like hell itself. All of the cultivators who had comprehended the palm print within Heaven's Pit, a total of 28, had died tragically. Not a single one had survived, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Following the arrival of the 10 arbiters, more than 100 cultivators from the 6th mainland who had entered the Daosaur Sect's ruins had been killed or injured. These cultivators had been able to obtain futons, and almost all of them had come from powerful families. Their deaths had angered many of the 6th mainland's powers, and more voices were calling for the Realmlings to enter the Daosaur Sect and eliminate the 5th mainland's remnants. The Daosaur Sect's ruins had officially become the top battlefield for the younger generation. Even though there had been many casualties, no one requested for the Daosaur's 3 skies to enter, as if the Daosaur's 3 skies no longer belonged to the younger generation. Countless people had long since classified the Daosaur's 3 skies as a different existence that stood above their peers. White Knight was unconscious for 3 days and she only woke up on the 4th day. When she woke up, she saw Lu Yin leaning against a stone wall and resting with his eyes closed. Without a second thought, she picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it at him. The pebble tore through the void and flew towards Lu Yin's forehead. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and tilted his head. The pebble smashed into the mountain with a thump, causing a huge crack to appear in the wall. Lu Yin was furious. Are you crazy? White Knight stared at him coldly. You should die for touching me. Lu Yin opened his mouth to scold her, but then he recalled the awkward scene from 3 days ago. He pursed his lips. It was my fault for touching you. I apologize. White Knight's eyes narrowed and her gaze turned cold. Lu Yin went on guard. You're not going to attack me again, are you? He had not forgotten that this person was one of the 10 arbiters, and her strength was on a completely different level. Even if he had a secret technique that could divert attacks, he was not confident that he could escape from one of the 10 arbiters. Fortunately, White Knight did not attack him again. She looked around and then moved slightly. An intense pain spread from her back, and she groaned as beads of sweat dripped down her forehead. Lu Yin looked at her, but he did not say anything. White Knight moved again, but the moment she did, an intense pain spread throughout her body, mostly from her back. She viciously glared at Luin. Turn around. Don't peek. Luin was puzzled. What? I told you to turn around. White Knight's tone was stern, and star energy spread from her body. She looked like she was about to go berserk at any moment. Luin hurriedly said, All right, I'm leaving. You're awake anyway, so whatever happens next has nothing to do with me. You're on your own now. He then turned to leave. No, you can't leave, White Knight suddenly said. Luin was confused. Why? There's no why. If you can't leave, then you can't leave. This is an order. Luin was amused. Order? Who can you order? Me. I'm not even your subordinate. White Knight looked at him coldly. I can order anyone who belongs to the 10 Arbiters Council, the Council of Astral Academy, or the Outerverse Youth Council. You're no exception, Luin. You recognized me? Luin was astonished. In order to avoid Night King Jinwu, he had changed his appearance. White Knight coldly replied, Many people know Wendy, but not many know about her relationship with me. Besides, your appearance hasn't changed much, and you were able to enter this place. It's not hard to guess who you are. Since you recognized me, then you should know about my relationship with Wendy. I saved you because you brought Wendy to Myriad Swords Peak. Now that we're even, I'm leaving, Luin said. I said that you can't leave. This is an order. No one can order me around. White Knight clenched her fists and glared at him coldly. If you dare leave, I'll kill you. Luin laughed. Woman, there should be a limit to how unreasonable you can be. I saved you, but you still want to kill me? White Knight angrily retorted, Don't call me that. Luin rolled his eyes. Fine, I won't call you that anymore. I'm leaving and you can't stop me. Suddenly, a phantom palace appeared all around them, and a glorious bell rang out. Lu Yin's expression changed, and the domain that he had released was instantly suppressed. He felt an intense sense of danger, and he turned around to stare at White Knight. What are you doing? I said that you can't leave, White Knight coldly replied. What are you trying to do? Luin frowned. This woman was unreasonable. White Knight's eyes flickered. Turn your back to me. What? Luin was confused. I told you to turn your back to me. You don't have the right to resist. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 647. Luin was speechless. He wanted to leave, but he wasn't confident that he could break through the palace's seal. This was a manifestation of White Knight's 10 innate gifts combined into one, and it could even clash with Blood Luni's Blood Lotus, Corpse Dragon, and Shang Rong's White Sun. Even though White Knight was heavily injured, she should have recovered somewhat in the past 3 days, so Luin wasn't confident that he could deal with her. If he'd known earlier, he would have left before she woke up. Why had he waited until now? With his back to the 10 arbiters, Luin was still very apprehensive. He immediately activated his Sirius to prevent himself from being ambushed. White Knight saw that Luin had turned around, but he didn't release his domain. Instead, she exhaled, causing the star energy around her body to boil as she peeled off the armor on her body. The armor on her arms, chest, and head fell off easily, but the armor on her legs and back felt like a layer of skin when she peeled them off. Shang Rong's power lay in disintegration, and that White Sun had caused great damage to her. The skin on her back and thighs had been disintegrated, and parts of her flesh had stuck to her armor. The pain was intense. White Knight grunted and panted heavily as she slowly peeled off the armor on her legs. Luin had a strange expression on his face. What was she doing? Her panting and grunting reminded him of a certain scene. He wanted to turn around, but he didn't dare to. White Knight's pain cries grew louder as she peeled off the armor on her back. She looked up at Luin, but he didn't turn around. She gritted her teeth and used her star energy to peel off the last piece of armor. Fresh blood flowed down her back and onto the ground, dyeing the ground red as it flowed along the river. White Knight waved her hand, and the Scarlet River flowed back onto the shore. Their location could be considered hidden, and no one would be able to find them just because of the blood in the river. At this moment, White Knight only had a mask on her face. The rest of her armor had been completely peeled off, leaving her with only a thin layer of gauze and large patches of torn flesh on her back and legs. She took out some medicinal powder from her armor and sprinkled it on her leg. However, it was ineffective. The moment the medicinal powder came into contact with her flesh, it dissolved. White Knight sighed inwardly. As expected, this was Shang Rong's power. If she did not deal with this power, she would not be able to heal her injury. After her battle with Blood Looney and Shang Rong, she did not have much star energy left in her body, and she could not rely on absorbing the star energy in the air to expel Shang Rong's power. There was only one way to do so, and that was through Lu Yin. He had an abundance of star energy, and he was also a lockbreaker, which was why she had left him behind. "Yes, it's done," White Knight said softly. Her voice was weak. Lu Yin impatiently turned around and looked over. What he saw was no longer the awe-inspiring White Knight in her armor, but rather a severely injured and weak girl. Although she still had a mask on her face, it did not hinder her weak beauty. At this moment, White Knight no White Knight no longer had her cold aura. Instead, she had the gentleness of a woman. Her blood-stained gauze covered her body, and large patches of wounds were exposed on her snow-white thighs and back. There was even blood flowing from them. Her white feet stepped on the pebbles, and her 5 translucent toes reflected the blood on the ground. It was a dazzling sight, and all of this created an extremely impactful image of a heavily injured beauty. Lu Yin was stunned, as he had never seen such a scene before. White Knight and Lu Yin stared at each other fiercely. Finally, White Knight snorted and turned to look in another direction, but this time, her face was slightly flushed. Lu Yin sighed in relief. "You're really helping a tigress." White Knight's eyes narrowed, but she did not speak or look at him. Shang Rong's remaining power was not much, so Lu Yin released his domain and combined it with the serious art. His star energy slowly came into contact with White Knight's power, and as soon as it came into contact, his star energy began to disintegrate. Lu Yin was shocked. What a tyrannical disintegration ability. As expected of a realmling who could fight against the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin treated Shang Rong's remaining power as an opportunity to unlock his serious art and slowly whittled it down. Even if Shang Rong was much stronger than Lu Yin, it was still just a remnant of his power. An hour later, all of the remaining power had been disintegrated and disappeared. Lu Yin sighed in relief. It was done, and he reluctantly lifted his hand. The smoothness of White Knight's thigh made him reluctant to part with it. This was his first time touching a woman's thigh, and it felt so good. "You're back," White Knight said coldly. Lu Yin raised a brow and walked over to her back. Compared to her thigh, the wound on her back was much larger, and almost half of it had been disintegrated. She had been able to endure the pain for so long, but the pain was still disintegrating. Lu Yin did not hesitate and pressed his hands on her back, which was also very smooth. The moment they touched, White Knight felt a warmth pass through Lu Yin's hands. The masculine aura caused her to panic, and she let out a long breath. She took out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it on her thigh. This time the powder took effect and the wound quickly healed. The treatment on her back lasted for nearly 3 hours, and only when the sky darkened did Lu Yin withdraw his hands. "All right, I'll help you apply the medicine." "No need," White Knight retorted coldly, her tone rather unfriendly. Lu Yin was displeased. "I saved you again. Can't you be nicer to me?" White Knight indifferently replied, "It's not done yet." "What?" Lu Yin was puzzled. White Knight lifted her left leg and revealed the other side of her foot. There was also a wound there, and although it was not large, it still contained traces of Shang Rong's power. Lu Yin naturally reached out and grabbed her slender, snow-white calf while his other hand grabbed her foot. He then began to unlock his serious art. White Knight's face turned even redder. Today, half of her body had been touched by this person. In less than half an hour, the remnants of Shang Rong's power disappeared from White Knight's foot. Lu Yin let go and glanced at her foot again. He had to admit that this woman's foot was so small that he could hold it with one hand. "Go away and turn around," White Knight growled as she glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. This was a classic example of kicking someone to the curb after they'd outlived their usefulness. "Seventh bro, I sympathize with you," the ghost monkey snickered. Lu Yin ignored him. When the sky turned completely dark, White Knight's voice traveled over. "How's the outer verse?" Lu Yin turned around and saw that White Knight had donned all of her armor, making her look like a real knight. He was a little disappointed. The astral beast domain invaded Ironblood Weave and many people died in battle. Lu Yin told her about some of the major events that had occurred in the outer verse after the inner verse and outer verse had been separated. White Knight listened quietly, occasionally asking a question or two. Most of the time, Lu Yin was the one talking while she listened. "Where did Wendy learn that secret technique?" White Knight asked curiously. Lu Yin looked at her. "I don't know." White Knight indifferently replied, "Everyone has their own opportunities. With that secret technique, she can definitely try to enter the top 10 of the top 100 rankings." In the future she might even have a chance to enter this place. She then looked at Luin strangely. How did you get your futon? Coincidence, Luin answered. White Knight did not pursue the matter. How's the Innerverse? Luin asked. White Knight was cold and taciturn. It's been invaded and war has begun. What's the details? Luin pressed. White Knight ignored him. Luin felt helpless. The 10 arbiters were really arrogant. Where's the invasion site? The Starfall Sea. The Starfall Sea? Luin was stunned. The Starfall Sea is connected to the 6th mainland, White Knight said again. No matter what Luin asked, she did not say anything about the invasion. As for the information about his friends, it was pointless to ask. His friends were not at White Knight's level. Right, why did you bring Wendy to Myriad Swords Peak? Luin was very curious. If White Knight had been a man who liked Wendy, it would have been normal for her to do so. However, she was a woman, so it was strange. It's none of your business, White Knight coldly replied. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 648. Luin was dissatisfied. I'll answer whatever you ask me, but you won't answer whatever I ask you. That's too much. White Knight was cold and arrogant. Did you answer? I don't know. It's just a coincidence. Is that your answer any different from not answering at all? Luin rolled his eyes. It's better for women to be cute. There was a thump as a rock smashed into the mountain wall. Luin was furious and he glared at White Knight. Woman, don't think that I won't retaliate. What are you trying to do? White Knight coldly replied, forget everything that happened today and forget everything about me. Also, I told you not to call me that. Luin snorted. I'll be crushed to death if I stay with you. Goodbye. No, never. He then turned to leave. You're not allowed to leave. What? That's an order. Luin was so angry that he laughed. I told you that no one can order me around. I can order anyone who belongs to the 10 Arbiters Council, the Council of Astral Academy, or the Outerverse Youth Council. You are no exception, White Knight said indifferently. Luin's face twitched. Why did these words sound so familiar? She must have said them before. In the end, Luin was unable to leave. In White Knight's words, if a realmling came, then he could be considered a good scapegoat and could be used to buy some time. Luin wanted to resist, but he thought about it and decided against it. He didn't dare to do so, as that palace could directly crush him. Even if he used the secret art and the dream finger, he would only be able to unleash a single attack at most. However, that would be an all-out attack. They were not mortal enemies and they could be considered comrades, so there was no need for him to risk his life. This place was so secretive that he planned to wait until the time was right before leaving. He would never interact with this woman again, which was a little unreasonable. On the Xinwu continent, ever since Ming Xiaoshu had replaced Ming Xiaotian as the emperor, things had not been going well for him. He was constantly busy with government affairs, and he had to think of ways to help his own people ascend the throne. He had to deal with Ming Xiaoyan's people, and there were occasional rebellions in various places. Coupled with the fact that the continent's commoners already hated the outsiders, the Xinwu continent was in chaos. Ming Xiaoshu had long since thought of this. The solution was simple: completely merge with the outer realm and shift the conflict. During this period of time, he had suffered a total of 126 assassination attempts. Although they were all like moths to a flame, it still showed that many people wanted to kill him. Especially in the past few days, there had been rebellious armies raising the flag of the former Crown Prince Ming Hao. Ming Hao was already dead and these people were obviously fake. But fake was fake, and ordinary people did not know about it, so it attracted a large number of people to join. The Xinwu Empire's army continued to suppress the rebellion. In Shanghai City, the Reverend King's residence had already been expanded. Before the Mingdu Imperial Palace was restored, this place would be the core of the entire Xinwu Empire. In the study of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Xiaoshu put down some memorials and rubbed his aching head. There was a pile of memorials on the table, all of which were reports on the rebel armies in various regions. Even the isolated islands overseas refused to acknowledge his rule and wanted to divide their territories. Right now, Ming Xiaoshu urgently needed help from the outside world. The best way to resolve the internal conflicts was to form the Great Eastern Alliance. Soon. Ming Yin had already packed up and was ready to leave for the Great Yu Empire. Suddenly, a pressure descended and crushed the imperial physician into a puddle of blood. Ming Xiaoshu's cold gaze was in the background. How could he let anyone know about his situation? His life force was slipping away and he had been poisoned. Who had poisoned him? It could not have been someone from the Shinwu continent, as this continent did not have such a terrifying poison that could rob a martial sovereign of his life force. Even the outsiders should not be able to treat him, let alone the Shinwu continent. Ming Xiaoshu's understanding of the universe was no less than that of the trial takers. At that moment, Tang Xi's voice rang out from outside the study. "Your Majesty, the princess requests an audience." "Have her wait for me in the courtyard," Ming Xiaoshu said. "Yes." Ming Xiaoshu looked at his old self in the mirror with a sorrowful gaze. He had exhausted his entire life to obtain everything that he wanted, but was this the end? No, he could not give up. The universe was too big. Perhaps there was a way to treat him, perhaps there was. What he knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Yes, perhaps there was a way. No, there was definitely a way, and there had to be one. He had a crazed look in his eyes. He had just enjoyed everything and he did not want to die yet. He still did not have an heir. Back then, in order to avoid suspicion, he had not even had a son and had only given birth to a daughter. Now he wanted a son to inherit the throne, and he could not die before that. In the courtyard of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Yen was looking at the river from a pavilion. Her gaze was filled with both apprehension and anticipation, as well as a trace of longing for the future. In the river, fish continuously leaped out of the water before falling back down, causing droplets of water to fall into the pavilion. "Do you guys want to leave this lake as well?" Ming Yen squatted down and muttered to herself as she looked at the fish. "Yen, what are you looking at?" Ming Xiaoshu asked as he arrived outside the pavilion. He had used his star energy to change his appearance so that he no longer looked old. Ming Yen was startled and she quickly stood up. When she saw that it was Ming Xiaoshu, she shyly whispered, "I am looking at the fish." Ming Xiaoshu nodded and sat down. "Are you ready?" Ming Yen knew what her father was asking, so she lowered her head and whispered, "I'm ready." "Tell father the truth. Do you want to leave?" Ming Xiaoshu looked at his daughter with a complicated gaze, and his tone was somewhat gloomy. Ming Yen did not notice her father's tone, and after a moment of hesitation she said, "I want to go out and take a look." "Look at the universe outside or look at Luyin?" Ming Xiaoshu asked. Ming Yan's face turned red, and she thought that her father was teasing her. She lowered her head and shyly said, "Father, don't say that. I'm just. Ming Xiaoshu sighed when he saw how flustered his daughter was. "I'm sorry, but you can't leave for now." Ming Yen looked up in surprise. "Why, father?" Ming Xiaoshu fell silent. He could not tell her that his life was about to end. Even though he still had hope that there would be a cure in the universe, his hopes were not high. Once he died, the entire empire would have to be handed over to Ming Yen, so she could not leave until he was certain that there was a cure. He had to be prepared for the worst. "Father will explain the situation to the people of the Great Yu Empire. You can stay here for now," Ming Xiaoshu said as he stood up. He then left without looking back, clearly in a bad mood. Ming Yen was confused. Going to the Great Yu Empire had been arranged by her father, and he wanted her to be with Lu Yin more than anyone else. Why had he suddenly changed his mind? "Right, from tomorrow onwards you will learn how to handle government affairs from your father," Ming Xiaoshu said as he walked out of the pavilion. Ming Yen was puzzled. Handle government affairs? But I've never come into contact with that before, and I don't have any thoughts about it. Ming Xiaoshu was in a bad mood and he frowned. "There's no need to say anything else. Come to my study in the morning." He then left, leaving behind a confused Ming Yen. Within a valley in the ruins of the Daosaur sect, White Knight rested for an entire day before opening her eyes. Lu Yin calculated that there were still 2 or 3 days before he had to leave. "Let's go." White Knight stood up and moved her body. Although she was still in pain, she had recovered quite a bit, and her strength was gradually recovering as well. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Where?" "To the place where I descend," White Knight replied coldly. Lu Yin did not understand. "What place where you descend?" "If I tell you to go, then go. Follow me." "Go out? There's probably chaos outside right now, and as soon as we leave we might run into one of the 10 arbiters or a realmling. You won't be able to protect yourself against anyone with you here. You think too highly of me." "I'm saying that you can help me buy some time to escape," White Knight said coldly. Lu Yin was speechless. "If you want to go, then go. In any case, I don't want to leave. I'm planning to stay here until my time is up." White Knight frowned and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin glared back at her, unwilling to be outdone. He had already made up his mind not to leave, and he would have to wait for a period of time the next time he came. This was probably the most intense period of fighting. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 649. White Knight retracted her gaze, lifted her foot and stomped on the ground, causing ripples to spread out. Lu Yin's brows rose as he had a bad premonition. The next moment, the valleys on both sides crumbled, and a huge explosion shook the space around them. "What are you doing?" Lu Yin grew anxious. White Knight coldly replied, "Leave it up to you." She then leaped up and flew off in a certain direction. Lu Yin had no choice but to follow her. Such a huge commotion might attract powerhouses, as the Sixth Mainland definitely had experts who could rival the top 10 of the top 100 rankings besides the Realmlings. Those people would most likely participate in this battle, and it would be easy to bump into them. If they did, then it would be troublesome. This woman was certain that Lu Yin would not dare to stay behind. "What did you mean by the place you can descend?" Lu Yin asked. "The Daosaur sect's futon is not limited to the outside of the sect. The Mountain Sea is an independent entity, and as long as you pass the test, you can descend at the Mountain Sea," White Knight replied. Mountain Sea. Lu Yin found the name familiar, as if someone had mentioned it before. White Knight did not explain, and she simply led Lu Yin in a certain direction. Outside the valley ruins, in another direction, Nong Zitian was so scared that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He had been lucky enough to escape a calamity and had almost died at Shang Rong's hands. He had been buried in the ground for a few days, and when he had finally awoken, he had found a very secluded valley to hide in for a few days until the time limit was up. However, he had not expected that the valley would collapse just as he had approached it. That flash of star energy had caused his heart to tremble, and he had fled on his hoe. He stroked his hoe angrily as that bastard had actually stolen his other hoe. Bastard. During the few days that White Knight had been unconscious, a few more battles had occurred in the Daosaur sect. The Blood Homage Realm's Realmling, Nan Yanfei, had encountered one of the Fifth Mainland's 10 undying birds. The battle had ended in a draw, and both sides had avoided each other. The Bloodburn Realm's Realmling, DFA, had encountered a blind man from the Fifth Mainland's 10 arbiters. He had been heavily injured and forced to flee, but that blind man had slaughtered no less than 36th Mainland cultivators. The War Martial Realm's Realmling, a tool master from a forging family, had encountered one of the 10 arbiters, Wang Xingkai. The battle had been earth-shattering and no one knew the final outcome and no one had seen the two's figures. Besides the battle between the Realmlings and the 10 arbiters, many descendants of cosmic imprinter families had also appeared in the Sixth Mainland, as well as powerhouses like Butcher, who was second only to the Realmlings. The battle in the Daosaur sect's ruins was becoming more and more intense, and there were rumors that the secret progenitor realm's Realmlings were about to enter. If these Realmlings were unable to suppress the 10 arbiters, then the various great families might even invite the Daosaur's 3 skies over. In the scripture pavilion, Autumn Frost Qing opened his eyes and looked at Yan Xiaojing. The last time Yan Xiaojing entered the scripture pavilion, she seemed to have gained some insights. This time she still had to go to the scripture pavilion. To Autumn Frost Qing it would be beneficial for him if Yan Xiaojing could comprehend something. After all, this woman definitely belonged to him. However, the time was almost up, and Yan Xiaojing still hadn't comprehended anything. He was a little disappointed. He raised his head and looked around. There were no less than 100 cultivators gathered in the sutra depository. "I'm sorry, Brother Autumn Frost. I've wasted your time." Autumn Frost Qing rejoiced as if she had truly comprehended it, that Arbiter would have definitely attacked her. "It's fine. If it didn't work this time, then we'll try again next time." Yan Xiaojing pursed her lips and then nodded. She smiled. "Brother Autumn Frost, you're the best." Autumn Frost Qing smiled. He was a little anxious and he hoped that time would pass quickly so that they could leave. White Knight led him through 3 pillars of light, and they did not encounter anyone along the way. Finally, they arrived at the foot of a faintly discernible mountain. The peak of the mountain in front of them could not be seen, and it was surrounded by fog that would appear and disappear from time to time. He turned around and looked behind him. Beyond the pillars of light was an ocean, and the sound of crashing waves filled his ears. This was the mountains and seas. Lu Yin recalled that Mr. Bai had mentioned the 9 mountains and 8 seas before, and this should be one of them. According to Mr. Bai, only progenitors could split open the mountains and open the seas. The 9 mountains and 8 seas represented 9 progenitors, and they represented the Daosaur sect's greatest inheritance grounds. Lu Yin naturally did not believe that the Daosaur sect had 9 progenitors, as they would not have been defeated by the Sixth Mainland otherwise. However, there should still be 1 or 2, and within this mountain, there might really be a progenitor's inheritance. White Knight walked in front. Luin hurried to catch up. I heard that the mountains and seas have a progenitor's inheritance. Are you that confident in bringing me here? Anyone can come, and it doesn't matter if I bring you or not. With your strength, you don't have the ability to snatch the inheritance from me, White Knight said bluntly. Luin was unconvinced. That's true for now, but that might not be the case in the future. White Knight stopped and looked at Luin. She seriously said, when the time comes, I'll kill you. Luin did not speak as he could tell that this woman was serious. After all, this involved a top-notch inheritance. Seventh bro, is there really a progenitor's inheritance here? I don't believe that it's that easy to see it. Even to this day, no one knows where progenitor Wushang's inheritance is, and just one look at progenitor Wushang's hide makes me dizzy, the monkey said. Indeed, progenitor Wushang's inheritance was more reliable, but this was the ancient Daosaur sect, so there might really be a progenitor's inheritance here. There was a cracking sound as the bones on the ground were crushed. The Daosaur sect had experienced an ancient war, and there were bones everywhere. However, these bones had not been corroded by the passage of time, which proved that these people had all been powerhouses when they had been alive. Luin was very curious about how many powerhouses the Daosaur sect had been at its peak, and how glorious it had been. It was impossible to see how large the mountain was or how tall it was. Even with his vision as a cultivator, he could not see it. In any case, it was like a heavenly pillar that supported this space. The closer Luin got, the clearer he could see it. He did not know how high it was above his head, but there were several pieces of land floating in the sky. Because he did not know how high they were, he could not determine their sizes, and the land above them was hidden by fog. The most spectacular sight in front of him was a crack that split the entire mountain in two, and it looked like a thin line of the sky. White Knight suddenly stopped and pointed at the sky. Do you see that piece of land? Luin looked up and followed the direction that White Knight was pointing. Are you talking about the land closest to the mountain? Fly up. There's also a futon plaza there. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 650. White Knight's confidence in Luin stemmed from the fact that Luin had withstood the pressure from the Palace Phantom and the Blood Lotus. In reality, Luin could indeed reach that piece of land. Even though he was very close to the land and his spiritual force was about to collapse, he had still managed to reach that piece of land by reciting the Stonewall Scriptures. The land was vast and empty, with an area roughly equivalent to 10 sandios. He panted heavily and his hands and feet felt numb. Looking down from the ground, he saw a boundless mountain range and a boundless ocean in the distance. This space was very similar to the space with the Golden Sea. They both had mountains and seas. The only difference was the color of the sea. White Knight's eyes flashed when she saw Luin step onto the ground. She leapt up in a much more relaxed manner than Luin and quickly reached the surface. You're more useful than I thought, White Knight said calmly. Actually, it's fine if you don't say anything, Luin grumbled. White Knight looked at the ground seriously and narrowed her eyes. Luin looked over and his expression changed. Someone's been here. There were 3 different sets of footprints on the ground. His, White Knight's, and someone else's. This space is easy to find. There's nothing to be surprised about, White Knight said calmly. Luin frowned. Wasn't he surprised? Ever since he had obtained the Stonewall Scriptures, he had frequently recited them, and his spiritual force had long since surpassed his peers by leaps and bounds. He had even surpassed the average hunter. There were many people in the younger generation who surpassed him in terms of strength, such as the top 10 of the top 100 rankings or the 6th Mainland's experts who were second only to the Riemlings. However, when it came to spiritual force resistance, Luin dared to compete with even the 10 arbiters. Even so, he still had to memorize the Stonewall Scriptures in order to reach this continent. If anyone else wanted to reach this continent, they would definitely be at the level of the 10 arbiters or Riemlings. With the appearance of such an expert, it would be a lie to say that he was not worried. Luin released his domain and gradually enveloped the entire continent, but aside from himself and White Knight, there was no one else present. There's no need to look for him. He's gone, White Knight said. Aren't you worried about running into a Realmling? If you run into them, just kill them. Luin was speechless. You sure are confident. How many more days until you arrive? White Knight asked. Luin shook his head. I don't know. This is my first time here. White Knight looked at him. I don't believe you. Then I can't do anything about it, Luin casually replied. White Knight turned around. You've been here for at least 25 days. How long have you been here? About 20 days, Luine replied. There are still a few days left, so it's best if you stay here and don't go out. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you if you die. Also, she paused and stared at him. Do you want to obtain a progenitor's inheritance? No. Lu Yin's reply was so straightforward that White Knight thought she had misheard him. What did you say? You don't? Yes, I don't. Not at all. Lu Yin was very certain. White Knight was silent. The words she wanted to say were all disrupted. She did not know what to say for a moment. Lu Yin snickered inwardly. This brat wanted to use a progenitor's inheritance to tempt him, but it was likely that she would not be able to obtain the progenitor's inheritance on her own. This also proved that it was very dangerous, and he did not want to become a scapegoat for this brat to obtain the inheritance. White Knight was a little annoyed and she glared at Lu Yin. Who wouldn't want to obtain a progenitor's inheritance? This was illogical. The ultimate goal of a cultivator was the ancestor realm. Now that the ancestor realm inheritance was right in front of his eyes, this fellow was actually not moved? That shouldn't be the case. Only progenitors in the Daosaur sect can split mountains and open seas. There really is a progenitor's inheritance here, White Knight said indifferently. Lu Yin casually strolled around the continent and leisurely replied, It has nothing to do with me. In any case, I don't want any progenitor's inheritance. I'm cultivating and I don't want to walk the path of others. White Knight frowned as these words were very imposing, but what did they have to do with a progenitor's inheritance? A progenitor's inheritance includes battle techniques, secret techniques, and power vessels. I don't want it, Lu Yin replied. White Knight fell silent once more as she did not know what to say. She simply stopped talking and leaped towards another continent. It's best if you don't go out and seek death. Seventh bro, that woman was so angry that she left. You don't play by the rules. Who in the 5th and 6th mainlands can resist the temptation of a progenitor's inheritance? Many people still charge, and even if they know that there is no chance of survival. Your reply was so straightforward that I'm guessing that she's already doubting her own life. Ha! The monkey cackled. Lu Yin smiled. I have a clear understanding of myself. Let alone a progenitor's inheritance. Even an emissary's inheritance would be too risky for the current me. I'll take it slow and there's no need to seek death. That's right, that's what I admire about you. The monkey was delighted as he felt that Lu Yin had become enlightened and would no longer seek death. Lu Yin could give up on a progenitor's inheritance because it was too far away, but he could not give up on the 9 cauldrons battle techniques. He could clearly comprehend them and this made his heart itch. He would wait for a while longer, and when the battles were no longer as intense as they were now, he would go out. Over the next few days, Lu Yin remained on the continent. He was very curious about that mountain, but he did not go there. Even White Knight, one of the 10 arbiters, had teamed up with him and he did not want to die alone. 3 days later, the scenery changed, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a secret room in King Zishan's palace. He was finally back and he felt much more at ease after returning to King Zishan's palace. He did not plan on going to the Daosaur sect's ruins for the next 2 months, as the battles would probably slow down during that time. That would be the time for him to go to the 9 cauldron space to comprehend the battle techniques, so he could not rush it. After returning, Lu Yin immediately went to the princess residence to look for Wendy Yushan, as he was afraid that something had happened to her in the Daosaur sect's ruins. Fortunately, Wendy Yushan had returned a long time ago. I stayed in the Daosaur sect for 9 days, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin was stunned. Only 9 days? Wendy Yushan nodded and then asked curiously, How long did you stay? 23 days, Lu Yin replied. Wendy Yushan fell into deep thought as this gap was quite large. Lu Yin found it inconceivable, as even the fatty had been able to stay for about 15 days. Furthermore, they had said that a normal person could stay for about 15 days, so why had Wendy Yushan only been able to stay for 9 days? The length of one's stay depended on the connection between their spiritual force and their futon. Could it be that the fatty's spiritual force surpassed Wendy Yushan's? With Wendy Yushan's current strength, even without the Yu secret art, she could easily enter the top 25 of the top 100 rankings, which far surpassed the fatties. However, was her spiritual force lower than the average level of the 6th mainland's cultivators? Perhaps it had something to do with the 6th mainland's cultivation methods, as Lu Yin remembered that they did not care much about domains or battle force. Instead, they focused on imprints and bloodlines, which was the fundamental difference between the 5th mainland and the 6th mainland's cultivation methods. How was it in the Daosaur sect? Did you encounter any danger? Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan solemnly replied, I met someone, a realmling. A realmling? Luine was stunned. Are you alright? Wendy Yushan shook her head. That person claimed to be a realmling from the War Martial realm. He came from an aristocratic family of blacksmiths, and he was a tool wielder. He was very powerful, and I couldn't even hold my sword properly against him. And then? Luine hurriedly asked. Wendy Yushan saw the concern in Lu Yin's eyes, and her heart warmed. Don't worry, he didn't do anything to me. He even took me to the scripture pavilion, but I left when my time was up. Luine relaxed. That's good. Remember, don't go to the Dao Source sect during this time. That place has already become a battlefield. Wendy Yushan nodded. I heard about it while I was in the scripture pavilion. The 10 arbiters and the realmlings have appeared, so I can't go to the Dao Source sect. You can't go there either. Luine smiled. I know. Right, did something happen to you? Wendy Yushan asked curiously. Luine did not tell her about his encounter with White Knight, as he was afraid that Wendy Yushan would want to enter the Dao Source sect to look for White Knight. He only briefly explained the situation in Heaven's Pit and the 9 Cauldron space. The length of time one can stay in the Dao Source sect should be related to one's spiritual force. Do you have any methods to strengthen it? Luine asked. Wendy Yushan shook her head. There are very few descriptions of spiritual force in the universe, and it seems to have been intentionally hidden. The Day-Night clan is the best at this. Luine asked, then forget about it. Do you have enough resources? Wendy Yushan nodded. Yes. Not long after, Luine left the princess's residence. He had a method to strengthen spiritual force, and that was the Stonewall Scriptures. However, he could not even memorize the entire scriptures, let alone teach them to Wendy Yushan. It seemed that he would have to have a chat with the Day-Night clan. There were many inheritances and opportunities within the Dao Source sect, and he hoped that Wendy Yushan could obtain them as well. After being together for so long, Wendy Yushan had treated him as her only family member, and she had even handed the Great Yu Empire to him. How could he not treat her as family? When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Enya was already waiting for him. Greetings, Your Highness. How are things going on the Xinwu continent? Luine asked with an expectant gaze. Enya took out a letter and handed it to Luine. This is a letter from the Xinwu Emperor Ming Zhaoshu to Your Highness. Luine frowned, opened the letter and read it. His expression changed. Ming Zhaoshu had been poisoned? And he did not have long to live? In the letter, Ming Zhaoshu requested that Luine help him find a cure. Ming Yen could not leave the Xinwu continent before she fully recovered, as this was to prevent the Xinwu Empire from being left without a successor. He had not expected such an accident to occur. Did our envoy in the Xinwu Empire see Ming Zhaoshu? Luine asked. Enya replied, yes, but only once. Luine muttered to himself. Ming Zhaoshu had to be cured, or else Ming Yen would become the Xinwu Empire's Xinwu Empress, which would be troublesome. He could not allow the Xinwu Empress to work in the Great Yu Empire, which would make it difficult for them to meet in the future. According to Ming Zhaoshu's letter, there were no symptoms of the poison, and it only caused his life force to rapidly drain away. Luine had Enya leave and summon the Great Yu Empire's imperial physician. Life force drain? Your Highness, there are countless poisons in the universe, but I have never seen a poison that can so tyrannically drain one's life force without warning, and I have no way to treat it, the imperial physician respectfully reported. Luine waved a hand to dismiss the physician, and he immediately contacted the bespectacled Mist Child. A poison that can directly drain one's life force? Where can I find it? The bespectacled Mist Child's eyes lit up. Luine asked, let me ask you, is there any way to cure this poison? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 651. Your Highness, is this really poison? The bespectacled female Mist Child asked. Luine shook his head. It wasn't just him, even Ming Zhaoshu himself wasn't sure. However, Ming Zhaoshu's life force had been drained without any warning, and he hadn't been injured. The only possibility was that he had been poisoned. If it's poison, there's no way to cure it unless it's a natural treasure that can directly replenish one's life force, the bespectacled female Mist Child said confidently. Luine frowned. No solution? The bespectacled Mist Child nodded. Some people have been poisoned and have fainted. The poison damages the brain, so we only need to find medicine that can treat the brain. Some people have been poisoned and their bodies have rotted away, so we only need to find medicine that can treat the body. In that case, the life force that has been drained from the poison can only be replenished. There has to be something stealing life, right? Luin asked. The bespectacled Miss Child adjusted her glasses. If we can find it, then we'll be able to find the right medicine. However, His Highness just said that there were no signs at all. Luin muttered to himself. Your Highness, this kind of poison that can drain one's life force is very tyrannical, so it's naturally very precious. Even an enlighter might not be able to cure it. Who's been poisoned? The bespectacled Miss Child was curious. Why had Ming Xiaoshu been poisoned? According to the bespectacled Miss Child, such a precious poison should not exist on the Xinwu continent. Could it have come from outside the realm? The Day-Night clan? No, the Day-Night clan would rather use this poison on him than use it on Ming Xiaoshu. To them, Ming Xiaoshu was nothing more than an ant, so who else was there? Neo-Human Alliance? Luin suddenly thought of a possibility. The Xinwu continent was not as simple as it seemed. Luin, Ming Xiaoshu, and the Neo-Human Alliance all knew about this, and the only group that could possibly use such a precious poison to harm Ming Xiaoshu was the Neo-Human Alliance. They were willing to pay any price to cause chaos in the Xinwu continent. After the battle in Radiant City, there were definitely people from the Neo-Human Alliance who had escaped. Luin tapped a finger on the table. The Neo-Human Alliance's people were still on Xinwu continent, which meant that the continent was definitely not safe. If Ming Xiaoshu died, then Ming Yan would be next. Ming Xiaoshu could not die. Luin clenched his fists. Man. Your Highness. Case appeared. Spread the news that King Zishan's palace is looking for natural treasures and will offer generous rewards. Yes, Your Highness. Case was quite efficient, and he had been brought into the first squadron by Luin. Within a few hours he had spread the news throughout the entire Great Yu Empire, including Grand Top Weave and Lars Weave. For the Great Yu Empire, all of the movements of King Zishan's palace were necessary. That night, Luin received dozens of different types of natural treasures, and one of them was even a purple star. Es Lu had Luin, Teet, Es Lu, Teet. T there, Estites bin Teet, Estes es people, Luin, Titi weaves S's. S. Everyone in the Innerverse and Outerverse had heard of Shamrock Enterprises, and even the average person had heard of the company's influence. On the other hand, the Great Yu Empire, no, the Frostwave Weave, was a name that the vast majority of the Innerverse people had never heard of. Even some of the Weaves in the Outerverse had never heard of it. If it was just their reputation, then it would have been fine. The dye's 3 pips could only upgrade a material, not create one out of nothing. Luin put the billowing star away and then took out a few other natural treasures that could replenish life force. He used up some star essence to upgrade them to the point where they could avoid danger. This was the only thing he could do, as it would be useless unless he found a more valuable natural treasure. It was a pity that Bushtree Planet had many natural treasures, but he couldn't bring them out. He could only use them on that planet. After upgrading his natural treasures, he still had 70 or so days left in this space. Luin took out a large amount of star essence and started absorbing it while activating the Sirius Art. By the time he left the time-stop space, he had already activated 36 stars, which meant that his star energy absorption rate had increased by 4 times compared to when he had only activated 9 stars. Previously he had needed 100 years to complete a cycle, but now he only needed 25 years. However, this was not the end. His current Sirius Art allowed him to activate 99 stars, which was 11 times faster than before. It would take him less than 10 years to complete a cycle, which slightly surpassed some ordinary explorers. He was satisfied for now. Luin summoned Enya and had her personally bring the cosmic ring containing the natural treasures to Xinwu continent to Ming Xiaoshu. He also wanted her to check on Ming Xiaoshu's situation. After Enya left, Luin took out the hoe which he had brought with him when he left the Daosaur sect. Although it did not look good, it was very useful and Luin wanted to see if he could control it. 2 days later, in the Reverend King's residence on Xinwu continent, Ming Yan was absent-mindedly looking at the memorial in her hands in her study. Ming Xiaoshu's sharp gaze swept over, causing Ming Yan to panic and drop the memorial. "I'm sorry, father," Ming Yan apologized softly and picked up the memorial. Ming Xiaoshu's gaze softened and he looked a little apologetic. He sighed. "Yan, do you hate dealing with government affairs?" Ming Yan lowered her head and did not reply. Although there were cases of women in power, they were extremely rare. Generally speaking, very few women were willing to deal with such matters, and Ming Yan was no exception. She had a gentle personality, and even in peaceful times she would not be a qualified ruler, let alone now that the Xinwu continent was in chaos. Ming Xiaoshu handed the memorial to her. "Take a look at how to deal with it." Ming Yen looked at it. Kong Island's rebellion has been suppressed, and the family of the rebel leader has been detained. Your subject requests that your majesty execute all 320 members of the rebel family. This is a memorial submitted by Kong Island's military. How do you think we should deal with it? Ming Zhaoshu asked Ming Yen softly. Ming Yen pursed her lips. The rebellion stems from the people's distrust of the empire. Killing will only increase the conflict and it cannot be stopped. State your decision, Ming Zhaoshu said. Ming Yen thought for a moment. Execute the rebel leader and detain the rest until release. Ming Zhaoshu slammed his hand on the desk with a thump. Detain? Only execute the leader? Do you know what kind of situation the empire is facing right now? Do you know what this leader has done? He found someone to impersonate Ming Hao and tried to capture me. This person is extremely ambitious, and he obtained the support of his entire family's resources to rebel against the empire. You actually want to execute only one person and release the entire family? Ming Yen lowered her head, her eyes red. I don't know. If you don't know, then ask and investigate. Some things can't be seen from the memorial, and if you don't know how to deal with it, Ming Zhaoshu said sternly. He took the memorial and made a symbol. The meaning of this symbol was simple: agree. This symbol determined the fate of all 320 members of the rebel leader's family. Take a look at this. Ming Zhaoshu threw another memorial to Ming Yen. Ming Yen took it nervously. Liu Zhou's deputy colluded with the Bank of Wuyun to embezzle military funds. The embezzlement amount is 1,000 martial crystals. What do you see? Ming Zhaoshu asked. Ming Yen whispered, this deputy embezzled military funds. He deserves to be killed. Ming Zhaoshu shook his head. Did you notice the amount? Ming Yen nodded. 1,000 martial crystals. Is that a lot? Ming Zhaoshu asked. Not much, but embezzling military funds is a heinous crime. Ming Yen whispered back. Thank you for your support, brothers. Update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 652. Seeing Ming Yen lower her head, Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice, Lu Province was originally one of the main continents that suppressed the rebellion of the Reverend Kingdom's 12 continents. This deputy had once spoken to the previous emperor and had a very good relationship with the previous crown prince, Ming Hao. Now that I have ascended to the throne, he was afraid that I would punish him later, so he purposely exposed his crime of embezzling military funds. He wasn't really asking for punishment, but rather wanted to give me something to use against him so that I could execute him at any time. There's nothing to worry about when it comes to someone who can be executed at any time. That's also why the amount isn't large. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to protect him if the amount was too large. Do you understand? Ming Yen suddenly looked up at Ming Zhaoshu, her eyes red. Father, I don't understand why you're forcing me to learn all this. I don't want to deal with government affairs and I don't want to come into contact with these things. Why must you force me? Ming Zhaoshu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. You're still young and you have the ability to give birth to another son for him to succeed the throne. I don't want to participate in government affairs, so please let me go. I want to go to the Great Yu Empire, Ming Yen pleaded softly, her tears dripping onto the ground. She had had enough over the past few days, and she had experienced a level of pressure that she had never experienced before. The situation just now happened every day and she really didn't know how to deal with it, nor did she want to know. Her thoughts were pure, and she only wanted to go to the Great Yu Empire to see that person. The past few days of suppression had made her miss that person very much, and she missed his embrace. Ming Zhaoshu didn't say anything as no one could understand his unwillingness. If possible, he also wanted his daughter to live a carefree life. He also wanted to enjoy the fruits of his victory. He had endured for so many years, not even daring to have a son just for this day, but now things had turned out this way. You can leave for now, Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. Ming Yen stood up, bowed to Ming Zhaoshu and then left the study. Not long after, Tang Xi's voice rang out. Your Majesty, Envoy Enya from the Great Yu Empire requests an audience. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes lit up. Invite her in. In the guest hall of the Reverend King's residence, Enya saw Ming Zhaoshu and slowly bowed. Enya greets King Xinwu. Ming Zhaoshu smiled. Miss Enya, please have a seat. Enya took out Lu Yin's letter and handed it to Ming Zhaoshu, along with a cosmic ring. His Highness, please take a look. Ming Zhaoshu eagerly opened the letter. Enya kept looking at Ming Zhaoshu and felt that it was a little strange. This person gave her the feeling that he was very weak, which shouldn't be the case. It was rumored that Ming Xiaoshu was an innate genius who had comprehended a force field. As a cruiser, he had been able to contend against the hunter Ming Xiaotian. After patiently waiting for so many years, he had succeeded in one fell swoop, so he should be in high spirits. However, at this moment, Ming Xiaoshu gave off the feeling that he had aged. His Highness had repeatedly instructed him to observe Ming Xiaoshu. Could it be that there was something wrong with Ming Xiaoshu's body? Ming Xiaoshu put down the letter and glanced at his cosmic ring expectantly. He then looked at Enya and said, "The royal regent has already listed what he wants to say in the letter. Miss Enya, I will have someone take you away to rest. If there's anything else we can discuss it tomorrow. How about it?" Enya nodded and stood up. "If that's the case, I'll seek an audience with His Majesty tomorrow." Ming Xiaoshu impatiently asked Tang Si to take Enya away. He then returned to his private room, took out the billowing star from his cosmic ring and held it tightly. It really does have a mind of its own. It can actually escape. He then swallowed the billowing star. A normal billowing star had been able to completely heal Undying Yushan's injuries. Thus, from his perspective, a billowing star that had been upgraded to the point where it could avoid danger should have been able to cure Ming Xiaoshu's poison. However, it had still failed in the end. Ming Xiaoshu looked at himself in the mirror. After recovering his original appearance, he had not dared to look at his old face. Now, after absorbing the billowing star, although he looked younger, he was still old. Furthermore, he could feel that his life force was still flowing away. The billowing star could only replenish a portion of his life force, but it was not enough to detoxify him. Who had poisoned him? Why had such a tyrannical poison been used on him? Ming Xiaoshu roared in grief and indignation. He took out other natural treasures and swallowed them all. His appearance recovered slightly, but he could not stop his life force from flowing away. There was a loud boom as Ming Xiaoshu's rage shattered the ground, causing all of Shanghai City to shake. Tang Si and the others were so frightened that they hurriedly rushed into the private room. "I'm fine. I'm just cultivating," Ming Xiaoshu said in a low voice. Only then did Tang Si and the others feel reassured and leave. Ming Xiaoshu was very intelligent, but it was precisely because of this intelligence that he could see many things clearly. For example, Lu Yin. He was certain that Lu Yin wanted to cure him, and as long as he existed, Ming Yen would be able to go to the Great Yu Empire with peace of mind. The Xinwu Empire was a stable corner of the Great Eastern Alliance. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin could not cure Ming Xiaoshu's poison. Even with Lu Yin's current status and ability in the Outerverse, he could not cure Ming Xiaoshu's poison. This meant that Ming Xiaoshu was done for unless the person who had poisoned him appeared. However, Ming Xiaoshu had no clue who the culprit was. He guessed that it might be the Neo-Human Alliance, and he even considered agreeing to any conditions as long as the Neo-Human Alliance was willing to cure him. However, no one from the Neo-Human Alliance had appeared yet. Through the outsiders, Ming Xiaoshu understood the goals of this organization and how vicious they were. He also understood the universe's attitude towards this organization. No matter which path he took, he would not have a good ending. Ming Xiaoshu stayed in the secret room for 2 whole days, and he did not even attend the meeting with Enya. On the 3rd day he called Ming Yen over from his study. "You've always wanted to know why Father forced you. Today Father will tell you." Ming Xiaoshu then returned to his original appearance. His aged white hair fell, and the person in front of Ming Yen was not the wise and mighty father that she remembered. Instead, he was a dying old man. Ming Yan's pupils shrank and her face turned pale as she covered her mouth. She stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Ming Xiaoshu bitterly said, "Father has been poisoned. No one can cure this poison and I don't have much time left. Now, do you know why Father wants you to handle government affairs? It's because you want to inherit the Xinwu Empire." Ming Yen shook her head as tears streamed down her cheeks. She slowly walked over to Ming Xiaoshu's side. "Father, why did this happen? Who poisoned you?" Ming Xiaoshu closed his eyes. Success or failure is determined by the heavens. Life is not in the hands of others. Father does not have much time left. The Xinwu Empire cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. You are the true successor. "I don't want to inherit the empire. I want you to live well, Father," Ming Yen shouted. Ming Xiaoshu sighed. "Silly child. No one wants to die if they can." Enya once again visited the Reverend King's residence to seek an audience with Ming Xiaoshu, but Tang Si's answer disappointed her. "His Majesty is handling government affairs. Miss Enya, you can go back and rest while you wait for his summons." Enya frowned and her tone turned cold. His Majesty seems to dislike the Great Yu Empire. Is he trying to break his promise? Tang Si hurriedly replied, Miss Enya, you're overthinking things. His Majesty's health is poor, and there are too many government affairs to handle. Even the princess is helping His Majesty in his study. He really doesn't have the time. Even Princess Ming Yan is there? Enya was shocked. In the courtyard of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Yan supported Ming Zhaoshu as they walked around. Ming Zhaoshu shook his head. Yan, her father is fine. Let go. Ming Yan was sad. I'm sorry, father. I've always disappointed you. Ming Zhaoshu looked at the 5 ceiling planets in the sky. The universe is vast and boundless. Yan, do you want to go out? Ming Yan shook her head. I don't want to. I just want to accompany you. Ming Zhaoshu muttered, You don't want to go out, but someone else wants to come in. Ming Yan's body trembled, and she looked up at the 5 ceiling planets with a complicated expression. People from the outside world have always coveted Shenwu continent. Even if we have the 5 ceiling planets, it doesn't mean that we're safe. Shenwu continent needs to unite in order to resist these foreign enemies, and the Shenwu Empire cannot fall into chaos. Internally, we need stability. Externally, we need support, and this support is the Great Yu Empire, which is Lu Yin. Lu Yin likes you and you like him as well. I won't stop the two of you from being together, but you have to remember that you can't completely rely on others. If I'm here, I can support you, but if I'm not, you have to support yourself. Even if you want to marry Lu Yin, you can't marry him as a princess. You have to marry him as King Shenwu of the Shenwu Empire. Ming Yan looked at Ming Zhaoshu, her eyes filled with confusion about the future. King Shenwu? Ming Zhaoshu patted her head and said, You have to inherit the empire. Don't think that you can have him just because he likes you. That's not realistic. The universe is too big and his future is immeasurable. There will be many women by his side, and each of them will have their own background and abilities. If you're just a pretty face, you'll eventually be replaced, whether it's for yourself or for the empire. You have to inherit the position of King Shenwu. You have to inherit the throne. Ming Yan's gaze was complicated, and her thoughts were in chaos. I can't give you much time. Before that, I'll do my best to help you resolve the problems, but you'll still have to rely on yourself for the future. I can't accompany you, Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice. Ming Yan's fingers clutched Ming Zhaoshu's sleeves, and she lowered her head as her body trembled. In the Great Yu Empire, the imperial court meeting had ended, and only Luing Zishan remained behind. Your Highness, Darkstar Gorge's Duke Jadestone wishes to speak with you, Luing Zishan said respectfully. Duke Jadestone? Is he the one who betrayed Darkstar Gorge and caused it to suffer such heavy losses? Even Puyu's parents died? Luing asked. Luing Zishan replied, That's him. The Empire wants to pull Adonis Weave into the Great Eastern Alliance, and Darkstar Gorge is Adonis Weave's strongest power. This person is the key to opening Darkstar Gorge. What does he want to talk to me about? Luing was curious. Luing Zishan replied, He says that he has information that he wants to use in exchange for his freedom. Freedom? He doesn't want to help us convince Darkstar Gorge? Luing was dissatisfied. Luing Zishan did not answer. Enya had drawn up the Great Eastern Alliance's treaty and had used Mafioso Planet's secrets to coerce the various powers into helping her. She had only been the one who had drawn up the treaty, and the ones who had actually carried it out were the 13 Imperial Squadrons. For example, the 5th Imperial Squadron had been responsible for dealing with the Six-Fingered Tribe in Lars Weave, while the 13th Imperial Squadron had been responsible for dealing with Adonis Weave. All right, let's talk, Luing said casually. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 653. Luing Zishan activated her gadget, and an old man with a weathered face appeared on the screen. When he saw Luing, fear flashed through his eyes and he hurriedly bowed. Darkstar Gorge's Duke Jadestone greets the Royal Regent. You're not from the Great Yu Empire, so there's no need for you to bow to me. It's only right that your Highness oppresses the Outerverse. Duke Jadestone was trying to curry favor with Luing, but his old face disgusted Luing. Lu Yin's lips curled upwards. Should I? But I heard that you don't want to work with me. Duke Jadestone's face was pale as he hurriedly said, Your Highness, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to cooperate, but that I'm unable to. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Elder Wu died at your hands, and Darkstar Gorge has suffered heavy losses at your hands. Furthermore, Puyu and the others are firmly opposed to joining the Great Eastern Alliance. Darkstar Gorge will never agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Even if this old man agrees, it would be useless. So you don't want me to force you? Duke Jadestone bowed and said respectfully, "It is this old man's honor to be able to serve your highness, but this old man has no other choice. Please forgive me, your highness." "Tell me about it," Luin said casually as he sat in his chair. Duke Jadestar gulped and said carefully, "Your highness, do you remember when we were pursued on Shuda planet? The pursuers came from Darkstar Gorge." Luin looked up at Duke Jadestone and narrowed his eyes. "At that time, Darkstar Gorge was already aware of how your highness had killed the Enlighter, so the people chasing after you were already on guard. Your highness probably doesn't know who leaked the information," Duke Jadeite said. She carefully looked at Luin and then fearfully said, "The person who leaked the information came from the Tri-Banner Federation." Luin's eyes flashed coldly. "Tri-Banner Federation?" "Yes, it's the Tri-Banner Federation. Darkstar Gorge has investigated this matter, and although this person is from the Tri-Banner Federation, the mastermind behind this is an expert from the Northline Flow Zone," Duke Jadeite said. Luin's eyes narrowed as anger welled up in his heart. It really was Granny Chan. Aside from her, no one else knew about his methods. "How am I supposed to trust you?" Luin asked coldly. Duke Jadestone hurriedly said, "The person who leaked the information from the Tri-Banner Federation has already been captured. Your highness, you can ask someone to personally interrogate him. This old man would definitely not dare to deceive your highness." Luin waved a hand and Luing Zishan turned off the screen and stood to the side. Luin sat down and pondered for a moment before asking, "Who's handling the Tri-Banner Federation?" "6th Imperial Squadron, Peach," Luing Zishan replied. "They've already made contact?" "Not yet. Flaxen Weave has been occupied by people from Northline Flow Zone, and Northline Flow Zone has an Enlighter. Granny Chan Enya told Peach not to act rashly for the time being, and she's only arranged for people to stay hidden." Luin nodded. "Tell Peach not to act rashly. I'll personally take care of Flaxen Weave's matters." "Yes, your highness." "How should we deal with this Duke Lulu?" Luing Zishan asked. "Don't worry about him and don't come into contact with him in the future," Luin said. "Yes." After watching Luing Zishan leave, Luin walked out of the palace and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, there were no eternal friends in the universe. There were only eternal benefits, rotten systems, and so-called dignity. There had been no conflict between Northline Flow Zone and Northline Flow Zone, and they had even helped each other, but they had still been plotted against. Luin believed that Granny Chan had not plotted against him for the sake of the Great Yu Empire, but rather for the so-called dignity of an Enlighter. These people would not allow a puny Lemeter to challenge an Enlighter's dignity, and they would not allow a Lemeter to have the power to threaten them. Thus, they had not hesitated to act. It was no wonder why Granny Chan had refused to accompany him to Shuda planet. But this was also good, as there was no need for him to have any misgivings. Vast Earth Weave was located to the east of Dark Mist Weave and Grand Top Weave. In the eastern weaves, Vast Earth Weave could be considered the strongest since it had given birth to two Enlighters. One was Elder Zhua, who had been born on an ordinary planet and had never received any guidance from a famous teacher. However, his cultivation path had been exceptionally smooth, and he had managed to reach the Enlighter realm. Some time ago he had been summoned to Ironblood Weave, and he was currently participating in the construction of Ironblood Weave with Night Queen Chiyu and the others. The other was Vast Earth Weave's leader, Elder Meng Qing of the Vast Earth Sect. With two Enlighters, the Vast Earth Sect had once dominated the Eastern Weaves 1,000 years ago. Even Adonis Weave and Dark Mist Weave had been suppressed by the Vast Earth Sect. Unfortunately, ever since Meng Qing had gone into seclusion, Vast Earth Weave had become much more low-key. Now, Elder Zhua had been summoned to Ironblood Weave, which meant that Vast Earth Weave did not have a single Enlighter. This was the biggest headache for the Vast Earth Sect Master, Meng Tianlong. They were facing the pressure of the Great Yu Empire, or to put it bluntly, Luin. The Great Yu Empire had proposed the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, and the Vast Earth Sect had been discussing it for many days, but there had been no conclusion. The Vast Earth Sect had also contacted Elder Zhua, who was currently in Ironblood Weave, but they had not received a reply. Now, the Vast Earth Sect was on the verge of falling apart because of this matter. "Qingyan, why are you so protective of the Great Yu Empire? Are you plotting something with them?" An elder shouted. Qingyan angrily rebuked, "Hua, I just don't want to be bullied by the Innerverse anymore. Who hasn't been bullied by the Astral River Arc before? Even a puny cultivator on the Arc dares to make things difficult for you and me. I don't want to experience that kind of humiliation again." The innerverse and outerverse have already been separated. Sooner or later, we'll be connected again. You've definitely been bribed by the Great U Empire. What proof do you have? If I've been bribed by the Great U Empire, then may the heavens strike me down. All right, stop arguing. Meng Tianlong frowned and looked at the elders in front of him. Lars Weave's Six-Fingered Tribe and Dark Mist Weave's Shenwu Continent have both joined the Great Eastern Alliance. Have you all seen the alliance agreement? Qing Yen loudly replied, Sect Master, I've seen it before. The alliance agreement is beneficial to all the powers that have joined the alliance. The Great U Empire's royal regent, Lu Yin, also wishes for the Outerverse to unite. This isn't just his idea but also the Hall of Honors. When the Hall of Honor was mentioned, everyone fell silent. They could deny Lu Yin, but they didn't dare to deny the Hall of Honor. It was the ruler of the human domain, an invisible behemoth that ruled over all living beings. The Hall of Honor had summoned even an enlighter like Elder Zhua to Ironblood Weave, which showed how influential the Hall of Honor was. Lu Yin is Lu Yin, and the Hall of Honor is the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin, since when can you represent the Hall of Honor? A voice rang out and everyone turned to look behind Elder Hua. Qing Yen slammed the table. How dare you? Who allowed you to speak? How impudent. Elder Hua, that's one of your people. Elder Hua did not turn around, but the person standing behind him smirked and looked up. His appearance changed along with his hair, which had originally been short and black, becoming black and white. Everyone was shocked when they saw the black and white hair. The Day-Night clan? The person beamed at the crowd. Everyone, when has the Innerverse ever bullied you? I'm Yang Day-Night and I'm from the Day-Night clan. Qing Yen and the rest looked at Yang Day-Night in shock. The sudden arrival of a Day-Night clan member was unexpected, and it gave them a bad premonition. Meng Tianlong's face darkened as he stared at Elder Hua. Give me an explanation. Elder Hua did not speak, so Yang Day-Night continued, Sect Master, there's no need to blame Elder Hua. Someone wants to harm the vast Earth sect, and Elder Hua just wants to eradicate the evil. My Day-Night clan is willing to help. He then spread out his hands. Everyone can take a look at your gadgets. There's something you're interested in. Everyone looked at their gadgets, puzzled. Qing Yen looked over and his expression changed. He leaped out, but Yang Day-Night had already expected this. He punched out and black and white intersected. A terrifying tremor caused the vast Earth sect to rumble. A strange fluctuation swept across the area, and Qing Yan's eyes went slack as he fell to the ground. Yang Day-Night walked over to Qing Yan's side and stepped on his body. He then looked at Meng Tianlong. Sect Master Meng, I won't trouble you with how to deal with this. Meng Tianlong's face was gloomy. Yang Day-Night had sent them a message about how Qing Yan had killed his eldest son Meng Guang. The information was exactly the same as what Lu Yin had received from Mafioso Planet. Qing Yan's back was in intense pain, and his mind was in a mess. He had been severely injured by Yang Day-Night's punch. Everyone else was bewildered by this scene. Meng Tianlong walked over to Qing Yan and squatted down, staring at him coldly. No wonder the entire sect couldn't find out about little Guang's death. You were the one who was covering up the truth. Qing Yan's mouth was bleeding and he looked at Meng Tianlong pleadingly. I didn't, Sect Master. I was framed. Yang Day-Night sneered. Since you were framed, why were you in such a hurry to escape? Why did you agree to work for the Great U Empire? Qing Yan was furious and he glared at Yang Day-Night viciously. Nonsense. I didn't contact the Great U Empire at all. We'll find out once we investigate. Elder Qing, you're still a hunter and you should be able to oversee a region. There's no need to throw away your dignity before you die, Yang Day-Night said disdainfully. Meng Tianlong pressed a hand against Qing Yan's back, and with a thump, Qing Yan howled in pain as all of his meridians were shattered. Take him away and lock him up. Elder Angio sighed not because of Qing Yan but because of the exchange just now. Qing Yan was an elder of the vast Earth sect and had a power level of 150,000. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 654. Sect Master, I'm sorry. I brought someone in without the sect's permission. I'm willing to accept your punishment, Elder Angio said in a low voice. Meng Tianlong waved a hand. Let's not talk about this for now. Now that Qing Yan is dead, the Great U Empire won't let this matter rest. What do you think? Elder Angio frowned. The Great U Empire doesn't care about Qing Yan. He was just a messenger. Now that he's dead, they'll definitely send someone important to negotiate with us. At the very least it'll be a hunter. Will Luin come? Meng Tianlong asked worriedly. He wasn't the only one worried. Everyone, including Elder Angio, was worried. Luin was too overbearing and he wouldn't leave easily once he showed up. The vast Earth sect might not be able to give him the results he wanted, and when the time came, blood would flow like rivers. I never thought that the child who entered the Astral Combat Academy at the same time as my son would be able to make my vast Earth sect helpless, Meng Tianlong sighed. Not long after, Meng Tianlong appeared alone at the foot of a barren mountain in the vast Earth sect. He bowed and said, Meng Tianlong requests an audience with the elder. There was no response. Meng Tianlong shouted again, but there was still no response. He sighed helplessly. The sect is in danger, and this junior requests the elder to help us survive this crisis. However, there was still no response, so Meng Tianlong helplessly left. This was where the vast Earth sect's elder, Meng Qing, had gone into seclusion. He had not appeared since 1,000 years ago, and Meng Tianlong had only tried to call out to him, but the results were disappointing. News of Qing Yan's death quickly reached Lu Yin's ears, and he also learned the details. Qing Yan wasn't the only person from the Great Yu Empire in the vast Earth sect. There were also others who had been bribed with money or other methods. He immediately tried to contact the Mist Child, but she couldn't be reached. It was only a few hours later that she sent a message. Your Highness, you were looking for me? The Mist Child appeared on the screen. She looked exhausted, and there was still a trace of killing intent in her eyes. It was obvious that she had just completed a mission. Who else knows about those secrets besides me? Luin asked directly. The Mist Child was puzzled. Why do you ask, Your Highness? Haven't you received the news? Qing Yan is dead and his secrets have been exposed, Luin said as he stared at her. The bespectacled Mist Child was shocked, and she hurriedly lowered her head to look at something. Her expression constantly changed and she finally looked at Luin and apprehensively said, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Someone from Mafioso Planet betrayed us and took away those secrets in the form of a rubbing. To whom? Lu Yin's tone turned cold. The bespectacled Mist Child shook her head. I'm not sure. The traitor is a Hunter Realm assassin, and he's second only to the original Hunter Mist Child. I don't know much about this person. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Has Mafioso Planet made any contact with the Day-Night clan recently? The Mist Child replied, No, but I just received a mission. The one who issued it has a certain connection to the Day-Night clan. Luin retracted his gaze. If he hadn't guessed wrong, then she had been purposely transferred away so that the Hunter Realm assassin could steal her secrets. Of course, there was also another possibility, which was that this woman was trying to do business with both parties. She had sold the secrets to both Luin and the Day-Night clan. Your Highness, you're not doubting me, are you? The bespectacled Mist Child looked at Luin with an aggrieved expression. Luin did not reply and immediately cut off the call. He then contacted another person, Phantom Sting, who was a hunter from Mafioso Planet, Mist Child. On Mafioso Planet, who has access to the core secrets? Luin asked Phantom Sting on his screen. Phantom Sting answered in a low voice, a Mist Child is a symbol of status on Mafioso Planet. Even a Sentinel Mist Child has access to more information than an ordinary Explorer Realm assassin. No matter how strong an assassin is, they're still an assassin. Mist Children are an exception. I know that Mafioso Planet has a habit of recording the client's secrets on metal plates. Who has access to them? Luin asked again. Phantom Sting fell silent for a moment. Mist Children. Can a Hunter Realm assassin have access to them? Luin asked. Unless they avoid the Mist Children, they can't. Luin muttered to himself. The bespectacled Mist Child was the only Mist Child left on Mafioso Planet. The others had either been killed or transferred away, such as Top Mist. As an Enlighter Mist Child, he was one of the top powerhouses on Mafioso Planet, and he was currently in Iron Bloodweave. Without the Mist Children around, the hunters were the strongest, and they might be able to steal the secrets. After ending his conversation with Phantom Sting, the bespectacled Mist Child contacted him again. Luin did not pick up, which showed that he did not trust her. He was not angry, as the bespectacled Mist Child was not his subordinate. Even if she had sold the goods, it could not be considered a betrayal. He had only done so to show his attitude and pressure her, which would make things easier for him in the future. Right now, he wanted to contact Madame Mylan, as he wanted to know what the Day-Night clan was planning. Student Lu, I've been waiting for you. Madame Mylan appeared on his screen and beamed at him. Luin smiled. In that case, Madame should know what I'm trying to do. Madame Mylan nodded. You should be looking for the Sun family. The Sun family? Lu Yin was truly surprised as he did not know where they had come from. The Sun family contacted Elder Chuyu, and he asked us to cooperate with them to deal with you. Why would the Sun family want to deal with me? Lu Yin was curious. Madame Mylan shook her head. I'm not sure. The current leader of the Sun family in the Outerverse is an elder called Sun Qinya. He was left behind in the Outerverse because of the struggle for Pyrolite. Right, Sun Qinya has a granddaughter called Sun Meirin. You should have met her before. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. She died at the hands of a corpse king in Mingdu. It has nothing to do with me. But you were the one who initiated the attack on Mingdu, and you were also the one who forced Sun Meirin, Night King Changfeng, and the others to gather. To the Day-Night clan, the death of any Night King is a huge matter. Night King Changfeng's death is directly related to you, and Sun Meirin is also involved. Elder Chuyu asked us to cooperate with the Sun family to deal with you because of this. Lu Yin was puzzled. Madam, aren't you afraid that Elder Chuyu will find out that you're telling me this? Madame Mylan smiled. The Day-Night clan can't wait for us to do all the tyrannical things in the universe. So what if I tell you? I just want you to die with a clear understanding. This is what most people in the Day-Night clan think. Student Lu, how do you plan to deal with this? Madam, you don't seem to have much enmity towards me. Madame Mylan smiled. You should be clear about the internal relationships of the Day-Night clan, so why ask so many questions? However, I can't help you. Is the Sun family really targeting me just because of Sun Meirin? Lu Yin asked. He did not believe it. The Sun family was able to occupy a flow zone in the Innerverse, even if it was just a small flow zone. The Sun family's boldness was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Furthermore, they were a semi-hidden family, so why would they target him just because of a junior? Lu Yin's battle record was something that even enlighters would not dare to provoke. Student Lu, if you don't believe me, you can contact the Sun family yourself. However, I'm not sure if you'll be able to contact them, Madame Mylan said before giving Lu Yin a contact number. Lu Yin bid farewell to Madame Mylan and ended the call. He then contacted the Sun family. The call was successfully connected, and an old man appeared on the screen. The moment he saw Lu Yin, he immediately ended the call. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. It seemed that the Sun family was determined to become his enemy. Was it worth it for Sun Meirin? Furthermore, Sun Meirin had died at the hands of a corpse king, which seemed a little far-fetched to him. But if it wasn't for Sun Meirin, then why would the Sun family oppose him? Even the Day-Night clan had endured for the time being, but the Sun family had jumped out and attacked without holding back. They definitely had something to back them up, but where did their confidence come from? Lu Yin calculated the number of enemies that could threaten him. Night Queen Qiuyu, Huahui, and Granny Chan were all three enlighters. The Sun family had already contacted Night Queen Qiuyu and received the support of the Day-Night clan. Perhaps they might have contacted Huahui or Granny Chan as well. Given the style of a semi-hidden family, they definitely had full confidence in taking action. This was evident from the fact that they had immediately ended the call without saying a single word. How had he offended the Sun family to the point that they had to take action? Lu Yin suddenly recalled his conflict with Sun Jiong in the Starfall Sea. That shouldn't have been the case, as it had only been a small conflict. Regardless of why the Sun family wanted to become his enemy, what he needed to do now was to limit his losses. Lu Yin stopped all activities related to forming an alliance. As long as he did not expose those secrets, the Sun family would not take the initiative to do so. He needed to minimize his losses as much as possible. That night, news spread that a huge change had occurred in the Six-Fingered tribe in Lars Weave. Luke Seamus' secret had been exposed, and the current leader of the Six-Fingered tribe, Bok Seamus, was actually Luke Seamus' son. Luke Seamus had even assassinated the previous leader. This secret shook the entire Lars Weave, and the Six-Fingered tribe was furious. Everyone demanded an explanation from Luke Seamus, and even Bok Seamus' position as leader was questioned. A few hours after the news broke, Luke Seamus committed suicide. He admitted that he had assassinated the previous leader, but he firmly denied that he had anything to do with Bok Seamus. His death temporarily quelled the rumors. Along with this scandal, Luke Seamus' deal with the Great Yu Empire was also exposed. This caused the Six-Fingered tribe to be filled with suspicion and resentment towards the Great Yu Empire. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 655. Greetings, Elder Lohar. Lu Yin's tone was respectful. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin and sighed. I've met countless youths, but of all of them you're the most courageous. You made an enemy of the Day-Night clan, killed an enlighter, contributed to Ironblood Weave, and traveled among the various great powers. Any one of these things is enough to shake the innerverse and outerverse, and I admire you. Thank you, Elder, Luine hurriedly replied. Because of your contributions, I've even given you some pointers and felt sorry for you. However, admiration is one thing. There are some things you've done that have crossed the line. Elder Lohar's face sank. Luine fell silent and did not speak. The Hall of Honor is the supreme ruler of the human domain. Even if you haven't been to the Neoverse, you should understand the meaning of these 4 symbols. With your 6 honor points, it's understandable for you to occasionally borrow their name. However, using the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance is a little presumptuous. It's understandable for youths to be a little impulsive, but there should be a bottom line. Elder Lohar's tone was stern as he stared at Luine. When he heard Elder Lohar's reprimand, Luine was not afraid. Instead, he relaxed a little, as being reprimanded meant that there was still room for negotiation. Elder is right. This junior won't dare to do it again, Luine respectfully replied. Elder Lohar grunted. Someone came to me and complained about you. Actually, this isn't a big deal, but since someone brought it up, you should be punished. The Hall of Honor dominates the human domain not only because of their strength, but also because of their fairness. Do you understand? This junior understands, Luine replied. Using the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance is a great crime. However, since you've made great contributions to Ironblood Weave and the original intention of establishing the Great Eastern Alliance was to help the Outerverse resist the Astral Beast domain, the punishment will be light. 2 honor points will be deducted as a warning. Do you accept this? Elder Lohar asked solemnly. Luine bowed. This junior understands. Thank you for your light punishment, Elder. Luine could still accept the deduction of just 2 honor points, as he knew that this was indeed a light punishment. Anyone could tell that the Great Eastern Alliance was established to help the Outerverse resist foreign enemies, but it was also established for Lu Yin's own personal benefit. However, Elder Lohar had avoided this point and emphasized that Luine had established the Great Eastern Alliance for the sake of the Outerverse resistance against the Astral Beast domain. This matter ends here. However, there's another matter that you handled too carelessly. Elder Lohar's tone changed and Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. Not good, there's still a backup plan. The Sun family has more than one complaint. Suddenly, Luine thought of something and his face paled. I've heard that there's a place in the dark mist we've called Shinwu Continent, and the ruler of that place is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. You're the one who's handling this matter, right? Elder Lohar's tone was cold and it was completely different from before. This time, the Neo-Human Alliance was involved. The Hall of Honor knew more about the 3 Dark Hands than anyone else. Because of this, whenever the 3 Dark Hands were involved, the problem would be more serious. The Sun family's greatest backup plan against Luine was here. Luine hurriedly said, Elder, the one who colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance was the Shinwu Empire's previous Shinwu Emperor, Ming Zhaotian. This junior has already eliminated Ming Zhaotian, and I've also eliminated the Neo-Human Alliance on Shinwu Continent. Eliminated? What arrogance! Elder Lohar barked. Any place where a Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King that's stronger than an explorer appears must be completely eliminated. Planets and continents are no exception. What do you think the Neo-Human Alliance is? They represent darkness, an endless darkness. Even I don't dare to say that I can eliminate all of the Neo-Human Alliance's remnants in a place, let alone you. Elder, there were many experts from other powers who acted with this junior, including the Day-Night clan. Those people can testify that the Neo-Human Alliance has already disappeared from Shinwu Continent, Luine said anxiously. Elder Lohar snorted. Luine, I'll overlook your selfishness towards Shinwu Continent on account of your extreme innate gift and your contributions to Ironblood Weave. You handled this matter very carelessly, and Shinwu Continent must be completely wiped out. I will personally take action, and none of the living beings will be able to survive. This is the safest method. As for you, remember this lesson. In the future, any place where a Neo-Human Alliance Corpse King that's stronger than an explorer appears must be completely wiped out. If there's a next time, I'll deduct all of your honor points. That's all. Elder Lohar was about to end the call. Lu Yin's face paled. Wipe out Shinwu Continent? That was an entire continent with hundreds of millions of humans. If they all died, not a single one would survive. Ming Yin would also die. No, absolutely not. Luine suddenly looked up. Hold on, Elder. Elder Lohar stared at Luine with a dignified gaze. You want to defy the Hall of Honor's orders? Lu Yin let out a long breath and smiled bitterly. Defying the Hall of Honor was the Sun family's plan. They knew that Lu Yin had a relationship with Ming Yen, and it was very likely that Lu Yin would prevent Elder Lohar from wiping out Shenwu continent. Thus they had exposed this matter one after another. The Sun family's people were very smart. But no matter how smart they were, they would never have thought that Lu Yin would not dare to go against the Hall of Honor. Would he be punished for going against the Hall of Honor? Not necessarily. Elder, have you heard of the Daosor sect? Lu Yin slowly asked as he looked at Elder Lohar. When he heard the words Daosor sect, Elder Lohar's expression changed. Where did you hear that from? I didn't hear it. Lu Yin then took out his futon. My master gave this to me. When Elder Lohar saw the futon, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. A futon? You actually have a futon? Who's your master? Lu Yin put the futon away. Master told me not to reveal his name. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin in bewilderment, and his brows furrowed as he pondered. Lu Yin did not say anything and he simply waited. Kid, do you still remember what I told you back in Iron Blood Weave? Elder Lohar asked. Lu Yin nodded. Elder, you told me not to use any external forces. Not that. I once said that if the innerverse and outerverse were not separated, I could help you fight for a spot. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Elder, are you talking about a spot to enter the Daosor sect's ruins? Elder Lohar nodded. At present, only the 10 arbiters from the 5th mainland can enter the Daosor sect's ruins, and the requirement to use a futon to enter the Daosor sect's ruins is for youths with a skeletal age of less than 40 years. Some of the 10 arbiters are about to surpass the age limit, and Elder wants to help me fight for a spot. Elder Lohar was shocked. You know quite a bit. What else do you know? Have you already been to the Daosor sect? Have you come into contact with anyone? Lu Yin looked at Elder Lohar. I've been there twice and I've come into contact with people from the 6th mainland. I know about imprints, bloodlines and the 3 progenitors. Elder Lohar sighed. Seems like you really do know everything. Elder, does the 10 arbiters' great authority have anything to do with entering the Daosor sect's ruins? Lu Yin asked. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin with a meaningful gaze. What are you trying to say? Lu Yin hurriedly bowed. I'm just curious. Elder Lohar thought about it for a long time before nodding. Kid, you're smart, really smart. However, there are some things that the Hall of Honor has a bottom line. Even if you have a way to enter the Daosor sect, you cannot cross this bottom line. The Neo-Human Alliance is the bottom line. Junior can guarantee that nothing will happen to Shenwu continent. You don't even know the extent of the disaster that the Neo-Human Alliance can bring to the human domain. Junior understands, and I hope that Elder can give me a chance to resolve this issue with Shenwu continent. If I can't, then it won't be too late for Elder to take action. Shenwu continent has been sealed off by the 5 sealing planets, and Senior should know that I have the ability to see through the dangers of source boxes. The 5 sealing planets use source boxes to seal off Shenwu continent, and this method is something that even multiple enlighters cannot break through. Even if there are remnants of the Neo-Human Alliance on Shenwu continent, they will not be able to break through the 5 sealing planets. Senior, please be at ease, Lu Yin said respectfully. Elder Lohar frowned at Lu Yin. Why are you so concerned about Shenwu continent? Lu Yin did not answer and he only bowed deeply. Elder Lohar sighed. Alright, I can give you a chance. For now, I won't touch Shenwu continent, but I will send someone to monitor it closely. If I discover that the situation is out of control, I will personally take action. At that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, Elder. Elder Lohar grunted and sized Lu Yin up. He then praised, Kid, what do you think of the 6th mainland's cultivators? Lu Yin was about to say that their average power level was very high, but then he suddenly recalled what White Knight had said to Blood Looney in the cauldron. Junior encountered no less than 100 6th mainland's cultivators in the Daosor sect's ruins, and the weakest one was able to unleash an imprint, but his power level was comparable to an expert on the top 100 rankings. Their average power level far surpasses that of our 5th mainlands. However, their cultivation system is too rigid, and it's as if they want to become stronger for the sake of becoming stronger. It has nothing to do with cultivation, and the path of cultivation is filled with unknown variables. It's like fighting against the heavens. On the other hand, they have always walked the path of their predecessors and even borrowed their strength. They might become very strong in the future, but their path is becoming narrower and narrower, and there is less of a possibility. Well said. Elder Lohar was delighted, and he looked at Lu Yin with an unprecedented admiration. I never thought that you would be able to see this point at such a young age. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 656. Little brat, does your master really not want to reveal his name? Elder Lohar asked. Lu Yin was put in a difficult position. Master did not tell me his name, so even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. Elder Lohar fell into deep thought. There were only 10 futons in the 5th mainland, and now that there was an additional one, where had he come from? The 6th mainland had many futons, but the people of the 5th mainland would not go to the 6th mainland to steal them. Could his master have come from the 6th mainland? That was impossible, as no one from the 6th mainland would accept someone from the 5th mainland as a disciple. Or was this Lu Yin from the 6th mainland? Elder Lohar quickly shook his head and rejected this idea, as there was no need for the 6th mainland to arrange for such a talented youth to come here. Furthermore, if he really was from the 6th mainland, then he would not have revealed his futon. Could the 5th mainland have other futons? After a while, Elder Lohar spoke to Lu Yin. Little brat, you used the Hall of Honor's name to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, and I represent the Hall of Honor in deducting 2 honor points from you. However, since you have entered the Daosor sect's ruins with your futon, this is a great merit, and you have the possibility of obtaining the ancient Daosor sect's inheritance. I represent the Hall of Honor in awarding you 7 honor points. From now on, your total number of honor points has increased to 11. Lu Yin's heart trembled, as entering the Daosor sect was more important than he had imagined. It had actually increased his honor points to 11, which was another level. With 11 honor points, his death would be investigated by the Hall of Honor, and if he died due to revenge, the Hall of Honor would seek revenge. Having 11 honor points was equivalent to having a golden ticket to avoid death. In the human domain, which was controlled by the Hall of Honor, as long as he revealed 11 honor points, even the Day-Night clan would not dare to kill him. This was an absolute privilege. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Thank you, Elder. Elder Lohar grunted in acknowledgement. Little brat, be careful in the Daosor sect's ruins. Do not reveal your identity, and before you reach the strength of the 10 arbiters, do not come into too much conflict with the 6th mainland's cultivators. Although their cultivation system is rigid, the increase in strength from their imprints is considerable. For now, focus on preserving your life. Yes, Elder, Lu Yin answered. Very quickly, Elder Lohar's image disappeared, and Lu Yin could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. The Sun family had wanted to use the incident at Xinwu continent to cause Lu Yin to offend the Hall of Honor, but the Sun family had never dreamed that Lu Yin would be able to make a comeback. The reason why the 10 arbiters had been able to retain their authority was because they could enter the ruins of the Daosor sect and obtain the inheritance of the ancient Daosor sect for the people of the 5th mainland. Their status had been bestowed upon them by the Hall of Honor, and now Lu Yin's status was no less than that of the 10 arbiters. It could even be said that Lu Yin was the only 10 arbiters in the outerverse. There were gains and losses in exposing his futon. From now on, his status would be completely different, but at the same time he would have to bear a heavy burden that no one could imagine. The Hall of Honor was not a charity organization. The privileges they gave him now would definitely be returned in the future. Fortunately, the innerverse and outerverse had been separated. Although the Hall of Honor's influence had decreased, the pressure that Lu Yin had placed on him had also decreased. Now he could freely enjoy the privileges that the Hall of Honor had bestowed upon him, and he could openly use the Hall of Honor to establish the Great Eastern Alliance. Men! Lu Yin shouted. Kaze entered. Your Highness. Inform everyone that there will be a court meeting tomorrow, Lu Yin said. Yes, Your Highness. At the same time, Elder Lohar ended his call with Lu Yin and immediately tore through the void to head towards Ironblood Fort, which was being rebuilt. Ironblood Fort was the fort closest to the Primal Zone, and it was also the most important fort in Ironblood Weave. The reason why Elder Lohar had left Night Queen Chuyu, Wahowie, and the others behind was to ensure that Ironblood Fort could be rebuilt without being disturbed by the Primal Zone. Now Night Queen Chuyu was helping to rebuild the fort. Elder Lohar's sudden appearance at Ironblood Fort startled Wang Wen. Why is that old man here? Could it be that the Primal Zone is attacking? Wahowie, Granny Chan, and a few other enlighters simultaneously bowed to Elder Lohar, including Night Queen Chuyu. Night Queen Chuyu, follow me, Elder Lohar said before stepping into the void and vanishing. Night Queen Chuyu hurriedly followed. In outer space in the distance, Ironblood Fort was being rebuilt. Countless spacecraft were transporting resources, and planet after planet was being dragged over by powerhouses. It was a spectacular sight. Night Queen Chuyu faced Elder Lohar and respectfully said, "Elder, you were looking for me?" Elder Lohar looked at Night Queen Chuyu and sternly said, "Don't try to deal with Lu Yin again." Night Queen Chuyu was shocked. "What do you mean, Elder?" "Literally, you're not allowed to deal with Lu Yin," Elder Lohar replied sternly. Night Queen Chuyu frowned. Although she respected the Hall of Honor, that did not mean that she was afraid of them. The Day-Night clan had never been afraid of anyone. "Elder, Lu Yin is our Day-Night clan's enemy. Are you going to side with him?" Elder Lohar solemnly replied, "It's not me, but the entire Hall of Honor forbids you from dealing with Lu Yin. He already has 11 honor points and you should know what that means." Night Queen Chuyu was stunned and could not believe her ears. 11? That's impossible. If you want to increase your honor points to 11, you need to obtain the approval of one of the judges from the Interstellar Arbitration Institute. Now that the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, how can he increase his honor points to 11? There are some special circumstances that don't require the approval of a judge to increase his honor points to 11. Right now, all you need to know is that he has 11 honor points. There's no need to ask about anything else. Elder Lohar's tone was gloomy as he continued, "Also warn the Sun family to stop playing any tricks. If they dare to make a move against Lu Yin, then don't blame the Hall of Honor for not showing mercy." He then left. Even after Elder Lohar had completely disappeared for a long time, Night Queen Chuyu still could not believe what she had just heard. She was very clear on what 11 honor points meant, and even enlighters like her did not have 11 honor points. How had that brat obtained them? What had he done? Inheritance was the most important thing in a civilization. The Tao Source sect originated from ancient times, and it had the Fifth Mainland's greatest inheritance. To the Fifth Mainland, the Tao Source sect was more important than anything else. Anyone who could come into contact with the Tao Source sect would be the Fifth Mainland's favorite. This was the case for the 10 Arbiters, which was why they had been able to pass down their authority to the younger generation. Lu Yin was the same, and his position in the Hall of Honor's heart had already surpassed that of the Enlighters and even Elder Lohar himself. What? 11 honor points? In a courtyard filled with birds chirping and flowers blooming, Sun Qinya stared at the screen in front of him in astonishment. Night Queen Chuyu was on the screen. That's right. Elder Lohar raised his honor points to 11. Night Queen Chuyu coldly replied. Why? Sun Qinya could not understand. Night Queen Chuyu frowned. I want to know as well. All right, let's set aside what we've already decided on. That's all. With that, she decisively ended the call. Sun Qinya punched the ground and shattered the courtyard. His eyes were filled with deep confusion and bewilderment. How had Lu Yin obtained 11 honor points? He had clearly planned everything out, including disrupting the Great Eastern Alliance's plans and using Shinwu continent as bait to cause a rift between Lu Yin and Elder Lohar. Then it would be the best time for them to make their move. How had Lu Yin done it? Sun Qinya racked his brains, but he could not think of anyone who could skip the presiding judge's approval and directly obtain 11 honor points. Even Elder Lohar himself might not have 11 honor points, so how had Lu Yin done it? Could he be the presiding judge's son? Uncle, what's wrong? A group of people rushed into the courtyard and hurriedly asked when they saw the ruined courtyard. Sun Qinya gloomily replied, Announce some unimportant secrets. Uncle, haven't we already contacted Elder Lohar to punish Lu Yin? Why do we have to announce these secrets? Just do as I say. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Yes, Uncle. The Great Yu Empire's court assembly was considered rather amateurish to most people. There were cabinet meetings every day, but even a court assembly once a month was considered a lot. Lu Yin felt a little awkward when faced with the expectant gazes of all the ministers. This was because Garop had been the first to suggest that Lu Yin attend court every day. It's impossible for me to attend court every day, but I'll try my best to attend as many as possible. Garop sighed. Your Highness, the outside world has many criticisms against our Great Yu Empire, and the court assembly is the most serious. How can the ruler of an empire not attend court? Lu Yin waved a hand. All right, let's talk about this later. The main topic of today's court assembly is the Great Eastern Alliance. He scanned the ministers and then solemnly said, The Great Eastern Alliance is an alliance of interests led by my Great Yu Empire. Its purpose is to share resources and fight against foreign enemies together. Regardless of whether it's the economy, politics, the people's livelihood, technology, or minerals, the benefits of an alliance in the Eastern weaves far exceed that of an independent weave. Today, I officially announce that the Great Eastern Alliance has been officially established under the call of the Hall of Honor. Many of the ministers were shocked during the court assembly, and Hil Anna was the first to speak. Your Highness, are you saying that the Hall of Honor supports the Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Of course. I just sent a letter to an elder of the Hall of Honor. The Great Eastern Alliance is working together to fight against foreign enemies. Why wouldn't they support it? Garop and the others looked at each other in confusion. Although they had not interfered with the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, they still knew some inside information. The Great Eastern Alliance had only occasionally borrowed the name of the Hall of Honor, and it was more like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Now, it was actually being openly announced. Hil Anna, officially notify the various countries and powers in the surrounding weaves that, under the guidance of the Hall of Honor, the Great Yu Empire has established the Great Eastern Alliance with the purpose of fighting against the Astral Beast domain and helping the human domain. Have them join as soon as possible so that we can share our resources, Lu Yin announced loudly. Hil Anna hurriedly acknowledged. During this court assembly, many of the ministers were in a state of confusion. Garop, Gavin and Hil Anna stayed behind to inquire about the Hall of Honor, but Lu Yin sent them away with only one sentence. From today onwards, I can represent the Hall of Honor. If the innerverse and outerverse had not been separated, then Lu Yin would not have dared to do so. However, things were different now. Elder Lohar's attitude towards him had made him fully aware of his own value, and his 11 honor points were proof that the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance was far from reaching the level where it would cross the Hall of Honor's bottom line. As long as he did not collude with the foreign domain or the Three Dark Hands, then he could represent the Hall of Honor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 657. After the court meeting ended, Phantom Thorn appeared in King Zishan's palace and handed over his first results since he trained the 2nd Imperial Squadron. The Sun family spread a total of 21 secrets, Phantom Thorn said in a low voice. Lu Yin calmly looked at the screen. Leave. Find out where the Sun family is. Understood. Phantom Spike left. 21 secrets seemed like a lot, but they weren't actually that important. They wouldn't affect the formation of the Great Eastern Alliance, and they were far from enough to expose Cheng Yan's secret. This proved that the Sun family didn't dare to go too far with him. However, they still spread these secrets. There was only one possibility, and that was that they wanted to use this method to threaten him in order to achieve some kind of goal. Lu Yin didn't think too much about it and tapped on the contact number that Madame Mylan had given him. The old man from the Sun family had hung up without hesitation the first time he had contacted Lu Yin. This time the old man's image appeared on the screen again, but he didn't hang up. Instead he just looked at Lu Yin calmly. So you're Sun Qinya? Lu Yin said bluntly. On the screen Sun Qinya nodded and slowly said, That's right, I'm Sun Qinya. Long time no see, Lu Yin. You've seen me before? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Sun Qinya smiled faintly. I was also there during the battle on planet Pyrolite, but I didn't stand out. I've made a fool of myself in front of King Lu. I don't like to waste my breath. Tell me what you want, Lu Yin said coldly. Sun Qinya's eyes flickered. Your Highness is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. In the Sea King's dome, a junior from my family once wanted to buy a gun, but it was snatched away by your Highness. Is that true? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had originally thought that the Sun family's actions against him were related to Sun Meiren. After all, Sun Meiren was the only person who had a grudge with the Sun family. However, why had the Sun family mentioned that gun? Could it be related to the killing of the Enlighter? That wasn't right. He remembered that after the gun shattered, a piece of paper fell out. There were words on it that he didn't recognize. Monkey had translated it and it was a person's name. That's right. It's just an ordinary spear. Did the Sun family target me because of that spear? Lu Yin asked. As long as your Highness hands over that spear, my Sun family guarantees that we won't reveal the rest of the secret, nor will we cause trouble for your Highness, Sun Qinya said. Lu Yin sneered. Sun Qinya, I think that you've misunderstood. Everyone knows that I used a gun to kill Enlighters. You can't be thinking that it's that gun, right? Of course not. That gun only has the power level of a cruiser at most, so how could it possibly deal with an Enlighter? Our Sun family isn't that stupid. Besides, many people in Iron Blood Weave saw that your gun had already shattered, Sun Qinya said. Is a gun that's at most comparable to a cruiser's worth of power enough for your Sun family to deal with me by hook or by crook? You've even asked Elder Lohar to help you? Lu Yin's tone was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. There are some things that cannot be measured by price. One of my Sun family's ancestors perished in the Astral wilderness, and that gun is the only thing he left behind. To the Sun family, that gun is a sacred relic, so I hope that you can understand. I can guarantee that as long as you return the gun, the Sun family will not cause you any more trouble. In fact, we can even send some resources to the Great Yu Empire as compensation, Sun Qinya said. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. Alright, it's just a gun. I was originally planning to give it to a junior as a gift, but since your Sun family wants it so badly, then there's no harm in giving it to you. Remember what you said and send resources to the Great Yu Empire. Sun Qinya was delighted. Of course. Rest assured, Your Highness. Time and place. Your Highness, you only need to send someone to deliver the gun to Shinwu Continent Space Station, and someone from the Sun family will take care of it. There's something I need to remind you, Your Highness. Our Sun family's engineering techniques are extremely profound, so please don't send anyone to follow us. Otherwise, if anything happens, it won't look good for either of us. Lu Yin ended the call. Someone, make me a gun using polarium essence as quickly as possible. That gun had already shattered and there was no way for him to repair it. He could only forge a new one. The Sun family did not want the gun, but rather the item inside it. He took out the piece of paper and looked at the words that he did not recognize. Monkey, take a look and translate a few more. Seventh bro, there are only 2 people I can translate. I already told you that one is Wen Zhaoqing and the other is Tsang Yi. I don't recognize the rest, the monkey said helplessly. He realized that he had not fought in a long time, and he had even become a civilian. Lu Yin made a copy of the words and then sent the paper to the 12th Imperial Squadron's Technology Department. At that moment, Banjiu was making a gun for him. The gun's technological content was very low, and the value of the gun itself was not even as high as polarium essence. Banjiu found it strange that Lu Yin would use such precious polarium essence to make a gun, but he did not ask any questions. Stuff this paper into the gun, Lu Yin said. All right. How long will it take? It's just a gun. Half an hour. If it wasn't made of polarium essence, then I could make hundreds of thousands of them in a few minutes, Banjiu said. Half an hour later, Lu Yin held a brand new gun and tested its power. Even though it was made of polarium essence and the bullets were also made of polarium essence, the gun's destructive power was still not at the level of an explorer's, let alone a cruiser's. However, Lu Yin did not expect the gun to reach the level of a cruiser. With polarium essence's endurance, he could use his dyes enhanced to increase the gun's destructive power to the level of a cruiser's. It was not possible to make a gun that powerful, so even if it was a fake, the Sun family should not be able to tell. But even if they did, what they wanted was that paper. Besides, Lu Yin did not plan on letting the Sun family off. This time he would personally find Sun Qinya and exterminate the entire Sun family. No matter how powerful the Sun family's mechanical techniques were, they could not conceal the rune lines. Now that he thought about it, rune lines could be seen on the 5th mainland but not in the Daosor Sect's ruins. Lu Yin was very curious about the nature of these rune lines. A few days later, Lu Yin rolled his die again. His luck was pretty good and he rolled enhanced for the 3rd time. He spent some star essence to increase the gun's destructive power to that of a cruiser's. He then had Huo Qingshan take the gun to Shinwu Continent while he followed behind. There were Day-Night clan members in Shinwu Continent Space Station, and the Day-Night clan had a good relationship with the Sun family. At this moment, a junior from the Sun family was chatting with Madame Mylan with a smile on his face. It was obvious that the atmosphere was very good. Madam, someone from the Great Yu Empire has arrived, a Day-Night clan member reported. Madame Mylan looked across, and the Sun family member's expression changed as a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Anyone who had heard of Lu Yin's reputation would be afraid, as he was someone who had even killed a few enlighters. The Sun family was now standing against Lu Yin, so it would be strange if they were not afraid. Who is it? The Sun family member hurriedly asked. The Day-Night clan member replied, the captain of the 5th Imperial Squadron, Huo Qingshan. When they heard that it was not Lu Yin, the Sun family member relaxed. Lead the way. He then turned to Madame Mylan and said, thank you for your hospitality over the past 2 days. I will take care of some matters and will leave shortly. Please do as you wish. Madame Mylan smiled as she watched the Sun family member leave. Within the space station, the Sun family member met with Huo Qingshan. Hua Qingshan did not speak to him and simply tossed the gun over. The Sun family member caught it. Uncle asked me to pass on a message. Thank you, King Lu. His Highness asked you not to forget your promise, Hua Qingshan said. The Sun family member smiled and tossed a cosmic ring to Hua Qingshan. Take the resources inside as a token of our apology to the Great Yu Empire. Hua Qingshan put it away. The Sun family member did not linger and immediately left. Hua Qingshan calmly watched as the Sun family disappeared. Madame Mylan walked out from behind him and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to chase after them?" "Why should I?" Hua Qingshan's tone was indifferent. He glanced at Madame Mylan but did not leave. Madame Mylan's lips curled upwards. Based on her understanding of Lu Yin, the Sun family would not have a good ending. On the other side, the Sun family member left as quickly as he could, occasionally glancing behind him. Sun Xinya's guess was that Lu Yin would not let them go, but there was indeed no one chasing after them. Regardless, they still needed to disguise themselves. The Sun family member leaped off the spacecraft and allowed it to fly towards its designated destination. He then hit on a meteorite and slowly headed in a certain direction. After hiding for 2 days, the Sun family member finally arrived at a very ordinary planet in the dark mist weave. "I'm back, uncle." The man arrived at a manor near the sea and saw Sun Qinya. Sun Qinya hurriedly asked, "Did you do as I said?" "Don't worry, uncle. I did as you said and I made sure that no one was following us." Sun Qinya nodded and took the gun. After taking a closer look, his expression changed. "No, it's fake." The man was shocked. "Fake? How can that be? Every hit from this gun is comparable to a cruiser's." Sun Qinya's gaze turned vicious. "Although I don't know where Lu Yin found this fake gun, it's not what we want." He then exerted some force, causing the gun to slowly crack and finally shatter. A piece of paper fell out and Sun Qinya's expression changed. He opened the paper and looked at it before lowering his head in thought. The man looked at the paper that had fallen out of the gun with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, Sun Qinya's gadget beeped. He opened it and his expression changed. "Lu Yin is here." The man was shocked. At that moment, there was a loud explosion in the sky, and Lu Yin appeared in his universal armor. No matter how the Sun family members tried to disguise themselves, they could not hide their rune lines unless they disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. Lu Yin looked down at Sun Qinya, who was glaring at him. When he saw the paper in the man's hand, he said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be so close." "Lu Yin, you went back on your word." The man from the Sun family shouted, unable to hide the fear in his eyes. Sun Qinya took a step forward and stared at Lu Yin. "You used a fake to fool me. Lu Yin, hand over the real thing or I can guarantee that this matter will be much more troublesome than you can imagine. Your Great Yu Empire might even be destroyed because of this. You still dare to threaten me at this point? Forget about the Sun family, even if the Day-Night clan joined forces, it wouldn't matter. The inner-verse and outer-verse have already been separated. You should think about how to survive first." Lu Yin raised a hand and pressed down. Sun Qinya looked up, his face pale. "Lu Yin, I'll say it one last time. Hand over the real thing or everyone related to you will die. Even if you have the power to resist an enlighter, it will be useless." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 658. There was a boom and the seaside manor disappeared. The blind monk rushed over with his shovel and viciously swung it at Sun Qinya. Sun Qinya raised his hand and slapped out. He was a peak hunter, but the blind monk had yet to reach that level. He was suppressed by Sun Qinya's star energy and forced back 1,000 meters. At that moment, a cold, flickering white light streaked past, leaving behind a trail of blood. Sun Qinya retreated and gritted his teeth as he stared in front of him, where Phantom Sting had appeared. 2 hunters had attacked. Sun Qinya was the only hunter in the Sun family, and the rest were only cruisers. "Lu Yin, are you really not going to hand it over?" Sun Qinya roared. Lu Yin frowned. Something was wrong. That piece of paper was more important than he had imagined. Sun Qinya had not been thinking about running away in the face of danger, but rather threatening Lu Yin. This was very strange, and Lu Yin had a feeling that Sun Qinya was not bragging. The gun is fake, but the thing inside is real. Sun Qinya continuously dodged the blind monk and Phantom Sting's attacks, and his body was covered in wounds. When he heard Lu Yin's words, he gripped the paper tightly and his face turned cold. "You must hand over the real gun." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "You really think I can't kill you?" He then charged forward. Sun Qinya roared, You're courting death, Luin? Don't blame me for this. Sun Qinya then pulled something out of his cosmic ring, causing the surrounding star energy to solidify and transform into chains that pushed back the blind monk, Phantom Thorn, and Luin. The next moment, Sun Qinya vanished. Luin immediately looked around and his heart sank. He could not find Sun Qinya's rune lines. He had escaped. Capture everyone from the Sun family. Luin barked. Not long after, everyone from the Sun family on the planet was captured. There were more than 70 people in total. 3 cruisers, 15 explorers, and the rest were all Lemeters. Luin asked them about Sun Qinya's whereabouts, but none of them knew anything. He had no choice but to bring them all back to the Great Yu Empire for interrogation. This matter was a little strange and it might cause trouble in the future, but Luin did not care too much. The Sun family could not compare to the Day-Night clan, and since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, Sun Qinya would at most be able to find an enlighter to help. Even if he found a powerhouse with a power level of over 300,000, Luin still had Elder Lohar and Mr. Mu. Lu Yin's whereabouts, Sun Qinya's whereabouts. Luin contacted the bespectacled Mist Child and had Mafioso Planet search for Sun Qinya's whereabouts. After dealing with the Sun family, Luin did not immediately return to the Great Yu Empire. Instead, he went to Shinwu Continent Space Station. Inya had sent the improved herbs to Ming Zhaoshu, but there had been no reply. He wanted to see it for himself. At Shinwu Continent Space Station, Madame Mylan met with Luin. If I'm not wrong, the Sun family is finished. Luin smiled. I still have to thank you for telling me about the Sun family. You don't have to be so polite, Student Lu. Elder Qiuyu has already sent word that the Day-Night clan will not be your enemy. We hope that you won't make things difficult for us, Madame Mylan said with a smile. Luin laughed. Who in the entire universe would dare to make things difficult for the Day-Night clan? But there's something that I need your help with. Please speak, Madame Mylan said. Sun Qinya escaped. I want to ask Madame to help me find out where he is, Luin said. Madame Mylan smiled and nodded. Alright, I'll mobilize the Day-Night clan's resources in the Outerverse to help Student Lu investigate. However, what benefits will I get? What do you want? Luin asked. Madame Mylan thought about it. Nothing at the moment, but if I can help you find Sun Qinya's whereabouts, then I'll think about it. Luin smiled and nodded. He then entered Shinwu Continent with Hua Qingshan's help. Shinwu Empire, Shanghai City, Reverend King's study. Ming Zhaoshu looked into a mirror and touched his forehead before casually tossing the mirror away. He had aged once again. The natural treasures that had replenished his life force had allowed him to last a year, but now it seemed that he would only last half a year at most. In other words, he would die in half a year. Ming Zhaoshu clenched his fists but then relaxed them. He had already accepted his fate. Father, I'm here, Ming Yan's voice rang out from outside the study. Ming Zhaoshu said in a low voice, Come in. Half a day later, Ming Yan walked out of the study looking exhausted. Ever since she had found out that Ming Zhaoshu did not have much time left, she had been working hard to deal with government affairs so as not to disappoint him. As for the torment and pain in her heart, she could only silently endure it. She could only return to her room and cry once in a while to relieve her pain. It was during these times that she missed Luin even more. She really wanted to find someone to rely on. Princess, please have your meal. A maid brought in the food and placed it on the table in the room. Ming Yan waved a hand to dismiss her. She was not in the mood to eat, and she stared blankly at the sky through the window. Her gaze then landed on a memorial on the dressing table. She really hated such things, but she had no choice but to deal with them. She picked up the memorial and opened it. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of her and took the memorial away. Eat first. Ming Yan's body trembled, and she looked to the side where a familiar figure had appeared. Luin put down the memorial and placed his hand on Ming Yan's cheek. He gently said, It hasn't been that long, but you've lost so much weight. Ming Yan's eyes were red as she stared blankly at Luin. Clear tears streamed down her face as she threw herself into his embrace and sobbed softly. It was as if she was venting all of the grievances, helplessness, and despair that she had felt during this period. Luin hugged Ming Yan's soft body and did not say anything. He just held her like that. Soon Ming Yan fell asleep. She slept very peacefully. Luin placed her on the bed and kissed her forehead. He then walked out of the room and went directly to Ming Zhaoshu's study. When Tang Si saw Luin, he immediately bowed. Luin pushed open the door and walked in. Ming Zhaoshu stared at him. I guessed that you would come. Luin closed the door and saw that there was a chair beside the desk. It seems like those medicinal herbs were useless. Ming Xiaoshu smiled bitterly as if he was mocking himself. After so many years of painstaking effort, he didn't even dare to have a son. Once he gained power, he forced my brother and the crown prince to their deaths. But in the end, the Xinwu Empire doesn't even have a successor. Little Seven, don't you think it's funny? Ah. Lu Yin calmly looked at Ming Xiaoshu. Ming Xiaoyin's heirs are all dead? Ming Xiaoshu closed his eyes and fell silent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person was ruthless enough to slaughter all of the heirs of the Xinwu Empire. Ming Xiaoshu had wanted to give birth to a son, but his life had been cut short. This could be considered retribution. Yen is not suitable to inherit the Xinwu Empire, Lu Yin said. Ming Xiaoshu opened his eyes. So what? She's the only successor of the Xinwu Empire. Aside from her, there's no one else. She must inherit the empire. I don't care about a mere Xinwu Empire. I hope that she can choose the life that she wants and not be destroyed by some so-called empire. Wendy Yushan handed the Great Yu Empire to me, so why can't you hand the Xinwu Empire to someone else? Lu Yin sternly retorted as Ming Yan's current state made his heart ache. Ming Xiaoshu stood up. This is the Xinwu continent, not the universe. Even though the universe's culture has impacted us recently, it's impossible for people to change their minds too quickly. The Xinwu Empire must be inherited by someone from the Ming family, or the world will fall into chaos. That's just your selfish excuse, Lu Yin said coldly. No matter what, Yen is my daughter and the only successor of the Xinwu Empire. She must bear this heavy responsibility, Ming Xiaoshu said firmly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he met Ming Xiaoshu's gaze. Handing the Xinwu Empire to me is the same, Lu Yin said. Ming Xiaoshu's finger twitched. You want to steal the Xinwu Empire? Yes, and so what? Lu Yin's tone was frosty. Ming Xiaoshu laughed in a carefree manner. If you had done this before establishing the Great Eastern Alliance, then you could have done this. Even if the Xinwu continent fell into chaos, it would have nothing to do with you and you wouldn't care. Unfortunately, the Xinwu Empire has already joined the Great Eastern Alliance. If you steal the Xinwu Empire now, who would dare to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Little Seven, you're overthinking things. For Yen's sake, I can adjust my strategy, Lu Yin said indifferently. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head, not angered by Lu Yin's words. Instead, he felt a trace of gratitude. I understand your feelings for Yen, and I'm very gratified that you're willing to give up the Great Eastern Alliance for her. However, inheriting the Xinwu Empire is her mission. If you steal the Xinwu Empire and cause the continent to fall into chaos, will she forgive you? Given her kindness, do you think that she'll agree? Lu Yin was helpless as he could not answer. Little Seven, it's up to man to plan, but it's up to the heavens to succeed. Many people say that man can conquer the heavens, but that's just another choice given by the heavens. The heavens like to joke around and we can't do anything about it. I've obtained everything, but now I'm facing death. You can steal everything, but you can't steal my heart. The more you steal, the more likely Yen will be disappointed in you and even herself. Lu Yin looked at Ming Xiaoshu. How much longer can you live? A trace of pain flashed through Ming Xiaoshu's eyes. Half a year at most. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated, as he truly did not want Ming Yan to take on this so-called responsibility. He only wanted her to live happily and carefreely, and that was enough for him. However, everyone had different thoughts. Ming Xiaoshu had lived for a long time and he could see further into the future. The best choice was for Ming Yan to marry Lu Yin as the Xinwu Empress. Otherwise, she would be nothing more than a vase that would eventually be abandoned. When two people were together, it was love, but to maintain this love they had to work hard together. Love had a very short shelf life. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 659. After half an hour, Ming Yan's face became even redder, and Lu Yin couldn't resist kissing her. Ming Yan glared at Lu Yin, but she wasn't angry. Instead, her eyes fluttered, unintentionally revealing an aura that was even more alluring than Madame Nalin's. Lu Yin was stunned. Yan, you're so beautiful. Ming Yan's heart trembled and she was secretly delighted. She lowered her head. Brother Lu, why are you here? Lu Yin hugged her tightly. Of course it's because I can't bear the pain of missing you, so I came to see you. Ming Yan struggled, but Lu Yin's grip only tightened. She had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. Brother Lu, do you know about my father's situation? Lu Yin grunted and then looked at her seriously. Yan, tell me the truth. Do you want to inherit the Xinwu Empire? If you don't want to, then I'll help you deal with it. You can go home with me and live a carefree and happy life just like before. How about it? Ming Yen looked into Lu Yin's eyes, and the softest part of her heart was enveloped in warmth. This was a lifelong commitment, and her eyes reddened. She was about to agree without hesitation when a cough sounded outside the room. Ming Yen woke up and hurriedly pushed Lu Yin away. Father is here. Lu Yin looked outside and saw Ming Xiaoshu looking up at the sky with his hands behind his back. How tactless. Lu Yin was displeased. Ming Yen looked at him with her big eyes. Brother Lu, he's my father. You can't say that. Lu Yin smiled apologetically. That's right, he's my father-in-law. I'm sorry, Yin. Brother Lu was wrong. Ming Yen pursed her lips. Brother Lu, my father is very tired and has suffered a lot. Yeah, I know, Lu Yin replied. Ming Yen lowered her head. Father wishes for me to inherit the Xinwu Empire. What about yourself? It depends on what you think, Lu Yin said seriously. Ming Yen lowered her head and recalled some of Ming Xiaoshu's words. She bit her lip and said gloomily, I want to inherit the Xinwu Empire. Lu Yin lifted her head and stared into her eyes. Yen, Brother Lu promises you that as long as you're willing, no one can force you to bear this burden. Ming Yan's gaze met his and her gaze grew more resolute. I want to bear it myself. Lu Yin sighed. You clearly don't like reading memorials and handling government affairs. I'm sorry, big brother Lu, Ming Yen said painfully. Lu Yin caressed her cheek. Don't say sorry. You haven't done anything wrong. Yen, no matter what decision you make, brother Lu will support you. Ming Yen grabbed his hand tightly and asked nervously, then brother Lu won't abandon Yen, right? Lu Yin laughed and hugged Ming Yen again, not letting go no matter how much she struggled. No, Yen is mine and she'll always be mine. Regardless of whether she's that carefree princess from the Reverend King's household or the future King Xinwu, she'll always be mine. She won't be able to escape. Ming Yen nodded happily. With Lu Yin's guarantee, she could work hard to bear any responsibility. Suddenly he lowered his head, opened his mouth and sucked on her tender, fragrant lips. The sweet taste seeped into his heart, startling Ming Yen, but she did not push him away. She merely closed her eyes and allowed him to do as he pleased. After an unknown amount of time, Ming Xiaoshu coughed again, startling Ming Yen. She pushed Lu Yin away with all her might, her face flushed red. She buried herself under the blanket and refused to come out. How tactless, Lu Yin grumbled again. Lu Yin had come to the Xinwu continent with the intention of taking Ming Yen away or helping her shoulder everything, but he had ended up making her more determined to inherit the empire. Lu Yin had no choice but to stay in the Reverend King's household with Ming Yen for 2 days before leaving with Enya under Ming Xiaoshu's constant urging. Ming Xiaoshu did not have much time left, and he needed to use the remaining time to teach Ming Yen how to handle government affairs and how to control the court. Are you unhappy, Your Highness? Enya asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. Send more people to stay in the Xinwu Empire. It was impossible for Ming Yen to inherit the Xinwu Empire within half a year, but Ming Yen had insisted on it, so Lu Yin would not stop her. However, if Ming Xiaoshu died in half a year, the Xinwu Empire would definitely be in trouble. At that time he would have to make a trip back to the Xinwu Empire, and it would be better to have his own people around to hear the news. Right now he was most worried about Ming Xiaoshu's poison. Enya, you should go back first. Won't Your Highness come with us? Enya asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he had no intention of leaving. He had not found the person who had poisoned Ming Xiaoshu, and only the heavens knew if that person had poisoned Ming Yen as well. Lu Yin had to find this person, as this was his main goal in coming to the Xinwu continent. He would not feel at ease leaving such a person by Ming Yan's side. First was Cheong Island. Lu Yin soared into the sky and looked around Shanghai City. There were rune lines everywhere, but they were all normal. There were quite a few rune lines that were at the cruiser realm, and they belonged to Ming Xiaoshu as well as a few others. Next was Flowing Light City, which was located to the north of Shanghai City. With Lu Yin's speed and range of vision, it only took him a day to scan the entire Cheong Island. Next was Ming Island. In this manner, Lu Yin started from Cheong Island and looked at each island one by one. He would not have known if he had not looked, but after looking he discovered that there were quite a few experts hidden on the Xinwu continent. Most of these experts had been left behind by the various powers of the innerverse and outerverse to make it easier for them to communicate with the trial takers. For example, Grandini Mavis and the Mavis family controlled the Bank of Wuyun. Yu Xinzi and Xiaohua and even the Day-Night clan all had hidden forces on the Xinwu continent. Lu Yin made a note of these names. If Ming Yen truly wanted to inherit the Shenwu Empire, then this list might be useful. 10 days later, Lu Yin did not know where he was, but he was quite far from Cheong Island. He should be in the north of the Shenwu Empire. Below him was a battlefield. Before coming here, Lu Yin had already known that Ming Xiaoshu had succeeded the throne and cooperated with the outsiders. Many people were dissatisfied with this, and there had been no less than 100 assassination attempts. Many rebels had even used Ming Hao's name to rebel. Lu Yin had not been interested in such matters, but this battlefield had an inexplicable amount of rune lines that were at the level of a hunter. If there really was a hunter on this battlefield, then there would be no need for a battle at all. A single cruiser would be enough to determine the outcome of the battle. However, there were hunter rune lines here, which was rather strange. Lu Yin looked around, and his gaze locked onto a canyon not too far away from the battlefield. The stench of blood in the air was also strangely flowing towards the canyon. His body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in the canyon. He could see the location of the rune lines and hear a roar in his ears. He was very familiar with this roar, as it was the roar of a zombie. He'd found it. Suddenly, a red arm reached out from the canyon's walls and grabbed at Lu Yin. The arm was more than 10 meters long, and it was covered in swollen, scarlet muscles. It looked extremely disgusting. Lu Yin dodged and slashed down. With his strength, he could even slice off a hunter's arm. However, the red arm did not break, and only some of the scarlet muscles were cut off. A deafening roar rang out from the canyon, causing the soldiers on the battlefield to howl in anguish. Many of them even spat out blood and died. Lu Yin soared into the air, and the canyon crumbled as a 100-meter-tall corpse king with scarlet muscles walked out. Its cold eyes stared at Lu Yin as it leaped up and punched out. The ground shattered and the battlefield was torn apart. Many soldiers stared at the 100-meter-tall monster in horror. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he raised his fist and punched out. Bang! A shockwave visible to the naked eye distorted the void, and a terrifying wind pressure swept across the land and into the sky. The 100-meter-tall corpse king was forced back by Lu Yin's punch, and even its fist had been smashed apart. Lu Yin was shocked. This corpse king was only a cruiser, but it had a terrifying physical body that was comparable to the first divine gate guardians of the Daosor sect, and it might even be stronger. Brr. The giant corpse king roared and charged at Lu Yin once again, slapping down with its palm. Lu Yin's body disappeared as he streaked through the void and appeared above the corpse king's head. He pressed down with a single hand using 30 stacks 100-fold shockwave palm. There was a thump, and the giant corpse king became motionless as its head was pressed into its chest by Lu Yin's palm. The overlapping shockwaves exploded, and not only did the corpse king's head shatter, but it also cracked open its chest. Fresh blood poured down from the sky like a river, dyeing the battlefield red. Lu Yin glanced into the distance, where a hunter with rune lines was hiding. The rune lines that Lu Yin had seen before had come from that powerhouse, but that person had fled the instant that the giant corpse king had charged out. Lu Yin pretended not to notice and wanted to see where the hunter could escape to. The canyon had already been reduced to ruins, and Lu Yin's domain swept through the area. The interior of the mountain had been hollowed out, revealing a giant laboratory. Lu Yin's domain crushed the zombies, and the zombies were reduced to pools of blood. Lu Yin concealed his aura and used his physical strength to quickly chase in a certain direction. The hunter's rune lines were like bright lamps in the dark night, and Lu Yin could see them clearly. He did not need to get close to them at all he had to do was follow them. The fleeing Neo-Human Alliance expert probably did not expect Lu Yin to be able to keep up with him. After running for a while, the Neo-Human Alliance expert released his aura and increased his speed. Fortunately, Lu Yin's physical strength was powerful, and he had transferred 3 grains of fates and his pure physical strength was enough to keep up with the hunter's speed. Not long after, Lu Yin entered a forest, and the hunter's rune lines stopped. There was another giant space beneath the forest, and there were dozens of laboratories that held many zombies. They were not corpse kings that could gain innate gifts by eating crystals, but rather ordinary zombies. The door to one of the laboratories was opened, and the scene inside looked like hell. The ground was covered in blood, and a giant zombie was squatting in a corner, roaring. There's another one. These giant corpse kings can grow larger and stronger by absorbing blood, but they can't gain intelligence. But that doesn't matter as long as I have intelligence. Ah! The maniacal laughter caused the place to become even colder. The person who had been laughing was a short old man with a sallow complexion and extremely ugly features. His hair was standing on end. Suddenly, A large shadow enveloped him and the short old man's pupils shrank. He abruptly turned around and saw Lu Yin's figure. How did you chase after me?" The short old man was shocked. Lu Yin did not waste any time with idle chatter. He immediately took out a pike and stabbed out, causing a spiritual force attack to sweep out in all directions. Even though the short old man had the power of a hunter, his brain was still injured by the powerful spiritual force attack, and he fainted for a moment. It was at that moment that the pike stabbed into him, but it was blocked by something and did not pierce through. Lu Yin was stunned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 660. You're courting death. The short old man's mind was clear, but his expression was sinister. You're courting death. He suddenly retreated, and the door to the laboratory slammed shut, isolating him from Lu Yin. The next moment, the laboratory shook as a black stream of air emerged from all directions, filling the entire underground area in the blink of an eye and sealing off all escape routes. Lu Yin frowned and pressed his pike against the door. He suddenly exerted some force, causing the door to crack open. There was a loud explosion as the door completely shattered. There was a loud roar as the zombie charged out and rammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin dodged with secret sidestep, and the zombie charged into the black stream of air. Its roar came to an abrupt end, and its entire body twitched before completely vanishing. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and he leapt into the laboratory, only to be greeted by the short old man's berserk attacks. The short old man had put on his metal coat, and Lu Yin dodged with secret sidestep. The void split open where he had been standing, and the entire forest was pierced through. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The short old man was only a cruiser, and his hunter rune lines came from his metal coat, which could defend against a hunter's attacks. "Kiki, I didn't think that such an interesting test subject would show up. Stay here and accompany my little babies." The short old man laughed maniacally as his body rammed into Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes widened and his force field tree appeared. Its branches immediately bound the short old man. 30 stacks, 100-fold shockwave palm. Dozens of explosions shook the ground and caused the void to crack. The powerful palm force sent the short old man flying into the black stream of air outside the laboratory. The metal coat cracked open and the black stream of air flowed through the cracks. The short old man's mournful wails could be heard. He had never expected that Lu Yin would be able to injure a hunter as an explorer. A metal coat that could withstand a hunter's attack was not bad, but there were differences in strength, and Lu Yin's attack had just surpassed that. The wails quickly disappeared. Lu Yin stared outside the laboratory. What exactly was this black stream of air? It could not spread out or else Shenwu continent would be finished. Just as Lu Yin was thinking of a plan, the black stream of air seemed to have a mind of its own as it surged towards the small old man's metal coat. It did not seem to be spreading but rather, absorbing. What appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes was a monster that exuded a black aura, and its rune lines had multiplied by several times. "Kiki, since I dared to create death energy, why would I be afraid of it? Stay here." The short old man's entire body was emitting a black gas, and even his facial features couldn't be seen. He was like a cloud of smoke as he viciously charged at Lu Yin. He didn't seem to know any battle techniques and could only use such primitive attacks. Lu Yin dodged and stared at the short old man. "Did you just say death chi? Little brat, have you heard of death aura as well?" The short old man laughed strangely and charged at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin dodged again. "The Spectre race's death energy? You're quite knowledgeable. Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there are many people who don't know about the Spectre race, but an outsider like you actually knows about them. This makes me even more interested in you. Right, I remember now. You're the one who brought people to destroy Mingdu and destroyed the Neo-Human Alliance's largest experimental base on the Shenwu continent. You seem to be quite famous." Lu Yin dodged with secret sidestep, and the two of them moved underground, one chasing and the other dodging. It was quite a comical sight. "Don't even think about escaping." The black gas actually flowed into the short old man's body through his bleeding wound, and an even more mournful howl rang out. The short old man only lasted for 10 seconds before he turned into nothingness just like the zombie. Where he had been standing, the black gas fused with his blood and transformed into black blood that corroded the ground. Lu Yin looked at the puddle of black blood on the ground and used his star energy to create flames that burned the black blood into nothingness. Sure enough, it wasn't death energy as it wasn't that easy to get rid of. Lu Yin retrieved his spear and the short old man's body vanished, leaving behind only a pile of clothes on the ground. The black gas did not cause any damage to the clothes at all, which was quite strange. Aside from the pile of clothes, there was also a stone tablet and a bottle. Luin picked them up and looked at them. The stone tablet was very thin and it was similar to a book. The pages could be flipped and each page recorded some data from an experiment. Optimal kill count for the giant zombie, 2,395 zombies. Analysis of the composition of death energy. There were many pages on the stone tablet and each one was very thin. Most of the information recorded was incomprehensible, but there was one page that caught Lu Yin's attention because he saw Ming Xiaoshu's name. Experimental subject Ming Xiaoshu, cruiser realm power level, comprehended a force field comparable to a hunter. Poison death number 91, estimated to last for at most a month. This page recorded Ming Xiaoshu's daily changes from his diet to his mood, to the speed at which he handled government affairs and so on. Below each change was the short old man's analysis. Lu Yin read through the entire page and felt an inexplicable chill. Ming Xiaoshu was like an experimental subject that was being observed, but he was completely unaware of it. How was the short old man observing him? Distance did not mean much to powerhouses like them, and it did not take them long to cross the entire Xinwu continent, so time was not an issue. However, Ming Xiaoshu had comprehended a force field, and yet he was being observed in such a manner. If he could do that, then what about Ming Yan? Also, what was this poison called death number 91? Lu Yin thought of the bottle on the ground and looked at it. Could it be this? There was a drop of colorless liquid in the bottle, so it was very likely that this was the poison. His domain swept through the underground and dealt with the zombies in the other laboratories. Lu Yin then buried the underground space and walked out. As soon as he emerged, he saw an explorer's rune lines rapidly approaching him. It was a middle-aged woman, and Lu Yin found her familiar. He suddenly recalled that she was one of Ming Xiaoshu's maids. He suddenly understood why the short old man had been able to monitor Ming Xiaoshu's every move. So this was the reason. The middle-aged woman arrived at the top of the underground space and skillfully found the tunnel that led to the underground space. However, as soon as she entered, she retreated with a pale face and leaped up to leave. "Since you're here, then stay," a calm voice rang out. Lu Yin moved and flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to shatter the woman's knee and knock her to the ground. She looked at Lu Yin, who was sitting on a tree and looking at her indifferently. "It's you?" Lu Yin jumped down from the tree and walked to her side. "So you're the one who poisoned Ming Xiaoshu, and you're also the one who sent news of his situation here." The woman was terrified and her face went pale. "I didn't want to. That monster poisoned me, and if I didn't do as I was told, I would have been eaten by other monsters. I beg you, please don't kill me and don't tell His Majesty. I beg you." "Aside from poisoning Ming Xiaoshu and sending news here regularly, what else were you ordered to do?" Lu Yin asked. The middle-aged woman hurriedly replied, "Nothing else. He only told me to monitor His Majesty and nothing else." Lu Yin took out a bottle. "Is this the poison he asked you to use?" The woman looked at the bottle with deep fear in her eyes. "Yes, this is it." Lu Yin nodded and slapped her, causing her to fall to the ground and die. Lu Yin had found the cause and solved the problem, but there was no cure for Ming Xiaoshu's poison. The last page had specifically mentioned a poison called death poison number 91, and the short old man had no way to cure it himself. That was why he had poisoned Ming Xiaoshu. He wanted to use Ming Xiaoshu's experimental data to create an antidote. At the same time, as long as Ming Xiaoshu died, Xinwu continent would descend into chaos, and war would break out everywhere. This would also allow the old man to obtain more experimental subjects and blood to feed the giant corpse king. The short old man's plan was very good, and he had killed two birds with one stone. Lu Yin was glad that he had found the old man, as even if Ming Yan had succeeded the throne, she would have suffered the same fate as Ming Xiaoshu. Lu Yin now deeply understood why the entire universe viewed the Neo-Human Alliance as a great enemy, and why they would be destroyed if they encountered them. This organization possessed the deepest darkness and was devoid of humanity. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 661. Had the Neo-Human Alliance on Xinwu continent been wiped clean? Lu Yin did not know. No, he had to check again. Lu Yin spent another 10 days traveling around Xinwu continent, including the isolated islands in the ocean. He destroyed 3 Neo-Human Alliance strongholds before finally returning to Shanghai City to have a long talk with Ming Xiaoshu. Only then did he leave Xinwu continent. He had done everything that could be done and Xinwu continent should be wiped clean. Even so, he had Ming Zhaoshu rearrange Ming Yan's meals and living arrangements just in case. Before leaving, he did not meet with Ming Yan. Ming Yan's gaze was much more resolute than before, which was a good thing, and he did not want to disturb her. Half a year later, when Ming Zhaoshu died, Lu Yin would return. It had been more than 20 days since he had left the Daosor sect's ruins, and he should be able to enter again. However, Lu Yin had not made up his mind yet, as he did not know if the battle there was still as intense as before. The battle between the 10 arbiters and the Realmlings was not something that he could interfere with, so he wanted to wait a little longer. When Lu Yin returned to King Zishan's palace, Kaze reported, "Someone called Ding Xing has been waiting for your highness for a few days now. Would you like to meet him?" Ding Xing? Lu Yin thought about it. Right, it was someone from North Castle Weave's Greatsword dynasty, and he wanted Lu Yin to help him chase away the people from the Beast Tamer's flow zone and restore the Greatsword dynasty. As for the reward, it was the Greatsword dynasty's treasures. North Castle Weave was close to the Astral Wilderness, and there were still many powers searching for Pyrolite. If Lu Yin rashly interfered with North Castle Weave, it would easily cause these powers to become wary and retaliate. The most important thing right now was to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, and Lu Yin did not want any accidents to happen before the alliance was formed. Let him return. When the time comes, I'll help him, Lu Yin said. Yes, your highness. Lu Yin had been very tired during this period of time, and he only recovered after resting for a day after returning to King Zishan's palace. He took out the cosmic ring that the Sun family had given to Hua Qingshan, and there were actually 10,000 star essence inside. The Sun family had shown some sincerity, and it seemed that they had really wanted to use this sum of money to resolve their grudges with Lu Yin. They had been too naive. However, that old fox Sun Qinya had slipped away, and Lu Yin hoped that Mafioso Planet or the Day-Night clan would be able to find him. The Sun family's goal had always been that gun. Sun Qinya had used all sorts of methods to get rid of Lu Yin, and he had even exposed the Vast Earth sect's Qing Yin from the very beginning to prevent the Vast Earth sect from joining the Great Eastern Alliance. If everything had gone smoothly, Lu Yin would have been punished by the Hall of Honor, and the Great Eastern Alliance would have been destroyed. Unfortunately, the Sun family's efforts had all been for naught, and they had suffered heavy casualties. To this day, no one from the Sun family could be found in the Outerverse. Right now, no one was more worried than the Vast Earth sect. Without Qing Yan's connection to the Great Yu Empire, the Vast Earth sect had no idea what the Great Yu Empire was planning. I suggest that we take the initiative to contact the Great Yu Empire, Elder Angio said as he looked at Meng Tianlong. The other elders agreed as they were all afraid that Lu Yin would come directly. He was a tyrannical person, and even the Day-Night clan did not dare to provoke him. The Innerverse powers had a deterrent effect on the Outerverse, but that did not apply to Lu Yin. In many people's eyes, Lu Yin was even more terrifying than some of the Innerverse powers. Meng Tianlong muttered to himself for a moment. If you want to contact the Great Yu Empire, then you'll have to consider whether or not to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Everyone fell silent. At this moment, someone reported, "Someone from Darkstar Gorge has come to visit." Meng Tianlong and the rest were stunned, but they were soon overjoyed. They had been sending people to the outside world to inquire about the Great Eastern Alliance, and now they had finally received a response. If Lu Yin saw the person from Darkstar Gorge, he would definitely be familiar with him. It was one of the 5 hunters who had tried to assassinate him during his trip to the Six-Fingered Tribe. My Darkstar Gorge will definitely not join this so-called Great Eastern Alliance. Although it's called an alliance, it's actually just an alliance that will provide resources to the Great Yu Empire and help them unify the Eastern Weaves, the hunter from Darkstar Gorge, Jia Pu, said resolutely. Meng Tianlong asked, "Unify the Eastern Weaves? Is Lu Yin really that ambitious?" Jia Pu sneered. Of course. He even dares to kill Enlighters, so what else does he not dare to do? If we allow him to successfully form an alliance, then we will all become his subordinates. Sect Master Meng, you don't want someone to point fingers at you, right? These words struck a chord with Meng Tianlong. As the sect master of the Vast Earth sect, he was in charge of an entire weave, and his authority was paramount. A single word from him could decide the life and death of countless people. He could allow someone to soar into the heavens or fall into a bottomless abyss. Those who had never enjoyed such power would never understand it, but once they had, they would become addicted to it and would never let go. He couldn't accept the fact that someone was pointing at him and whispering behind his back for no apparent reason. What does Darkstar Gorge plan to do? Meng Tianlong asked. Jia Pu smiled. We've already contacted Evenground Palace, the Tri-Banner Federation, and the other major powers. The Great U Empire wants to take action against us one by one and force us to join some Great Eastern Alliance. We'll form an anti-Great Alliance and there won't be any agreements. We just need to work together to resist the Great U Empire. We don't believe that with so many powers working together, Lu Yin will be able to kill us one by one. Even if he does manage to kill us all, the Hall of Honor won't just stand by and watch. Meng Tianlong's eyes lit up. You've really contacted them? Of course. In a few days we'll have a meeting to discuss how to deal with the Great Yu Empire. Does Sect Master Meng want to join us? Jiapu asked. Meng Tianlong immediately agreed. Jiapu left and Meng Tianlong was filled with anticipation. With so many powers working together, the so-called Great Eastern Alliance would definitely be unable to be formed, and the Great Yu Empire would also be ostracized. So what if Lu Yin was strong? Just as Jiapu had said, Lu Yin could kill as many people as he wanted. Although the universe adhered to the Dark Forest Law, humans were creatures with a bottom line. It was impossible for one person to be so heartless as to kill so many people. Even if Lu Yin was truly that heartless, the Hall of Honor would not allow it. Humans were humans because they had a bottom line, and this bottom line was determined by the number of people that they could kill. Far away in the Great Yu Empire, Lu Yin quickly learned of this matter, and his expression turned ugly. And you felt troubled. If so many powers really work together, then the Great Eastern Alliance will definitely not be formed. We can't rely on our iron fist to suppress everyone. Even if the alliance is temporarily formed, it will be very difficult for us to consolidate our resources in the future. This is not our original intention. We hope that the various powers will be willing to join the alliance and take the initiative to consolidate their resources, not force them, Wan Sha said. Lu Yin rapped a finger on the table. Tell me, are these outerverse powers wolves or sheep? Enya and Huan Sha looked at each other in confusion. What do you mean, Your Highness? Lu Yin's lips curled up. When faced with innerverse powers like the Day-Night clan and the Sun family, they would easily submit. Without Darkstar Gorge's alliance, they would still submit to me. In essence, they are sheep. But they've already formed an alliance, Enya said. But I'd like to see how strong this alliance is. Lu Yin smiled. What do you plan to do, Your Highness? Enya asked. Lu Yin stood up and walked out. He looked at the sky. Darkstar Gorge is actually sheep as well, but their hatred for me runs too deep. I was the one who forced them to turn into a wolf, and now that a wolf is leading a flock of sheep against me, I'll slaughter that wolf. Your Highness wants to take care of Darkstar Gorge? Enya was shocked. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. I have to make an example out of them. Otherwise, the outerverse powers will think that I'm benevolent and won't dare to act against them. Your Highness, the various powers have already formed an alliance. If we rashly attack Darkstar Gorge, the other powers might take action in order to protect themselves, Huan Sha reminded him. Lu Yin smiled. I'm not doing this because they've formed an alliance against me. I'm doing this because of the Hall of Honor's orders. Enya and Huan Sha did not understand. As long as one did not betray the human domain or do anything unforgivable, why would the Hall of Honor attack a power? After chasing away Enya and Huan Sha, Lu Yin activated his gadget, and Elder Lohar's image appeared on his screen. Junior greets Elder. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Elder Lohar was in a good mood when he saw Lu Yin. Kit, you suddenly contacted me. You must have something to ask of me. Lu Yin smiled. How did Elder know? Elder Lohar laughed. Although the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, my Hall of Honor has not become blind. Kid, let me tell you something. If you want to form the Great Eastern Alliance, I won't interfere. Even if you occasionally use the Hall of Honor's name, I won't interfere. But if you want the Hall of Honor to help you, that's impossible. Lu Yin rubbed his nose. Junior has never underestimated the Hall of Honor's power. I understand Elder's warning, but this time, I'm not contacting Elder to ask for help. I'm contacting Elder to make a report. Report? Elder Lohar was puzzled. Report who? Junior is reporting that Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, Lu Yin said solemnly. Elder Lohar was shocked. Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance? Kid, let me warn you. Even if your current status is special, you can't cross the Hall of Honor's bottom line. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 662. The current Sandios was no longer as glorious as it had been in the past. Back when the 10 arbiters had supported it, the Outerverse Youth Council had been able to judge and rule over the younger generation of the various weaves. It had even been able to influence the decisions of the various powers. However, ever since the Innerverse and Outerverse had been separated, no one cared about the Outerverse Youth Council anymore. Back then, Puyu had lured Wendy Yushan to Sandios in order to steal the secret technique and deal with Lu Yin. However, his excuse had been the same as the problems that Sandios had encountered back then. I heard that Darkstar Gorge is colluding with the various powers to deal with the Great Yu Empire. Puyu sat in the tower and looked down, seemingly thinking about something. Lu Xiaoga's voice rang out from behind him. Puyu did not turn around. He simply replied, "This time, all of our methods are out in the open. I won't give you a chance to inform Lu Yin." Lu Xiaoga did not mind Puyu's mockery and he stood beside him. "How do you think Lu Yin will deal with you?" Puyu frowned. "Colluding with the various powers has nothing to do with me. It's an internal decision made by Darkstar Gorge, and I don't have the authority to make any decisions. Why would he want to deal with me?" "I don't know. It's just my intuition." Lu Xiaoga shrugged. Puyu looked at Lu Xiaoga. "You're very annoying." Lu Xiaoga blinked. "Is that so? But some people say that I'm a very nice and kind person." Puyu's eyes narrowed and his gaze turned icy. "If not for the Day-Night clan, I would have already killed you. You'd better not appear in front of me. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold myself back one day." At that moment, Vulture arrived and respectfully said to Puyu, "My lord, we can leave now." Lu Xiaoga was shocked. "You're leaving?" Puyu did not say anything and simply turned to leave. "Leaving is the right thing to do. Based on my understanding of Lu Yin, you might be a breakthrough. It's best to stay away from him," Lu Xiaoga said. Puyu turned around and stared at Lu Xiaoga. "Are you trying to make me stay?" "No, I'm sincerely advising you to leave," Lu Xiaoga said seriously. Puyu's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything else and simply left. Lu Xiaoga's eyes flickered as he watched Puyu's back. The spacecraft took off, and Lu Xiaoga heaved a sigh of relief. This was good. As long as Puyu was still alive, he would be fine. But if Puyu had died, then based on his understanding of Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoga would have been in trouble as well. Lu Yin would not have left Sandios to Lu Xiaoga alone. However, at the next moment, Lu Xiaoga looked at the figure in the sky and sighed. It was still too late. Puyu and Vulture sat in their spacecraft and were about to leave when a figure appeared in front of them and blocked their path. Puyu stared at Lu Yin, who was still standing high in the sky, and shouted, "Continue." He then exited the spacecraft. "Go away, Lu Yin." The spacecraft rumbled as it soared into the sky once more. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Where are you going in such a hurry, Counselor Puyu?" "That's none of your business." "Get out of my way," Puyu said coldly as he stood in front of the spacecraft. The spacecraft turned around and flew into outer space. Puyu was furious when Lu Yin suddenly attacked. "Lu Yin, you've gone too far." Puyu's body completely metallized, and his 7-line battle force appeared without hesitation. He swatted at Lu Yin, but Lu Yin casually waved his hand, causing Puyu's energy to reverse and crash into the spacecraft, shattering half of it. Everyone inside the spacecraft fell out. Lu Yin's figure flashed past Puyu as he grabbed Vulture with one hand. Puyu roared and charged at Lu Yin, his arm transforming into a metal blade as he slashed out. Lu Yin raised his right hand and his fates and appeared, transforming into soil that completely blocked Puyu's attack. A shockwave swept across the prairie flame continent like a waterfall. Lu Yin grabbed Vulture's arm with his left hand. "Long time no see." Vulture did not resist and only shouted, "Save me, Lord Puyu." Puyu roared, and his 7-line battle force gradually turned a purplish red. His battle force had improved, and once he reached 8-line battle force he might be able to rival the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Unfortunately, he had still failed in the end. He was still lacking a bit. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he slammed his left palm against Vulture's chest, sending him crashing into the ground of Sandios. He then put away his fates and with his right hand 7-line battle force appeared on his fist, and he punched out. Puyu punched out as well. Boom. An intense explosion shook the sky, causing all of Sandios to shake. Yushinzi and Xiaohua, Ah Fan, and the rest appeared above Sandios and stared at the sky in shock. This sudden battle had left them stunned as Lu Yin was actually fighting Puyu. This exchange was evenly matched. Lu Yin had terrifying physical strength while Puyu had an innate gift of metal. They exchanged several consecutive blows, and neither could suppress the other. "Lu Yin, you're crazy. I'm a counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council, and I was personally appointed by the 10 Arbiters. If you dare attack me, you'll definitely be punished by the 10 Arbiters in the future. Puyu bellowed as he realized that he could not suppress Lu Yin. This person was actually able to fight on par with him without relying on any external items. Puyu could not believe this, as he was ranked 13th on the top 100 rankings. Even Wendy Yushan had to rely on a secret technique to fight against him. Lu Yin did not answer and he punched out again. Puyu's right arm melted and transformed into a sharp hook that slammed into Lu Yin. Everyone watched as the fist and hook drew closer and closer. Just as the two were about to collide, Lu Yin waved his left hand, causing Puyu's hook to miss. It pierced through the air, causing a giant black crack to appear in the void. It was as if the sky had been torn apart. Puyu's pupils shrank. Not good. It's a secret technique. He instinctively wanted to move, but he felt an intense pain in his chest that was quickly followed by suffocation. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body crashed into Sandios, creating a giant crater. Yushenzi and the rest stared at the miserable Puyu in the crater in shock. When they looked up again, they saw Lu Yin standing high in the sky with a cold expression on his face. Atop the tower, Lu Xiaoga sighed. It was over, but he did not know what kind of explanation Lu Yin would use to explain himself. However, given Lu Yin's personality, he would definitely have a way to explain himself. Since Lu Yin had made his move, it meant that he had made his preparations. Puyu was finished. Lu Yin slowly descended beside the crater and coldly looked at Puyu. Puyu spat out another mouthful of blood as he glared at Lu Yin. What right do you have to attack me? Lu Yin, you're courting death. The 10 Arbiters will not let you off. Darkstar Gorge, the Vast Earth Sect, and all the other powers that oppose the Great Eastern Alliance will not let you off. Your Great Eastern Alliance is nothing but a joke. Lu Yin looked around and saw Yushenzi. Her face paled and she lowered her head. She saw An Xiaohua, who nodded respectfully. Lu Yin saw Ah Fan, who bowed respectfully. Lu Yin saw many people and finally his gaze landed on the tower where he met Lu Xiaoga's gaze. Lu Xiaoga pulled out a glass of red wine from somewhere and offered it to Lu Yin from a distance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and a cold glint flashed through them. He then shifted his gaze to Vulture. It's been many years since we parted. That battle is still fresh in my mind, Lu Yin said calmly. Vulture lowered his head and remained silent. Puyu frowned. What are you trying to do, Lu Yin? Lu Yin walked over to Vulture and grabbed him by the hair. Don't you know? The person who's been following you all this time is from the Neo-Human Alliance. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and they all stared at Vulture. Puyu barked, Don't spout nonsense, Lu Yin. You're trying to slander me. You can see for yourself whether or not I'm slandering you. Lu Yin grabbed Vulture and lifted his head. What everyone saw was a pair of cold, emotionless eyes that were completely devoid of blood. His sinister aura sent chills down everyone's spines. Puyu stared at Vulture in disbelief, as he had never seen such a gaze before. He was very familiar with this person who he viewed as a trusted aide. So, you didn't kill me all those years ago because you were waiting for this day, Vulture said slowly. His tone was completely different from when he had spoken to Puyu. When he had spoken to Puyu, he had acted like a normal person, and his tone had been filled with respect and humility. However, at this moment, his voice was shaky and hoarse as if he had just learned how to speak. This was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. At this moment, Vulture's eyes had turned into scarlet vertical slits. An extreme chill crept up his arm and black ice completely froze Lu Yin. There was a thump as Vulture turned around and kicked the frozen Lu Yin away. His scarlet eyes swept over everyone before finally landing on Puyu. What a pity. You're just a pawn. Puyu's eyes narrowed. A corpse king? There was a thump as the ice shattered. Lu Yin grabbed at Vulture, but Vulture's outer clothes were torn apart, revealing his sturdy muscles. He turned around and punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had never underestimated Vulture. Back when they had fought over the giant emperor's third eye, Vulture had clashed head-on with Lu Yin's physical body. Vulture's physical body was extremely strong, and corpse kings had the ability to consume crystals to strengthen their innate gifts. Just now Vulture's black ice had caused Lu Yin to feel apprehensive. There was a thump as a violent shockwave swept through all of Sandios. Vulture was sent flying back 100 meters by Lu Yin's palm, and his legs sank deep into the ground. Lu Yin's palm was also frozen. There was a whoosh as Vulture charged forward again. He raised both hands and a black stream of ice covered the sky. It was as if he wanted to freeze all of Sandios. The sky over San Dios turned dark. Lu Yin frowned and shifted all 3 grains of fates. His eyes widened and his body suddenly vanished. He appeared in front of Vulture as quickly as he could and punched Vulture's abdomen, piercing through his body. Then he punched out again and knocked Vulture's head off his body. The black stream of ice disappeared, and everyone trembled as they looked at the battlefield. Vulture was already dead, and even a corpse king would not be able to survive after its head had been knocked off. Lu Yin clenched his fists. This Vulture had not been very strong. If not for Lu Yin's innate gift of ice, he would not have needed to use so much strength to deal with Vulture. He would not even have been able to transform into a corpse king. Of all the Neo-Human Alliance experts that Lu Yin had encountered, none of them had been able to fight against him without being able to transform into a corpse king. Although the 3 Dark Hands were not included in the top 100 rankings, Lu Yin was certain that his current strength was at the peak of the 3 Dark Hands. He was only an explorer. Puyu's face could no longer be described as pale. Vulture was a member of the Neo-Human Alliance, and this person had been by Puyu's side for a long time. Even if Puyu tried to defend himself, he would not be able to do so, especially since Puyu was well aware of the Hall of Honor's methods. At this moment his entire body turned cold. Puyu shrieked and spat out a mouthful of black blood before finally dying. Lu Yin stood up with a complicated expression on his face. Puyu had been a great enemy on his path of cultivation. When Bezer had appeared on Xenu Star, it had been destined that only one of them would survive. It had been almost 6 years since then and things had finally come to an end. Puyu could not be considered a great enemy. Lu Yin's true enemy was one of the 10 arbiters, or rather, a few of them. There was also Night King Qingyu, who had caused Earth to fall into dire straits. There was also the Astral River's realm envoy Old Gouda, who had intentionally delayed the Astral River's realm envoy, and the Interverse Sun family. Lu Yin would collect everything that was owed to him. For San Dios, Puyu's death was a huge matter. This meant that there were only 2 people in charge of East San Dios, Lu Xiaoga and Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan was in the Great Yu Empire for many years, so Lu Xiaoga was the only person in charge. Barley respectfully walked up to Lu Yin and said, "Representative Lu, Bezer committed suicide out of fear of punishment." Lu Yin grunted and did not ask any further questions. Puyu was dead, then so be it. Has Lu Xiaoga been up to anything recently? Very normal. San Dios's influence is very low right now, so he hasn't done anything, Barley replied. Lu Yin looked at the tower and met Lu Xiaoga's gaze once more. His eyes flashed and his body vanished. Yu Xianzi and the others looked at Puyu's corpse with complicated expressions. Puyu had been ranked 13th on the top 100 rankings, but he had died in such a miserable manner. Lu Yin was truly terrifying. Atop the tower, Lu Xiaoga leisurely retrieved a bottle of red wine from his cosmic ring and poured out 2 glasses. Lu Yin appeared in front of him. "Congratulations, brother Lu. The great enemy has been eliminated," Lu Xiaoga said with a smile as he handed a glass to Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted it. "I drank this wine back on Earth and it tasted pretty good. You and I are both from Earth, so we should help each other out, right?" Lu Xiaoga took a sip and smiled. Lu Yin laughed. "Those who walk different paths will not work together. In my eyes there is no distinction between regions or races, only between friends and foes. Brother Lu, do you think I'm a friend or a foe?" Lu Xiaoga asked as he put down his glass. Lu Yin put down his glass as well. "What do you think?" "It seems like Brother Lu has come with ill intentions," Lu Xiaoga said. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiaoga. "You're a smart person. What do you have to say? I can help you bring it to Earth. Right, you can be buried there." Lu Xiaoga smiled and gazed into the distance. He raised his hand with his palm facing downwards, as if his hand could envelop the entire world. "I remember asking Brother Lu a question when we first arrived in San Dios. Now I'll ask the same question again. What did you see, Brother Lu?" Lu Yin frowned. "I don't have time to play games with you." Lu Xiaoga sighed. "It seems like Brother Lu's heart isn't big enough. You can't be tolerant." "That depends on who I'm dealing with. There's no need to be tolerant of someone who betrayed Earth and his own people," Lu Yin said indifferently. "What if I can help Brother Lu do more things? For example, the Day-Night Clan." Lu Xiaoga turned to look at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Lu Xiaoga's lips curled up. "Brother Lu, don't you think that having an insider to help you deal with the Day-Night Clan is a good choice?" The innerverse and outerverse will recover sooner or later. With what Brother Lu has done in the outerverse, the innerverse great powers will definitely not allow it. You've already crossed their bottom line, especially the Great Eastern Alliance. You're playing with fire by trying to free the outerverse from the innerverse suppression by yourself. If we follow you back to the Great Yu Empire, what positions will you arrange for us? Lu Yin had not considered this question, as sealing off San Dios had been an impromptu decision. He looked at Yu Xianzi and Xiaohua and the others, only to discover that they had all broken through to the explorer realm. Yu Xianzi and Xiaohua in particular, had an enormous number of rune lines that surpassed most cruisers. They were indisputably realm breakers. One of them was the young sect master of the Frost Moon sect, while the other was the young master of Watermoon Villa. Come with me to the Great Yu Empire and join the first squadron. I'll be the captain, Lu Yin said. Yu Xianzi and Xiaohua exchanged glances, and they agreed without much thought. There was no point in staying in San Dios. Me too. Me too. Zhao ran over from nearby with a flustered expression. She looked at Lu Yin excitedly, but then she fell to the ground with a thump. When she got up, she looked confused. Where am I? Lu Yin was speechless. He suddenly remembered that there was still this brat who kept losing her memories. Back then he had pitted her and brought her to San Dios. Lu Yin walked over to Zhao Ran, squatted down and looked at her in amusement. Zhao Ran looked at Lu Yin and blinked her large eyes. She looked very cute. Lu Yin pointed at the necklace in front of her chest. Wendy Yushan had said that she had stored Zhao Ran's memories in a chip, and it was placed on the necklace. There was also a piece of paper inside that contained a portion of her memories. Zhao Ran looked at the paper. Ah, I remember now. You're a good person. Lu Yin helped her up. What were you trying to say? Zhao Ran was confused. What? Lu Yin was stunned. Nothing. How about I take you to my hometown? Good person, I'll go wherever you want me to go. I'm lacking in goods and I keep losing my memories. Zhao Ran was embarrassed. This brat looked very pitiful, like an abandoned kitten. Lu Yin decided to let her stay in King Zishan's palace or send her to the princess residence. He had come alone, but he returned with several others. When Lu Yin returned to Xenu Star, Elder Lohar sent him a message saying that he had not found any evidence of Darkstar Gorge colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance. He blamed Lu Yin for being too heavy-handed and should have kept Puyu for interrogation. Lu Yin put down his gadget. Keep Puyu for interrogation? That would not do. Everyone could tell that Darkstar Gorge had not colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, or else Puyu would not have been so stupid as to bring a corpse king like Vulture with him. This was also one of the reasons why when Sansi had not taken action back then. However, the Hall of Honor was different. To them, anyone who had even the slightest connection to the Neo-Human Alliance had to be completely destroyed unless that person was truly important. Shenwu Continent was like this, and Darkstar Gorge was no exception. Elder Lohar had only blamed Lu Yin for acting too quickly and had no other intentions. As for Darkstar Gorge, it no longer existed. The moment Vulture had revealed his true body, Darkstar Gorge had already been sentenced to death. The Hall of Honor's methods were chilling, and Lu Yin fell into deep thought as he stared at the night sky. He was of value to the Hall of Honor, and they would protect and favor him. If there came a day when he lost his value, the Hall of Honor would not hesitate to eliminate him. Not just him but also everyone in the Great Yu Empire who was related to him. The Hall of Honor's methods were 100 times more ruthless than Lu Yin's. They were the true masters of the human domain, and once they made a move, everything would be over. Darkstar Gorge was not worth mentioning in their eyes, and the same was true for the Great Yu Empire. The Neo-Human Alliance represented darkness, while the Hall of Honor represented light. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 665. Darkstar Gorge had led the various great powers to form an alliance against the Great Eastern Alliance, but it had only been a few days since such a great power had been uprooted. Although it had been the Hall of Honor that had taken action, it had still been Lu Yin's methods. Darkstar Gorge had been an enormous power that had existed for countless years, and it had been annihilated with a single strike. This had terrified the elders of the vast Earth sect, and it wasn't just them. All of the powers that had been allied with Darkstar Gorge were terrified. Nobody knew who Lu Yin's next target would be. Since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the outerverse order was determined by itself, and Luin was the one who had set that order. Elders, since you've all come to a decision, this sect master will not oppose it. As such, our vast Earth sect has decided to join the Great Eastern Alliance, Meng Tianlong said. Many of the elders had ugly expressions on their faces. There was bitterness and helplessness. Barred Weave was close to Dark Mist Weave and it was close to the Astral River. There were 103 filaments in the weave, and it wasn't that far from Frostwave Weave. Even Ground Palace was the power that controlled Barred Weave. When Luin had returned from the Outerverse trial, the Great Yu Empire had been pressured by the Ross Empire. Luin had used Evenground Palace's young mistress Doro's promise to get Evenground Palace to speak up for the Great Yu Empire and stop the Ross Empire's attack. This was not the first time that Evenground Palace had come into contact with the Great Yu Empire. Young mistress Doro had also met Luin once. Previously, the Great Yu Empire had wanted to establish the Great Eastern Alliance, but Evenground Palace had not agreed to it. Instead, they had taken advantage of the situation to join Darkstar Gorge's alliance against the Great Eastern Alliance. However, they had not expected that Darkstar Gorge would be destroyed in the blink of an eye, which had caused Evenground Palace to panic. Palace Master, please make a decision as soon as possible. More than 10 women were seated in the main hall of Evenground Palace. Evenground Palace was similar to the Innerverse Frostmoon sect, but there were also some differences. The Frostmoon sect's members were all women, while Evenground Palace's members were mostly women. There were also quite a few men, but the Palace Master and the young Palace Master were definitely women. The Palace Master of the Evenground Palace, Mu Nikhang, had a beautiful appearance and a cold expression. She gave off an otherworldly feeling. Let Doro in. The elders looked at each other. Hall Master, although Doro is the young Hall Master, she's not qualified to participate in such a major event, one of the elders said. Mu Nikhang replied, Doro has interacted with him before. The elders no longer objected. Doro quickly entered the main hall. Although Luin had seen her before, he didn't have a deep impression of her. After all, too many trial takers had been trapped in the Tower of Resonating Light, and she had only been one of them. Her appearance wasn't that stunning either. Doro, what do you think of Luin? Mu Nikhang asked. All the elders looked at Doro. Doro replied respectfully, I've only interacted with Luin once, but he left a deep impression on me. I can describe him in one sentence. Doro thought for a moment before continuing. He doesn't rise early if there's no benefit to him. What do you mean? An elder asked. Doro replied, this person only cares about profit. Back in the Tower of Resonating Light, when many trial takers were trapped, this person made everyone sign an agreement before he was willing to save them. I believe that if everyone had not been willing to sign that agreement, he would not have saved them. Any other thoughts? Mu Nikhang asked. Doro thought for a moment before replying, this person is ruthless, extremely talented and somewhat lawless. Everyone fell silent, as these points were in line with their understanding of Luin. If not for his extraordinary talent, how could he have become the strongest Limiter and suppressed all the other Limiters in the Outerverse? If not for his ruthlessness, how could he have dared to kill Enlighters? If not for his lawlessness, how could he have formed the Great Eastern Alliance? In everyone's eyes, Luin was a madman with extraordinary talent and ruthless methods. However, this madman had an ability that suited his ambitions, which was the most disgusting thing. All right, you may leave, Mu Nikhang said. Doro respectfully left. Elders, what do you think? Mu Nikhang asked. On the left, an elder named Maya spoke up. Hall Master, Darkstar Gorge has already been destroyed. I do not wish for Evenground Palace to follow in their footsteps. Elder Maya, that's too serious. Darkstar Gorge was destroyed because Puyu colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Evenground Palace has nothing to do with the Neo-Human Alliance. Elder Maya sneered. Colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance? Who here would believe that? Everyone looked at each other and helplessly shook their heads. No one believed her, as the Hall of Honor had not found any evidence that Darkstar Gorge had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. Even so, Darkstar Gorge had still been destroyed. From what I know, Luin once came into contact with a corpse king called Vulture several years ago. Luin didn't expose Vulture even though he knew that Vulture was a corpse king. This person's schemes run deep. If he can use Vulture to destroy the entire Darkstar Gorge, who can guarantee that he doesn't have similar pawns in other organizations that can destroy an entire organization? Elder Maya said coldly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they heard this. Muni Chang's eyes flashed. Does Elder Maya agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Yes, I agree, Elder Maya replied. Munikang looked at the others. What about the other elders? The other elders looked at each other and then helplessly said, agreed. Agreed. No one objected. The more they understood Lu Yin, the more terrified they became. This person could not be viewed as a junior, as he was a genius that transcended time. All right, since all the elders have agreed to join the Great Eastern Alliance, I hereby announce that Evenground Palace will join the Great Eastern Alliance. Immediately send someone to contact the Great Yu Empire, Mu Nikhang announced. Flaxen Weave was located to the west of Lars Weave, and it bordered Lars Weave. The strongest power there was the Tri-Banner Federation. When news of Darkstar Gorge's destruction reached Flaxen Weave, the Tri-Banner Federation's previous chairman, Jibu, led a group of people to where the people from Northline Flow Zone were and requested to meet with the person in charge there. However, when they arrived, they were informed that everyone from Northline Flow Zone had already left. They had taken all of the Tri-Banner Federation's star crystals, crystal essence, and a large amount of resources with them. Many of the Tri-Banner Federation's representatives were furious, but they did not dare to chase after them. Northline Flow Zone was an innerverse power, and they also had Granny Chan and Enlighter. No one dared to make an enemy out of them. Chairman Jibu, since the people from Northline Flow Zone have left, the Tri-Banner Federation hopes that you can resume your position and negotiate with the Great Yu Empire. That's right, Sir Jibu. Please negotiate with the Great Yu Empire. Jibu looked at the crowd with satisfaction and smiled. Everyone, the people from Northline Flow Zone have left, and our Tri-Banner Federation has regained its freedom. Everything will be democratic again. Since you want me to negotiate with the Great Yu Empire, we must at least vote on our Federation's position. Will we join the Great Eastern Alliance or not? The representatives did not hesitate. Of course we'll join. We'll definitely join. We'll join. Compared to Evenground Palace, the Vast Earth Sect, and the other powers, the Tri-Banner Federation was much more lax and did not care about honor or disgrace. After all, they had all come from different regions and they had just merged together. They did not have a strong sense of belonging to the Federation, and surviving was more important than anything else. Darkstar Gorge had already been destroyed, and they did not want to follow in its footsteps. Jibu grunted in response as this was too easy. He had already contacted the people from the Great Yu Empire because his secrets were in the Great Yu Empire's hands. Although he had been threatened into cooperating, as long as he allowed the Tri-Banner Federation to join the Great Eastern Alliance, he would still be the chairman of the Tri-Banner Federation. This had been personally confirmed by the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, and Jibu could already see the glory of his new position. On the Great Yu Empire's Xenu Star, in King Zishan's palace, Enya urgently requested an audience. Lu Yin was currently conversing with Yu Shenzi. He had originally arranged for this woman to go to Yu Academy and teach the Empire's elites a lesson, but she was unwilling as she looked down on the Great Yu Empire's elites. This was not the first time something like this had happened, and even Wendy Yushan looked down on them. It was normal for the Innerverse Power's heirs to have such an attitude, but Lu Yin was not happy about it. From his perspective, this woman had yet to correct her attitude. Have you forgotten that the Innerverse and Outerverse have been separated? You can only stay in the Great Yu Empire from now on, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Yu Shenzi snorted and she was as proud as a peacock. When the sect told me to go to San Dios to look for you, it was just to keep in touch. Don't think that I'm going to rely on you. Your sect is gone and it's gone forever. You're now an independent cultivator, Lu Yin grumbled. Yu Shenzi raised her head. My Frostmoon sect has roots in the Outerverse. I'm not an independent cultivator. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. Kay saw that Enya had arrived, and he was about to speak when he heard Lu Yin's words. He gestured for Enya to enter. Enya hurriedly entered King Zishan's palace and reported to Lu Yin, Your Highness, good news. The Vast Earth Sect, Evenground Palace, Tri-Banner Federation, and more than 10 other powers have contacted the Empire at the same time and expressed their willingness to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin was delighted. Really? That's great. Enya smiled. Your Highness is truly capable. You're right, these are all sheep. As long as we eliminate the wolf in the lead, they'll be slaughtered. Lu Yin waved a hand. Not anymore. We're the wolves and we won't slaughter them, huh? Your Highness is right. Enya smiled, but she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. She could vaguely see Shui Chuanxiao's shadow in him. Did they contact the Empire at the same time? Lu Yin changed the topic. Enya nodded. Yes, they did so at almost the same time. Is there such a coincidence? Luin muttered. These powers must have contacted each other before, which is why it's so coincidental, Enya replied. Luin frowned. That won't do. Think of a way to split the alliance. I don't want an alliance within an alliance. Yes, Your Highness, Enya answered. Also, since they've joined the Great Eastern Alliance, have them send me a list of all the resources in their weaves. Send a copy to Banjo and see if there's anything useful. Of course, we'll send them a list of our Frostwave Weaves resources as well, Luin said. Yushinzi rolled her eyes. Luin had just said that he wouldn't slaughter them, but now there was a split and a list of resources. Was there a need to be so anxious? Yes, Your Highness. May I ask when the Alliance Conference will begin? Enya asked. Luin muttered, What do you think? Enya looked at Yushinzi hesitantly. Luin casually replied, Don't mind her. She's just a wandering cultivator. I'm not a wandering cultivator, Yushinzi retorted. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, and I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you all for your continued support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 666. Enya said to Luin, Your Highness, although the alliance can be formed, those powers have been forced to do so. To them, Your Highness is more of an enemy than an ally, so they'll definitely try to suppress Your Highness within the alliance. This suppression won't just be in terms of strength, but also in terms of various aspects, such as the Weave's economy, resources, mines, talent reserves, and the strength of various powerhouses. With Your Highness's strength, you're invincible to them, so they'll definitely try to make it so that Your Highness can't interfere. Then they'll try to suppress the Empire in other aspects. As long as the Empire is suppressed, its future status within the Alliance will be very low, and Your Highness' authority will be easily challenged. Luin frowned. This was the same as opposing the Great Eastern Alliance but in a different way. It would be very difficult for a power that was suppressed in all aspects to control the other powers. No matter how strong Luin was, he couldn't possibly control the entire alliance by himself. Furthermore, he couldn't always watch over the alliance. The alliance's original intention was to serve him, not the other way around. So you're saying that the Empire needs to be prepared? Luin asked. Enya nodded. Actually, there are many things that we don't need to worry about, such as the economy. With the Nalan family's support, the other weaves aren't too far apart. The only problem is that these powers might join forces in a certain area and try to suppress the Empire in one fell swoop. Although they won't be able to stop Your Highness from becoming the leader, they'll still be able to control the situation in the future. Luin muttered to himself for a moment. I understand. You can leave now. I'll think about it. Enya acknowledged and left. It seems like you've run into some trouble. Although forming the alliance is difficult, it'll be even more difficult after that, Yushinzi said coldly, her expression aloof. Luin was displeased. Let's go. Where'd? Yushinzi was puzzled. Luin looked up. To see how weak the Empire's younger generation is that you don't even want to meet them. On the first ring of the continent, a group of people had gathered outside the Formcast pool and were shouting loudly. The crowd was clearly divided into several factions, and they were all shouting excitedly. Luin brought Yushinzi over in disguise and stood not too far away, watching the center of the arena where two cultivators were fighting. Go beat him up. Don't be a coward. Crush his thigh. Spit on him. Drown him. Luin looked at the arena with amusement. There was competition within Yu Academy as well, and every now and then the hallmaster and Luin. Was Yushinzi and Yushinzi? Yushinzi, she looked at Luin Yin's. These are the elites of the great powers? Star energy can't even take a physical form, and you need all sorts of crystals and materials to use battle techniques? Are you messing with me? Luin smiled. This is the current situation of the Outerverse. It's not just our great Yu Empire but all of the Outerverse weaves are basically the same. Regardless of whether it's cultivation methods or knowledge, the Outerverse cannot compare to the Innerverse. Otherwise, why do you think the Innerverse completely suppresses the Outerverse? Lu of the Xian? Of any? Any? Lu, of? Not necessarily. There was a decent number of rune lines hidden in the crowd, and they could be considered decent for a melder. They just hadn't made a move yet. Those two aren't bad. That person's aura isn't weak. He actually sensed my domain. Yushinzi looked into the distance in surprise. A pair of sharp eyes were staring at her. It was Schutz. Yuxianzi had released her domain to cover the formcast pool. Even the explorers guarding the pool hadn't sensed her presence, but Schutz had. However, Schutz only glanced at her before turning around. He had seen Lu Yin, and although Lu Yin's appearance had changed, Schutz still recognized him. The two were very familiar with each other. His name is Schutz, U Academy's Hall Master. He joined the Astral Combat Academy in the same year as me. If not for U Academy, he would have become an explorer long ago, Lu Yin said with a tinge of guilt in his voice. He was the one who had allowed Schutz to return to the Great Yu Empire, and even though he had given him compensation, it wasn't enough. Lu Yin had always felt apologetic towards Schutz. No wonder. So he studied in the Astral Combat Academy. He's on a completely different level from the others. Right, the other Lemiter isn't bad either. My domain senses tell me that he's suppressing his strength. His name is Wukai Mathers and he's also a Hall Master. He's always been in the Outerverse, Lu Yin said. It had been a coincidence that Lu Yin had appointed Wukai Mathers as a Hall Master since the two had met at a tavern. The battle techniques that Wukai Mathers had obtained during Astral Ten's trial had allowed him to remain strong even though he hadn't entered the Astral Combat Academy. Yuxianzi only glanced at him and didn't pay him much attention. She was right, but that was only relative to the others. She had broken through to the Explorer realm, comprehended a domain, possessed innate gifts, inherited the Frostmoon Sect's inheritance, and even obtained an inheritance from the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones. These people couldn't even be compared to her. If all 5 of U Academy's Hall Masters were this strong, then the vast Earth Sect and the other powers might not be able to suppress you even if they joined forces. It's not easy for a melder from the Outerverse to reach this level unless they had external help. Lu Yin helplessly shook his head. The other 3 Hall Masters are far inferior to them. Then there's nothing we can do. Yuxianzi absent-mindedly glanced at her surroundings. One of the challengers was defeated. Wukai Mathers waved his hand and Fu Xiaoshu stepped forward. They had been defeated several times in a row, and they needed to regain some face. When he saw Fu Xiaoshu step forward, the other challenger's face paled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Come, I've always wanted to experience the power of you Earthlings." Earth was no stranger to the Great Yu Empire, and Lu Yin's birth had piqued the interest of many historians, including many media reporters. They all fought to report on Lu Yin, but they didn't dare to reveal too much about Lu Yin's privacy. Instead, they only reported on Earth's situation. Originally, these people hadn't held much hope for Earth since it was just an ordinary planet. However, ever since the first batch of cultivators from Earth had been selected to enter U Academy, the entire frost wave we've had been shaken. This was because a single planet had given birth to 5 cultivators with innate gifts. Cultivators with innate gifts were extremely rare, but they could directly join the Youth Council, which represented their status. The fact that 5 cultivators with innate gifts had appeared on a tiny planet like Earth was more than enough to cause a stir. Fu Xiaoshu and the others became the focus of attention, and if not for the fact that U Academy prohibited visitors, they would have become famous long ago. Although they weren't famous in the Frostwave Weave, Fu Xiaoshu and the others were almost as famous as the Hall Masters in U Academy because of their innate gifts. Many rumors even claimed that Fu Xiaoshu and the others who had already reached the Melder realm were comparable to Huozhong, Jirbok, and Lockwood. "Make your move," Fu Xiaoshu said casually as he looked at the man across from him. The man snorted and crushed the blue crystal in his hand, causing a stream of water to appear and wrap around his arm. He punched out at Fu Xiaoshu, and the superimposed streams of water seemed to materialize. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good move. Ever since Schutz had returned from the Astral Combat Academy, U Academy's overall strength had increased significantly. At the very least, most people could easily reach the Melder realm now. When Lu Yin had first come into contact with U Academy in the Great Yu Empire, there hadn't been many Melders there. In the face of the superimposed water flow, Fu Xiaoshu stood his ground and did not move. The water flow smashed into the ground with a loud boom, creating a huge crater. The ground shook as a gust of water vapor blew towards him. Yuxianzi was puzzled. Why is that person attacking an empty space? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Because he thinks that the enemy is standing there. Yuxianzi was shocked. An illusion? A battle technique? No, there aren't any star energy fluctuations. Is this an innate gift? Lu Yin nodded. Yuxianzi looked at Fu Xiaoshu seriously. If he had an innate gift, then things were different. Any cultivator with an innate gift would have a bright future, and their strength would far surpass the average cultivators. Fu Xiaoshu's innate gift could only cover a certain area, but it couldn't cover Lu Yin or Yu Xianzi. Even if it could, his illusions wouldn't be able to confuse the two of them. He couldn't even confuse Schutz or Rucky Mathers. Outside the arena, the Yu Academy students cheered excitedly. In their eyes, this attack had indeed hit Fu Xiaoshu. The man smiled proudly. Fu Xiaoshu, you're too arrogant. I've never used this attack on anyone before. I've saved it for you. Is that so? It's quite powerful. A voice came from behind the man, and he turned around in shock to see Fu Xiaoshu smiling mockingly. His eyes narrowed. How did you? Fu Xiaoshu didn't give him a chance to speak and pressed a finger on the man's head. You've lost. The man was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He dejectedly said, This is your innate gift, right? I couldn't see through it. Fu Xiaoshu looked around proudly. Indeed, this was his innate gift. His vision was no longer limited to the Yu Academy students, and he wanted to challenge the Hall Master. Only by becoming a Hall Master would he be qualified to enter the Royal Regent's eyes. To Earthlings, Lu Yin was a god, and Fu Xiaoshu wanted to be close to him and follow him. Songshi, you go, Schutz said in a low voice. A man with a stern expression walked out from the crowd and faced Fu Xiaoshu directly. Fu Xiaoshu slowly turned around and looked at Songshi. I knew you would attack. The surrounding Yu Academy students were excited and expectant. Songshi was also from Earth and had an innate gift as well. The two of them could be said to be on the same level, and aside from the Hall Master, the only other person present who could deal with Fu Xiaoshu was Songshi, who was also from Earth. Your illusions are well developed, Songshi said indifferently, his face expressionless. Who are you talking to? Fu Xiaoshu's voice sounded from another direction. Songshi wasn't surprised that Fu Xiaoshu had disappeared. He took off his heavy equipment and said indifferently, If that's all you've got, you're not my match. Fu Xiaoshu pursed his lips. Still so cold. Fine, I'll show you how strong I've become. The first person to enter the Royal Regent's eyes is me. That one sentence ignited Songshi's anger. The person he admired the most was Lu Yin, and he had to be the first to approach him. Your personality has changed a lot. Even the beggar from Nanjing has learned how to brag. Third update, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to all of you. Thank you for your support. Thank you. It would be even better if you could tip me. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 667. Fu Xiaoshu's eyebrows shot up in anger. He had indeed been a beggar, and this was a stain on his record. You'll pay for what you just said. With that, a formless fluctuation enveloped the entire area. The students of Yu Academy couldn't see it, not even Rucky Mathers. However, this fluctuation shocked Schutz. This was a domain. Lu Yin was shocked as well. Fu Xiaoshu had actually comprehended a domain. Yu Xianzi was shocked. It was extremely difficult for someone from the outer verse to comprehend a domain. They didn't even know how to control star energy, let alone a domain. This person's control of star energy was still very raw, so how could he have comprehended a domain? With the support of a domain, Fu Xiaoshu's illusions underwent a qualitative change. Songshi's originally nonchalant expression changed, and he became abnormally solemn. He couldn't find where Fu Xiaoshu was, and the scene in front of him changed. He was back on Earth, and the people, things of the past appeared in front of him. Fu Xiaoshu would always remember Lu Yin's words. The peak of illusions is to make even those who know that they are illusions fall for it. He had been working towards this goal for a long time. Songshi attacked, but he didn't attack Fu Xiaoshu. Instead, he frantically attacked where he was standing. The people around him gradually backed away with sympathetic gazes. He had been controlled by Fu Xiaoshu's illusions. Schutz frowned. He hadn't expected someone from Yu Academy to have comprehended a domain. It was simply ridiculous. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, they had gone through a lot of difficulties to cultivate and understand much about domains and battle force, but Fu Xiaoshu had remained in Yu Academy all this time and still managed to comprehend a domain. His talent was terrifying. Even Lu Yin was stunned. He had also gone through a lot of trouble to comprehend a domain. How had Fu Xiaoshu managed to do it so easily? Your great Yu Empire is really surprising. Someone actually managed to comprehend a domain, Yu Xinzi praised. With a domain and illusions, the other person is definitely going to lose. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Not necessarily. From what he could see, Songshi's rune lines surpassed Fu Xiaoshu's. Yu Xinzi was shocked. The other person has a technique as well? Don't tell me he also comprehended a domain. Lu Yin shrugged, he didn't know either. It's over, Song Shi. Fu Xiaoshu barked. In his illusion, Song Shi had been fighting non-stop for more than 10 minutes, and he had exhausted all of his energy. It was time to deal the final blow. As he thought about it, Fu Xiaoshu raised his palm, causing star energy to erupt and transform into a powerful force that swept towards Song Shi. With a loud bang, Song Shi was hit in the back. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Fu Xiaoshu's figure appeared and dispelled the illusion. He looked down at Song Shi and said, I told you that I would be the first to come into contact with the royal regent. Song Shi looked up with a resolute gaze. How much longer can your illusions last? A hint of panic flashed across Fu Xiaoshu's eyes. His innate talent could not be unleashed without limit. Song Shi might have fallen into the illusion and consumed a lot of energy, but it was not easy for him either. He could only endure it. When Song Shi saw the panic in Fu Xiaoshu's eyes, he stomped on the ground and charged forward, grabbing at Fu Xiaoshu. Fu Xiaoshu unleashed his domain, preventing Song Shi from entering. Song Shi let out a low roar as a colorless stream of air appeared around his body, distorting the air around him as he broke through the domain. He grabbed Fu Xiaoshu by the collar and smashed him into the ground, knocking him unconscious. The crowd went silent. Fu Xiaoshu had actually been defeated. Yuxinzi was shocked. Battle force. The other one has actually comprehended battle force. In the distance, Lu Yin was astonished. That colorless stream of air was indeed battle force. Song Shi had actually comprehended battle force, which was a little strange. Even Lu Yin himself had only comprehended battle force after going through Astral 10 Sand Ocean, but Song Shi had actually grasped it. As a relatively ordinary cultivator in the Outerverse, this was very unusual. If it was just an occasional occurrence, then it could be attributed to luck or an innate talent. However, Fu Xiaoshu's domain and Song Shi's battle force both reminded Lu Yin that things were not that simple. Earth had a high frequency of cultivators with innate talents. Cultivators improved quickly and had strong comprehension abilities, so there was definitely something hidden on this planet. Wu Qingshan had once said that if a powerful cultivator appeared on Earth, then the entire civilization would be wiped out. That was why the Hidden Earth organization had hidden themselves on Jupiter, not daring to come out. Lu Yin had to figure out what secrets Earth was hiding, and it definitely had something to do with the primeval surnames. Brother Lu, this person has actually comprehended battle force. Your academy is really secretive. Does it have a place like the Astral Combat Academy that helps in comprehending domains and battle force? Yuxinzi asked. Lu Yin's expression was calm. No. Yuxinzi didn't believe him, but she couldn't tell anything from Lu Yin's expression. Outside the formcast pool, Fu Xiaoshu had been defeated. None of Wukai Mather's subordinates could compare to Song Shi, so he looked helplessly at Schutz. We've lost this match. Schutz replied, there's no such thing as losing. We'll try again next time. Wukai Mathers nodded and led the rest of his haul away. Fu Xiaoshu was carried away. Blood trickled down the corner of Song Shi's mouth as he glanced at Fu Xiaoshu. This match had been very close. If Fu Xiaoshu's illusion had lasted a little longer, then Song Shi might not have been able to win. Have you watched the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest? Schutz asked as he appeared beside Song Shi. Song Shi nodded. A battle depends on the venue. The venue limits one's abilities, and in an evenly matched battle, victory or defeat depends on one's brain. There's no need to fight head-on. Song Shi replied, I understand, Hall Master. Schutz dismissed the crowd and looked at Lu Yin, only to find that he and Yuxinzi had already left. How was it? Your academy isn't too bad, right? Lu Yin asked as he looked at his gadget while they were on the surface of the first ring. Yuxinzi glanced at him. It's all right. If there's nothing else, you can train them. They can be considered your disciples, Lu Yin said as he stared at his gadget with a solemn expression. Yuxinzi frowned. That's very impolite of you. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and lowered his arm. Sorry, I'm reading the news. Yuxinzi looked around. The scenery on the first ring isn't bad. It's fine to come and play occasionally. Lu Yin smiled. After parting ways with Yuxinzi, Lu Yin went straight to Xenu Star's library to look for the curator. Greetings, Your Highness. The curator hurriedly greeted Lu Yin. Why is Earth's history different from what I saw last time? Lu Yin asked sternly. The curator trembled. Your Highness, speak. Lu Yin barked. The curator was terrified and immediately prostrated himself. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Earth's history has always been fake. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What do you mean? The curator was terrified. There are many planets in the universe that cannot be recorded. The Great Yu Empire didn't have 13 filaments, and it didn't cover Earth until His Majesty, Undying Yushan, took over and expanded the Empire's territory, which then included Earth. At that time, Earth's civilization had just gone extinct, and the Empire didn't pay much attention to it. The so-called history is only based on observations. We can confirm that Earth went extinct several times, but we can only determine the number of times in the past tens of thousands of years. There are many planets like Earth in the universe, and it's normal for civilizations to go extinct due to various reasons. Thus, the Empire's records of Earth's history are only based on their initial observations. Some are even made up. Made up? Lu Yin frowned. The curator's voice trembled. Yes, made up. There are too many planets in the Empire, and it's impossible to keep a detailed record of every planet. Thus, the records of some planets in the Empire's archives aren't even as accurate as their own records. Has Earth's history been changed recently? Lu Yin asked. The curator's voice trembled. Yes, Your Highness. Your identity is special since you were born on Earth. Many people pay attention to Earth, and we had no choice but to combine Earth's own records with the Empire's. We also made up some details to shut up the media. Lu Yin sighed. So there was such a thing. Even history could be made up. I want to see the information from when Earth was first discovered, Lu Yin said. The curator's face went pale and he couldn't stop trembling. Where's the information? Give it to me. Lu Yin barked. The curator trembled. I'm sorry, Your Highness. There was a fire in the library, and all of the information was destroyed. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and a terrifying pressure swept across Xenu Star, causing the seas to churn and countless cultivators to tremble. However, it only lasted for an instant. Not a single bit of information was left behind? I'm sorry, Your Highness. The curator almost fainted from shock. Lu Yin's anger subsided a little when he saw the curator's miserable state. He helplessly walked out of the library and looked towards the Hua family. He wanted to talk to Hua Qingshan again, but Hua Qingshan was the one who had asked him to look for information the last time. There was only one place where he could understand Earth's history, Jupiter. Unfortunately, he couldn't enter. Forget it, I'll wait a little longer. Jupiter's defenses will be broken one day and I really want to know what Earth's history is. On Xenu Star, the Anna family's courtyard was desolate. As an old family of the Great Yu Empire, the Anna family had always had great influence in the empire. However, their influence had plummeted after Lu Yin's ascension. Although Lu Yin had not actively suppressed the Anna family and had even allowed Shuashan Anna to join the Lu Ministry of Defense and become one of the leaders of the military, this could not hide his intentions to marginalize the Anna family. Regardless of whether it was the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance or the collaboration with the Nalan family, no one from the Anna family had participated. For an old family, this was a sign that they were being ignored by those in power. On the surface, the Anna family still had considerable influence, and they even controlled the 9th Imperial Squadron. However, this influence could be ended with a single word from Lu Yin, and he could even destroy the entire Anna family. During this time, the Anna family had been thinking of ways to get closer to some people, such as Gavin, Huansha, and Enya, but their efforts had not been effective. Shuashan Anna's study fell into silence. Rocky Anna looked at Shuashan Anna and said, I originally thought that the Hua family would weaken since His Highness was clearly worried about Hua Qingshan. However, I never expected that even Hua Qingshan would be able to participate in the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance while our Anna family is unable to. Patriarch, shouldn't we discuss this with His Highness? Shuashan Anna frowned and fell into deep thought. At the same time, quite a few experts from Xenu Star gathered at the Anna family's residence. With a cracking sound, the ground of the Anna clan completely cracked open. Shuashan Anna's face turned grim as both of his arms were frozen solid. Many of the Anna family members were frozen in place, and they could only watch in despair as the cold air spread out and engulfed them. Within a room, Jenny Anna calmly looked out the window as the cold air spread from the soles of her feet and gradually rose. Shuashan Anna's eyes widened, but he could not stop it. Even with his strength, he could not control the cold air. Once this cold air engulfed someone, they would definitely die and the Anna family would be finished. At this moment, Lu Yin arrived in the sky and looked down. He saw that the entire Anna family was enveloped by the cold air, forming a 5-ringed ice plum blossom diagram. His eyes flashed as he recalled that when Fire's Melt Planet had been destroyed, a person named Yen Yen had survived and sealed himself in ice. This person had come from the Royal Frost continent. Because this person's cold air was extremely dense, he had been arranged to stay in the Anna family. Who would have thought that he would bring disaster to the Anna family today? Suddenly, Lu Yin met a pair of eyes within the Anna family. That pair of eyes was so numb and still that it was as if they belonged to a dead person. It was Jenny Anna. When he saw her gaze, Lu Yin suddenly sensed her pain. It was a feeling that was worse than death. Even though the cold air was about to engulf her, she still remained indifferent and despairing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he did not look at her again. Instead, he put on his universal armor and leapt into the ground. There was a thump, and the cold air that greeted him caused him to tremble. Even his universal armor started to freeze, and he was about to be sealed in ice. Lu Yin growled as his 7-line battle force erupted and shattered the ice. He then raised a hand and used his fates and to open a path as he smashed his way into the ground. Soon enough, Yen Yan's figure appeared before Lu Yin's eyes. He was still sealed in ice, but the ice on his body had almost completely disappeared. The moment Lu Yin appeared, Yen Yan's eyes suddenly opened, and the cold air in his hand condensed into a spear that he stabbed at Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin felt a terrifying chill that could even freeze the void. His hands and feet went numb, and all he could see was a 5-ringed ice plum blossom diagram. Lu Yin did not hesitate to tap out with a finger. His eyes became slack as his dream finger froze the void and crossed the distance between them to shatter the ice spear. Lu Yin then pointed at Yen Yan's forehead. He did not hold back this time as he had attacked with the intent to kill. Yen Yan's pupils shrank, and his gaze changed to become dignified and solemn. It was as if he had become a completely different person. He raised a hand and unleashed Iceburst Flame. The next moment, blue ice wrapped around red flames shot out from Yen Yan's hand and collided with the dream finger. The collision between the dream finger and the Iceburst Flame instantly produced a terrifying might that distorted the void. Lu Yin sensed danger and subconsciously waved his left hand to activate the Yu secret art. He flung the force of the collision high into the sky and towards the crack between the 3 rings of the continents. He then tore through the void and entered an unknown distance in outer space before exploding. Countless cracks spread out in outer space, accompanied by burning flames and extreme cold. Although Lu Yin's dream finger had collided with the Iceburst Flame, its full power had not been unleashed. It was still concentrated on his finger and had severely injured Yen Yan. However, because of the Iceburst Flame's attack, the finger had not been able to hit Yen Yan's forehead and had only managed to injure his shoulder. An intense pain came from his fingertip, and Lu Yin bent his index finger as he stared at Yen Yan. Half of Yen Yan's body was covered in blood as he lay on the ground. He looked at Lu Yin in confusion as if he did not understand what had just happened. At this moment, Shuashan Anna rushed underground and hurried over when he saw Lu Yin. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Lu Yin waved a hand and looked at Yen Yan. "What's your name?" Yen Yan looked at Lu Yin in confusion, and his eyes were filled with confusion. There was no trace of the terrifying might that had been present when he had used Iceburst Flames. It should be known that even Lu Yin had subconsciously sensed danger from that Iceburst Flames, and he was wearing his universal armor. According to the number of rune lines, Yen Yan's attack was comparable to that of an ordinary enlighter, but this Yen Yan in front of me is only a cruiser. Lu Yin did not understand. "You can't speak?" Lu Yin asked again. Yen Yan clutched the wound on his shoulder and looked around. "Where am I?" Shuashan Anna growled, "This is the Great Yu Empire." Yen Yan was confused and stared at Lu Yin. "The Great Yu Empire? Where is that?" Shuashan Anna snorted. "You don't know where the Great Yu Empire is? Don't tell me you've lost your memories." Yen Yan lowered his head, and a pained expression appeared on his face. He looked at his shoulder and opened his hand to reveal his blood-stained palm. "How did I get injured?" Suddenly he clutched his forehead and howled in pain. Shuashan Anna stood in front of Lu Yin, his gaze guarded. Lu Yin looked at Yen Yan in surprise. The rune lines on this person's body were constantly changing. At times, there were very few rune lines that were only at the level of an explorer, but at other times, they were at the level of an enlighter, which shocked even Lu Yin. It was very strange. "Your Highness, I'll kill him just in case," Shuashan Anna said. Lu Yin waved a hand. "Let's wait and see." After a while, Yen Yan's pain subsided, and his rune lines stabilized. He was about as strong as a cruiser and very close to becoming a hunter. What about Fire's Melt Planet? Where is it? Yen Yen looked up at Shuashan Ana. Shuashan Ana frowned. Fire's Melt Planet has already been destroyed by the Great Yu Empire. You are our captive. Yen Yen lowered his head and thought for a while before gasping for breath. I remember that Fire's Melt Planet was destroyed by Yen Wujiu. He destroyed it to increase his power level. Why am I still alive? Lu Yin pushed Shuashan Ana aside and stood in front of Yen Yen. We saved you. Yen Yen was confused. Why did you save me? You can treat it as a coincidence or an inevitability. Now that Fire's Melt Planet has been destroyed, I'll give you a choice. Stay in the Great Yu Empire and work for me. What do you think? Shuashan Ana's eyes flashed and he looked at Yen Yen. Yen Yen did not understand. I'm from Fire's Melt Planet. Do you trust me? Lu Yin laughed. Fire's Melt Planet is already gone. So what if you're loyal to Yen Wujiu? He's already dead. Yen Yen smiled bitterly. Yes, he's already dead. Stay and join the 7th Imperial Squadron as a temporary captain. That's your position, Lu Yin said. And if I refuse? Yen Yen asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Continue to be imprisoned or die. Yen Yen nodded silently and endured the pain in his shoulder. He bowed to Lu Yin. Yen Yen is willing to join. The Great Yu Empire was currently lacking in talents, and they could not even fill in the positions of the 13 Imperial Squadron's captains. Yen Yan's strength would not be any weaker than Aiden's, and he was a powerhouse. Now that Fire's Melt Planet had been destroyed, Lu Yin was not afraid that Yen Yen would betray him. So what if he did? There was no place for Yen Yen in the Outerverse, and Lu Yin was confident about that. In his heart, Yen Yan's greatest use was not as a captain, but rather the Royal Frost Continent. Yen Yen had been severely injured and had lost some of his memories. Lu Yin would find a way to heal him and learn more about the Royal Frost Continent through him. The Innerverse and Outerverse would connect sooner or later, and if the Innerverse had not been destroyed by the 6th mainland, then Lu Yin would have to face pressure from the Innerverse's various powers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 669. After arranging for Yen Yen to be treated, Shuashan Ana stood behind Lu Yin and asked worriedly, Your Highness, are you confident that this person will be the captain? What's there to be worried about? What benefits can he gain by betraying me? Lu Yin asked. Shuashan Ana hesitated. This person can use both ice and fire attacks at the same time, which is very strange. He was born on the Royal Frost Continent and joined Fire's Melt Planet. It's all related to his innate gift. Lu Yin looked at Shuashan Ana. Yen Yen has caused your Ana family great losses this time. I will compensate you for this debt. Shuashan Ana hurriedly replied, Your Highness is too serious. The entire Great Yu Empire belongs to your Highness, and the Ana family swears to follow your Highness to the death. Lu Yin nodded. That's good. He then left. Shuashan Ana looked at the still chilly family mansion and frowned. There were more and more experts in the empire, and in the past only he, Huaqingshan, and the blind monk had been Hunter Realm captains. Now Yen Yen and the acting captain of the 2nd Squad were also hunters. The more experts there were, the more people the royal regent could use, and Shuashan Ana's value would plummet. He had to think of a way to get the Ana family into the royal regent's good graces as soon as possible. When he returned to King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin immediately contacted Elder Lohar. Elder Lohar's image appeared on the screen, and he smiled at Lu Yin in a very amiable manner. Kid, why are you looking for me? Lu Yin respectfully replied, Elder, because of the establishment of the Great Eastern Alliance, many people don't see eye to eye with me. When I went to Larsweave, I was assassinated by 5 hunters, which made me feel extremely uneasy. Elder Lohar laughed. Kid, you've fought against Enlighters before, so why are you afraid of mere hunters? I've already used up all of my power vessels in Iron Blood Weave. Elder, you should know that without them, even if I can defend against a hunter's attack, I might still be captured. Elder Lohar muttered, What do you want? I would like to ask Elder to send an expert to protect me, Lu Yin said expectantly. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Who do you like? It can't be an Enlighter, right? Of course not. Iron Blood Weave's safety is far more important than this junior's. How could this junior neglect one thing and neglect the other? Lu Yin paused for a moment before continuing. When it comes to protection, this junior feels that Aiden is more suitable. Elder Lohar understood. So you want Aiden back? Lu Yin replied, If there had been a war in Ironblood Weave, this junior would definitely not have made such a request. But now that the war in Ironblood Weave has ended, there isn't much use for Aiden to remain at the fort. Besides, Frostwave Weave is very close to Ironblood Weave, which is why this junior dared to make such a request. Elder Lohar smiled. Aiden was brought here by you in the first place, so there's no harm in returning him to you. Alright, I'll talk to him. Many thanks, Elder. Luin was overjoyed. Once Aiden came to the Great U Empire, he would gain another captain, and he would be the strongest captain. Aiden alone was equivalent to an enlighter. Luin planned to make Aiden the acting captain of the 4th Imperial Squadron, which meant that only the 5th and 10th squadrons of the 13 Imperial Squadrons were without captains. Once the 13 Imperial Squadrons were filled up, there would be more people available. Humans currently did not have any concept of the universe. The Outerverse was huge and so was the human domain. However, no one knew what kind of place such a huge place was in the universe. This was because no one knew where the end of the universe was, or if there was an end to it at all. The others looked over and stared at the dark yellow planet in shock. A colossal object appeared from the planet and pushed away the poisonous gas, gradually revealing itself to everyone. What they saw was a giant metal machine with a large metal claw reaching out and grabbing the spacecraft. It then disappeared into outer space once more, and soon outer space returned to normal. Not long after, another spacecraft appeared and charged into the dark yellow planet without hesitation. The giant metal claw viciously slammed into the spacecraft, and a figure rushed out from the spacecraft. Facing the mountainous metal claw, the figure waved a single hand, causing a strange combination of star energy to push the metal claw to the side. It's me. The metal claw stopped moving and a hard voice said, "You shouldn't have come here." The figure's expression turned ugly. I had no choice. I was being chased, so I could only escape here. There's someone in the human domain who can chase after you? The hard voice questioned. The figure snorted. The human domain only cares about benefits. Besides, the innerverse and outerverse have been separated, so any relationship between the innerverse and the outerverse is useless in the innerverse. What about the Day-Night Clan? It's useless, and the Day-Night Clan is also chasing after me. Even the assassins from the Dark Powers are chasing after me. I could only escape here. It seems like you're in a desperate situation. How can we help you? The hard voice asked. The figure gritted his teeth. I want you to help me get rid of the person who's chasing after me. Who? Luin. Luin? I think I've heard that name before. He's an unequaled limiter in the human domain, and he's killed quite a few enlighters. I remember now. He's one of the few limiters in the human domain who was able to enter our observation list. He was the champion of the tournament of the strongest. You want us to kill him? We have no choice. That list is in his hands, the figure said helplessly. The hard voice fell silent for a moment. You didn't manage to get a hold of the list? The figure hesitated but then nodded. I've always overestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so useless, the hard voice said indifferently. The figure hurriedly replied, It has nothing to do with us. That list was taken to the Sea King's dome, and we can't do anything to Luin there. After that, the innerverse and outerverse were separated, and our family's power in the outerverse is too weak. That's why we're here to ask for reinforcements. It doesn't matter. The innerverse and outerverse have been separated, so the list has no value. What about Luin? Will you take action? The figure asked anxiously, clearly harboring a deep hatred for Luin. We'll have to ask for instructions from the higher-ups. Just wait here. The figure had no choice but to return to the planet's interior. In the Great U Empire, Luin ended a court session and returned to King Zishan's palace. There he saw a very unexpected person, Hai Chi-Chi. Ever since the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, the girl's temperament had changed. She no longer stayed in the Great U Empire and had instead run off to the Astral River to find a way to enter the innerverse. Luin had contacted her once in a while, but he had not expected her to suddenly return. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I didn't want to come back either. Someone was chasing me, Hai Chi-Chi said with a tired expression. Luin was shocked. Someone was chasing you? Oh. Hai Chi-Chi's rune lines had greatly increased, and she had already broken through to the Explorer realm. Coupled with the life-saving item that the Sea King had given her, it was not easy to chase her down. It had to be a hunter. A wretched uncle called Old Gudao or something. He wants me to marry his son. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 670. After the innerverse and outerverse had been separated, Lu Yin had sent people to search for old Gouda, but they had not been able to find him. The Astral River Arc had separated the innerverse and outerverse, and many people had been refused entry into the Arc. The cultivators on the Arc had insulted many outerverse cultivators, and they had become the outerverse's public enemy. Many people wanted to cause trouble for them. Unfortunately, with old Gouda's strength as a hunter and the cultivators on the Astral River Arc, it was not easy to find them when they were hidden. They had not expected Hai Chi-Chi to run into them. He would not let old Gouda die so easily. This man had to taste the taste of despair. How's the search in the Astral River going? Hai Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Nonsense. What a familiar feeling. It seemed that Hai Chi-Chi's mood had improved a lot, and her venomous tongue had returned. But then again it made sense. It had been almost a year and a half, and her mood was gradually recovering. Hai Chi-Chi wasn't in the mood to continue chatting with Lu Yin, and she urged him to quickly deal with old Gouda before leaving. Wait, have you heard of imprints? Lu Yin asked as he stared at Hai Chi-Chi. Hai Chi-Chi shook her head in confusion. I've never heard of it. Why are you asking me? Lu Yin replied, It's nothing. Go and rest. Hai Chi-Chi left. The Sea King was an emissary with a power level of over 500,000, and he was at least equivalent to an imprinter in the 6th mainland. If the Sea King's dome did not cultivate the imprint, then the 5th mainland must have truly lost this cultivation method. Lu Yin pondered for a moment. He recalled the conversation between White Knight and Blood Looney in the cauldron. One of them believed that the cultivation methods of imprints, bloodlines and martial seals were stronger, while the other believed that those cultivation methods were too rigid and had no future. He did not know who was right, but based on the results alone, the 6th mainland had won. However, Lu Yin still felt that White Knight was right. If one's cultivation method was too monotonous, then many possibilities would be lost. Moreover, since he was using the imprint to borrow the imprinter's power, then wouldn't he be discovered by the imprinter? If he became an enemy of that imprinter, would he still be able to fight? Rather than saying that this cultivation method could increase one's combat strength, it was more like a method used by the upper class to rule the lower class. Yes, rule. This was the rule of cultivation. Lu Yin abruptly stood up and walked out of the king's residence, heading towards the 5th princess residence. He wanted to have a chat with Wendy Yushan and see what she thought. However, when he arrived at the 5th princess residence, he learned that Wendy Yushan had been in seclusion for several days. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He had covered the area with his domain, but he could not find any trace of Wendy Yushan. Not good, she must have gone to the Daosaur sect's ruins. The ruins of the Daosaur sect had already been turned into a battlefield, and the slightest carelessness could result in death. He had already warned her, but she had still gone. He regretted giving her his futon. Inform me immediately when the princess returns, Lu Yin instructed before leaving the residence. He could only wait and hope that her identity would not be exposed. Clouds floated quietly in the sky, and Lu Yin's figure flashed as he appeared within the clouds. He looked down at Xenu Star and saw a very distant place. The scenery was beautiful. Raising his hand, the clouds swept past. They were like water vapor and there was a slight chill to them. 7th bro, it's time to write your autobiography, the monkey suddenly said. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why would you say that? With 7th bro's experiences, it wouldn't be too much for you to write an autobiography. Once the book is published, it'll probably sell like crazy. However, most powerhouses don't publish their autobiographies to the public, and they'll be buried with them after they die, the monkey said. Lu Yin frowned. You can shut up. You humans are all like this. You don't want to hear the truth. You'd rather hear good words. I'm not dead yet, and I don't plan on dying anytime soon. How much longer do you want to live? If I die, you won't be able to live either. Alright, I don't want to talk about this topic with you. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll block you, Lu Yin said unhappily. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if they were suddenly told that they were going to die, even if it was the truth. The monkey remained silent. Lu Yin looked down and was about to leave when he suddenly felt like he had seen something. He stood in the clouds and looked down at the city below. What had he just seen? At that moment, a gust of wind blew past and scattered the clouds. Lu Yin looked up and saw a transport ship with a symbol on it, the Nalan family. Right, the Nalan family. Lu Yin scanned the entire city. The shopping malls, the roads, the sky, the public facilities, the snack shops, and even some of the Empire's institutions had the symbol of the Nalan family. The entire city didn't look like it belonged to the Great Yu Empire, but rather the Nalan family. Lu Yin's expression changed, and his body suddenly disappeared before reappearing in the same transport ship. How much longer until we arrive? Soon. The space station needs to be registered, and there are 3 more transport ships ahead. They all belong to the Great Yu Empire's military. Tell them to move aside. We're leaving first. That's not a good idea. After all, it's a transport ship belonging to the Great Yu Empire's military. What's not good about it? The military rations they eat are all provided by the Nalan family. Their pay, uniforms, and spaceships are all provided by the Nalan family. It's one thing to pay for them, but can't we even give them some privileges? Go, tell them to complain to their royal regent if they have any complaints. Understood. In a corner of the transport ship, Lu Yin leaned against the window, his eyes flashing. That night, Lu Yin met with Gavin. Gavin greets your highness. Lu Yin looked at him and nodded. Sit. Gavin didn't understand why Lu Yin had called him over so late at night, but his instincts told him that something was up. He was nervous and couldn't sit properly, so he only managed to sit halfway down. How's the cooperation with the Nalan family going? Lu Yin asked casually as he flipped through his gadget. Gavin answered carefully, the Nalan family is cooperating fully with the Empire, and the Empire's economy is expected to recover soon. We still owe them money, right? Yes, we owe them quite a bit. What are the areas of cooperation? Speaking of which, I was the one who facilitated the cooperation with the Nalan family, but I still don't know the specifics. Gavin coughed. The scope of the cooperation is quite large. If your highness needs it, I can send you a copy of the cooperation. No need, I don't have time to look at it. Just give me a general overview. Gavin nodded, and at that moment, Zhao Ran brought 2 cups of tea over. Lu Yin had brought her to Xenu Star with the intention of arranging for her to live in the princess residence, but she had insisted on following Lu Yin, so he had no choice but to let her stay in King Zishan's palace as a maid. Gavin picked up his teacup and took a sip to suppress his shock. The Nalan family has a wide range of businesses, ranging from technological resources and battle techniques to clothing, food, alcohol, and cigarettes. They have a wide range of businesses, and our Great Yu Empire is cooperating with them because of these considerations. We are cooperating with them on a comprehensive basis. Gavin spoke a lot and even drank a few sips of tea, causing Zhao Ran to pour him another cup. So, all the businesses that cooperate with the Nalan family are making money? Lu Yin asked. Gavin nodded. These businesses are all backed by the Empire, and a portion of their profits are handed over to the treasury. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the table. Technological resources, clothing, food, and battle techniques. This covers all of the commoners, soldiers, and cultivators. Lord Gavin, have you ever considered that the economic lifeline of the Empire would be completely in the hands of the Nalan family? Gavin was shocked and quickly stood up. Your Highness, Lu Yin raised a hand to interrupt him before he could finish. I'm not blaming you. After all, I was the one who agreed to cooperate with the Nalan family, but I didn't expect them to be involved in such a wide range of businesses. It's my fault for not thinking things through, and it has nothing to do with you. Gavin sighed. Your Highness, I've actually considered this issue as well, but the Nalan family has no ill intentions towards the Empire and the Empire's economy is recovering. Once the Empire's economy returns to normal, I will cancel all of these agreements. I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Lu Yin said sternly as he stared at Gavin. Gavin's heart skipped a beat and his face paled. Canceling the agreements means that some businesses in the Empire won't be able to make any money. You said it yourself that these businesses are backed by the Empire, and those who can cooperate with the Nalan family are definitely backed by the Empire's upper echelons. Even if you don't want to cooperate, they'll still force you, right? Gavin trembled and slowly bowed. Your Highness is wise. Lu Yin pondered this for a moment. Cooperating with the Nalan family had indeed boosted the Great Yu Empire's economy, but there were also pros and cons. Many people in the Empire were making money, and if he cancelled the agreements with the Nalan family, these people would come looking for trouble. Cutting off someone's source of income was like killing their parents, and many people were not afraid of death for their own benefits. If the Nalan family cancelled the agreements, they would offend another group of people in the Empire, which would not be good for future cooperation. This was a bit troublesome. Who would have thought that the Nalan family's business scope was so wide? Gavin had always enjoyed the benefits of the Nalan family, but the Empire's economy was slowly being controlled by them. The Nalan family might not have any ill intentions, but it did not feel good to hand over his own lifeline to others. Gavin remained bowed, not daring to move as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Not long after, Luin spoke to Gavin, "List out the names of the merchants with powerful connections." Gavin's face paled, and he had a premonition that someone was about to be unlucky. He did not dare to disobey, so he quickly listed out the names. Gavin quickly left, and the next person to appear was Shuashan Anna. Shuashan Anna had not expected Luin to come looking for him so late at night, and he was excited. Luin had either come looking for trouble or to show his trust. Recently, there had been nothing in the Anna family that could cause Luin any trouble, which meant that Luin was preparing to use the Anna family. Shuashan Anna grew excited at the thought of this. "This old subject, Shuashan Anna, greets your highness." Luin smiled. "Please have a seat, patriarch." Shuashan Anna sat down and Zhao Ran poured him a cup of tea. She looked at him curiously as many people had come tonight. Lu Yin's attitude towards Shuashan Anna was very good, and they chatted for more than half an hour. The more they talked, the more enthusiastic he became. Shuashan Anna had been rather excited at first, but the more they talked, the more he felt that something was amiss. He understood the person in front of him, and the more enthusiastic Lu Yin was, the more trouble he would cause. Of course, Lu Yin was not looking for trouble, but he would definitely cause trouble for Shuashan Anna. Shuashan Anna panicked. As long as the Anna family does not make any mistakes in their principles, the 9th Imperial Squadron will always bear the surname Anna. Shuashan Anna was delighted, as this was exactly what he wanted. The 13 Imperial Squadrons were a powerful organization, and as long as the Anna family was still around, the Anna family would not fall. After leaving King Zishan's palace, Shuashan Anna took a deep breath. From this night onwards, the old Anna family would cease to exist, and a new one would be born. After Shuashan Anna left, Lu Yin contacted Madame Naylan. The Madame Naylan that appeared on the screen looked a little tired. Her expression was languid, and she exuded a hint of charm. She had never needed to feign seduction, and her charm was already astonishing. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have called her a fairy. But at this moment, her charm was magnified tenfold, and Lu Yin felt his mouth go dry. "Is there something, Your Highness?" She smiled at Lu Yin and licked her red lips. Lu Yin coughed dryly. "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if your family's cooperation with the Empire has been going smoothly." She blinked. "My apologies, Your Highness. You'll have to ask Lord Gavin about this. I've already handed over the cooperation with the Great Yu Empire to my subordinates, so I'm not too sure." Lu Yin nodded. "So that's how it is. I saw the Naylan family symbol all over Xenu Star, and I thought that you were the one who gave the order. Speaking of which, your family symbol is quite nice." She smiled. "Of course. After all, it's been passed down for many years." Then she suddenly thought of something. "Your Highness, will you be going to Source Peak Planet?" Source Peak Planet? Lu Yin was stunned. "Are you talking about the Source Peak Planet where the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters is located?" "Of course," said Madame Naylan. "Why Source Peak Planet?" Lu Yin asked. She was puzzled. "Did your Highness not receive news that the Lockbreaker competition is about to begin?" Lu Yin shook his head. "What Lockbreaker competition?" She explained. "Every 10 years the Innerverse and Outerverse hold a Lockbreaker competition. On one hand, it's to raise the status of Lockbreakers in the hearts of ordinary people, and on the other hand, it's to unearth talents. Your Highness didn't receive the notice?" Lu Yin checked his gadget and shook his head. "That's strange." She was puzzled. "Sorry to disturb you so late at night." "Rest well," Lu Yin said before ending the call. He wanted to check on the Lockbreaker competition. Her smile faded and she activated her gadget. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared on her screen and bowed respectfully to her. Madame Naylan's face fell. "The Naylan family symbol is everywhere on Xenu Star?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes, Master." "Who told you to do this?" She barked. The middle-aged man was puzzled. "Master, I didn't do this on purpose. There are simply too many projects to cooperate with, and there are also many merchants. When the family cooperates with them, they have to display their symbols, which is why Xenu Star is filled with our family's symbols." She frowned. "Too many projects? What kind of projects?" Like Lu Yin, she was a hands-off boss who left most of the work to her subordinates. The Nayland family had existed for many, many years and they had their own system. She did not need to interfere and she only needed to set the direction. She had originally thought that the overall cooperation would mostly involve technology, resources, military, and other projects. At most, there would be transportation, but she had not expected that there would also be cooperation on clothing, food, and even snacks. It was no wonder why Xenu Star was filled with the Nayland family's symbols. Lu Yin had spoken casually, but Madame Nayland had been in the business world for many years, so she could easily sense his dissatisfaction. Slow down the cooperation process. There might be some changes in the Great Yu Empire during this period, she said. She understood Lu Yin well, and since he had not told her directly, it meant that that person would start from within the Great Yu Empire. It seemed that a significant portion of the cooperation did not represent the Great Yu Empire's interests, but rather the interests of certain people. Master, what do you mean? The middle-aged man did not understand. Madame Nayland replied, We'll see what the Great Yu Empire's attitude will be. Yes, master. Also, tell the family to maintain a better attitude in the Great Yu Empire. Don't forget that we need Lu Yin's help. Without him, our family would have already been devoured by an enlighter, Madame Nayland said sternly. The middle-aged man hurriedly complied. I'll pass down the order immediately. Lu Yin had only mentioned it to Madame Nayland, and with her intelligence, it was easy for her to understand. He was currently paying attention to the lockbreaker competition, and even though he was a 4-stars discerning junior lockbreaker, he had not received any notice. Fortunately, he knew other lockbreakers, and if he did not have enough information he could contact them through the lockbreaker network. Right, the lockbreaker network should have some relevant information. He logged in to take a look and sure enough, there was clearly information about the lockbreaker competition. The competition would take place in 26 days, and the location would be on Source Peak Planet. The specific rules were not clear, and the prize was True Insight. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of True Insight. He checked the network but there was no such thing. He then used 11 honor points to search for more information. True Insight was a lockbreaker's supreme treasure, and there was no specific information about what was recorded on the network. There was only one sentence that stated that this treasure could only be used by boundless advanced lockbreakers. Its value could be said to be priceless, and it even surpassed the secret sidestep in lockbreaking tools. There was an example recorded on the network where someone had tried to exchange a secret technique for True Insight, but they had been rejected by the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters. This example fully demonstrated the value of True Insight, and it was not any less valuable than a secret technique. Secret techniques could only be created by progenitors, and they had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Lu Yin had grasped the Yu secret art, and he could feel the benefits that secret techniques could bring to his body. If a secret technique could not be exchanged for True Insight, then one could imagine how valuable it was. The prize for the Outerverse Lockbreaker competition naturally could not be the complete True Insight. There were 36 pages to True Insight, and the complete copy was stored in the Lockbreaker Society's headquarters in the Neoverse. However, the prize for the competition was only 3 pages. Although there were only 3 pages, it was still enough to attract the attention of countless experts. In the decennial Lockbreaker competition, the champion would be able to obtain 3 pages of True Insight that could be sold for an astronomical price. Lu Yin looked at it for half an hour and then sighed. The Lockbreaker competition's entry requirements were 1-star discerning junior lockbreakers. As a 4-star discerning junior lockbreaker, he should have been notified a long time ago. However, no one had notified him until now. Could they have forgotten about him? After thinking about it, Lu Yin contacted Shi-Chi. The two had interacted before in Iron Blood Weave. He tried for a long time, but there was no response from Shi-Chi. Perhaps it was too late, so Lu Yin put down his gadget and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The next morning Lu Yin tried to contact Shi-Chi again, but he still could not reach her. Instead he received a call from Hai Chi-Chi. True Insight? Why are you asking about this? Hai Chi-Chi asked. She had come to urge Lu Yin to deal with old Gouda, but before she could say anything Lu Yin's question came. The Lockbreaker competition is about to start, and I want to participate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 672. Hai Chi-Chi looked at Lu Yin with disdain. You? Compete? Are you joking? Go play somewhere else. Lu Yin was speechless. What a familiar venomous tongue. I'm a genuine 4 stars discerning elementary lock breaker. Do you think that I have no hope? Nonsense. This is the decennial lock breaker competition, and there are plenty of lock breakers who have reached the 4-star discerning elementary level. There are even some who have reached the perceptive intermediate level. You're just a discerning elementary lock breaker, and you're dreaming if you want to become the champion. Hai Chi rolled her eyes. The inner verse and outer verse have been separated, Luyin said. Hai Chi was stunned and then she sighed. Yes, the inner verse and outer verse have been separated. Most lock breakers are in the inner verse and there aren't many in the outer verse. Hold on. She looked at Luyin. Since the inner verse and outer verse have been separated, what about the prize? What about True Insight? It's in the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's headquarters, Source Peak Planet. Hai Chi was shocked. What a coincidence. Right, I remember now. During the Lockbreaker competition 10 years ago, True Insight was stored in the Innerverse. This time it's the Outerverse's turn. She suddenly realized something and looked at Luyin. Your luck is pretty good. You even managed to run into it. You've watched the Lockbreaker competition? Yes, I watched the live broadcast. It was very exciting. Did the Sea King mention True Insight to you? Luyin asked. Hai Chi nodded. He did. It's a peerless tome, and any lockbreaker who grasps a few pages will be able to increase their strength by several levels. The more pages one grasps, the more terrifying they become. It's rumored that if someone can completely grasp all 36 pages of True Insight, then even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 won't be their opponent. They'll be infinitely close to the progenitor realm, but that's just a rumor. Father doesn't believe it. Luyin's eyes lit up. There are 3 pages of True Insight right in front of me. Hai Chi looked at Luyin. Your luck is pretty good. Prepare the money. Why? To buy them, of course. Every year the champion lockbreaker sells those 3 pages. Do you really think that you can become the champion? That's my plan, but why would I sell them? They're priceless treasures. Hai Chi sneered. Do you think anyone can have such a priceless treasure? Boundless advanced lockbreakers were not allowed to participate in the competition, but True Insight was only useful to boundless advanced lockbreakers. Do you think that those old freaks won't try to steal it? Let me tell you, there was once a champion who was the disciple of the Innerverse Lockbreaker Society's president at that time. He didn't sell the pages after he became the champion, and he was then killed by someone else. That's why the lockbreakers who have become the champion have always sold the 3 pages of True Insight or given them to someone else. In any case, they definitely won't keep them. This is a common practice. With your current status in the Outerverse, you're qualified to buy it. Of course, there will be plenty of people competing with you. What if I become the champion? Luyin asked. Hai Chi disdainfully replied, don't even think about it. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse are separated, there are still powerful lockbreakers hidden in the Outerverse, and any random perceptive intermediate lockbreaker can surpass you. Becoming the champion is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even the Lockbreaker Society's distinguished 5 were defeated. Who did you lose to? The champion of that year's competition, of course. Luyin fell into deep thought as he pondered how to obtain True Insight. Right now, the only people in the Outerverse who were qualified to compete with him were the Enlighters. Of course, this did not exclude the hidden powerhouses. Although he seemed like an uncrowned king, if the temptation reached a certain level, those old freaks would definitely not stop, and it was even possible that the Hall of Honor would intervene. This year's Lockbreaker Society competition might be the worst one in history. The Lockbreaker Society competition should include both the Innerverse and the Outerverse, but this year the Innerverse has been cut off, and there are only a few weak contestants competing. It's not interesting at all, Hai Chi said. She then looked at Luyin. Even so, it's still impossible for you to become the champion. Luyin frowned. I have a lock-breaking tool, and I'm confident that I can unlock a perceptive intermediate source box. Is that so? Then what level of star energy control have you reached? Hai Chi looked at him with disdain. Star energy control? A force field? I've comprehended a force field. Humph, I knew that you wouldn't understand. You're talking about the realm of controlling star energy for battle. From removing impurities to forming a physical form, then to the realm of infinite changes such as changing colors, and finally comprehending a force field. However, what I'm talking about is the level of star energy control required for lock breaking. Lock breakers unlock source boxes and decompose energy, so their control of star energy must be very delicate, which is different from battle. The more delicate your control of star energy is, the more you can control it as you please, and the faster your lock-breaking speed will be. The Lockbreaker Society is a competition of speed. Tell me more about it, Luine said solemnly. Chi thought about it for a moment. Domains are extremely helpful when it comes to lockbreaking, so many lockbreakers want to comprehend a domain. However, many are unable to do so. Not all lockbreakers are domain experts, so the question is, how do those lockbreakers who haven't comprehended a domain advance? Naturally, it's the level of star energy control. The Lockbreaker Society has announced that there are 6 levels for this: Nuance, Cloudwalker, Celestial Intelligence, Divine Eye, World, and Esoteric. The higher the level, the greater your control of star energy. It's rumored that the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society's president Jeffrey has reached the world realm, and his star energy can transform into a world. With a world realm cultivator's control, he can decompose source boxes at an extremely fast speed. This was the first time that Luine had heard of such a division. Was it an internal division of the Lockbreaker Society? He had never focused on becoming a lockbreaker, and he had overlooked many things. How do you know? Luine couldn't help but ask curiously. Chi raised her head. My father is a boundless advanced lockbreaker. No wonder. Your force field is very powerful, and your control of star energy isn't weak either, right? Luine probed. Chi was pleased. Then, did that mean that when one reached the Divine Eye realm, even the naked eye would be able to see the star energy in the air? Wouldn't that be comparable to a domain? He used his star energy to turn it into water and then wrote words in the air. The words were very small, and the entire essay was thousands of words long. Luine controlled the thousands of words in the air without dissipating. He wanted to learn Chi's cultivation method. The Sea King was a boundless advanced lockbreaker, so his training method would definitely be effective. It would be much better than just blindly guessing. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days passed. Maintaining this essay was more difficult than he had imagined. Luine had always been able to control his star energy as he pleased in battle, but he had never been able to control it so meticulously. The star energy constantly dissipated and then slowly absorbed. 10 days later, the essay turned into star energy and dissipated. After maintaining it for 10 days, Luine felt even more tired than a single battle. He felt as if the star energy was no longer star energy and he was starting to feel numb. Continue. This time he would maintain it for 15 days. Time passed day by day. Although cultivating his control of star energy was not difficult, it was more tiring than he had imagined. It was like asking a burly man to pick up a brush and write. At first, the brush would be crushed and he would need to train for a long time before he could control his strength. This was a long and arduous process. The scene in front of him changed, and Luine appeared in a secret room in King Zishan's palace. He looked at his hands. After half a year of cultivation, his perception of star energy was completely different from before he had started cultivating, and his understanding of it had reached a new level. Aside from his control of star energy reaching the microscopic realm, he had also unexpectedly increased the number of stars that he could control with his serious art to 50. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 673. It turned out that the fastest way to control the stars was to observe their movements while simultaneously controlling their star energy. Luine recalled that the Trial Master had once said that the Sirius technique was the technique that lockbreakers desired the most. It seemed that not only could the Sirius technique aid in lockbreaking, but lockbreakers could also cultivate the Sirius technique at a much faster rate than observing star charts. Luine left the secret room and removed the monkey's barrier, only to hear the monkey's helpless curses. He had been cultivating in the time-stop space for half a year, but only an instant had passed in the outside world. Gavin had just spoken with Madame Nayland. Madame Nayland had found out that Luine was buying source boxes, and she had sold 3 of them. They were all 5-star discerning elementary source boxes, and they were priced at an average of 300 star essence, which added up to 900 star essence. For a 5-star discerning elementary source box, this price was not high and it was actually somewhat low. It was the lowest price for a 5-star discerning elementary source box. However, for the Great U Empire's treasury, 900 star essence was equivalent to 90 million star crystals, which was a huge amount of pressure. Even so, Gavin still endured the pressure and bought it. Madame Nayland did not refuse this time, as there were times when the other party would develop a habit of helping too much. She had been in the business world for a long time, and she knew when to help for free and when to accept payment. After buying 3 source boxes from the Nalan family, Gavin calculated that he could not buy any more, as it would affect the Empire's economy. At that moment, Gavin received a message from Luin, and he hurried over to King Zishan's palace. He was puzzled. Luin had just left, so why was he being sent back? Had Luin changed his mind? He had already paid for the source boxes. Your Highness, I have already purchased 3 5-star discerning elementary source boxes from the Nalan family for a total of 900 star essence, which is equivalent to 90 million star crystals. This was the first thing Gavin said when he saw Luin, as he was truly afraid that Luin would change his mind. Luin grunted and took out 900 star essence from his cosmic ring for Gavin. This is my personal purchase, so there is no need to use the treasury's resources. Gavin accepted the money as the treasury truly did not have much money. Generally, a discerning elementary source box cost at least 10 star essence, and that was just the starting price. As 1 star level increased, the price would also double. A 5-star discerning elementary source box cost 300 star essence, and the Nalan family had offered the lowest price. Your Highness, do you still want to buy more? Gavin asked. Luin thought about it for a moment. I can find a seller, but we'll see if I buy it or not. Yes. You can leave for now. I'll be going to Source Peak Planet in a while. Prepare a spacecraft for me. Yes, Your Highness. At the same time, a luxurious mansion on Xenu Star was surrounded by the 9th Imperial Squadron. Quite a few people were watching, as they knew that this was the mansion of one of the Empire's most powerful officials. Rakiana, how dare you search my residence? I'm going to report you to the king's mansion, roared an old man as he glared at Rakiana, who was standing outside his residence. Everyone in the manor was escorted out by the 9th Imperial Squadron. They glared at their surroundings furiously. Rakiana sighed inwardly. The Ana family was about to embark on a path of no return, but if they did not take this path, they would gradually be forgotten. They could only hope that His Highness would be able to protect them. I'm sorry, old sir. Sir, you're suspected of colluding with officials and merchants, engaging in malpractice for personal gain and embezzlement. The evidence is conclusive. Take him away, Rakiana shouted. Rakiana, I was wrongly accused. I want to see the royal regent. I want to see the royal regent. The old man roared, his voice gradually fading away. Many people outside the mansion watched excitedly. Rakiana's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of his hand, the mansion was sealed. He then moved on to the next one. In the short span of a day, 4 of the more influential families on Xenu Star had been searched, and all of the businesses that were related to these families had their projects halted. Coincidentally, almost all of these businesses had been collaborating with the Nalan family. When the middle-aged man in charge of the Nalan family's trade on Xenu Star heard the news, his expression changed, and he immediately looked through the businesses that had been involved with these businesses. He discovered that they were all related to clothing and food, which weren't very important but still affected the people's livelihood. Coincidentally, these businesses were located in many different locations, which made it easy for the Nalan family's logo to be spread all over Xenu Star. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and immediately stopped his collaboration with the Nalan family. At the same time, he requested an audience with Minister of Finance Gavin. Within the Ana family, Shuashan Ana was sitting in his study with his eyes closed, deep in thought. That night, Rakiana arrived. Master, it's over. Shuashan Ana opened his eyes, picked up a pen and scratched out 4 names on a piece of paper. These were the 4 families that had been searched today. Rakiana looked over and asked in surprise, Master, what's this? Shuashan Ana looked at the paper with a complicated expression. There were many names on it and nearly half of them had been scratched out. This is a list of His Majesty Undying Yushan's courtiers. Take a look. Rakiana took a look and his face paled. The royal regent removed half of them. Shuashan Ana looked up and sighed. A new emperor brings with him new courtiers. The royal regent's methods are ruthless and decisive, and he handles matters flawlessly. He also has an unparalleled power to suppress everything, and the empire is completely under his control. The 13 imperial squadrons aren't the only ones who wield power, but also the 4 ministries and King Zishan's palace. You must remember that from now on, our Ana family will only listen to the royal regent. I understand, Master, Rakiana replied solemnly. He felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the list of names on the paper. There was a large courtyard within the Great Yu Empire's imperial palace, and this was where Undying Yushan had summoned Luin. However, after the series of intense battles on Xenu Star, the courtyard had gradually been abandoned. Lu Yin arrived at the courtyard and ordered his men to seal off the area. He then looked at the 3 boxes in the middle of the courtyard that were of different sizes and were separated from each other. They were sealed with spiritual thread as the main material, and each box contained 3 5-star discerning elementary source boxes. Source boxes were ranked by star, and the biggest difference between them was whether they were harmful or harmless. Not only were harmless source boxes rare, but they were also very expensive. Although the chances of them containing treasures were even lower, to many lock breakers, this was a guarantee of safety that would allow them to gain valuable experience. The prize that the Nalan family had given to the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament had been a harmless source box, and it had been a perceptive intermediate source box. It had been stored in Lu Yin's cosmic ring, but he had yet to unlock it. He planned to unlock these 3 source boxes first before unlocking the perceptive intermediate source box. He walked over to the source box closest to him and reached out to open the spiritual thread box. A roar suddenly rang out, giving Lu Yin a fright. Gavin had told him that this source box would emit the roar of a wild beast that possessed the power to affect one's mind. Lu Yin had been prepared for this, but he had still been frightened. At that moment, he felt as if he had seen a gigantic beast lying in the heavens and roaring at him. Lu Yin shook his head and focused on the box. There was only a beast-shaped stone inside the box, and although it looked very ordinary, it was actually a source box. The beast's roar rang out again, and Lu Yin placed a hand on the box. With a bang, the box shattered, and the source box let out an even more powerful roar. The air actually condensed and transformed into a giant beast that viciously swatted at Lu Yin. With another bang, the ground shook and a deep claw mark appeared. Lu Yin was shocked, as the source box's murderous intent had actually taken on a form. What was sealed here was definitely related to this beast. Any source box that had transformed into a source box had to have existed for countless years, at least hundreds of thousands of years. For it to still have such a powerful aura after such a long time, this beast must have been terrifying when it had been alive. However, it was not a threat to Lu Yin. In his eyes, the rune lines of these 3 source boxes were not a threat at all. He waved his hand and a gale swept out. The beast in the air dissipated, and the beast's roar also gradually faded away. Lu Yin walked over to the source box and released his domain. His eyes widened as 50 stars revolved around him. If anyone saw this, they would definitely sigh in amazement. At this moment, Lu Yin was like the center of a universe, with stars revolving around him. After observing for a while, Lu Yin decided to start unlocking the source box from the center. There was less energy there and it would be easier to unlock. His control over star energy at the subtle realm was different, and he was able to unlock it more smoothly than before. It was not as crude as when he had been on the Savage Ape planet. If he had possessed the control of star energy at the subtle realm back then he would not have been looked down upon by Casanova. Once one's lock-breaking was on the right track, it became a very boring task. This was especially so after he confirmed that the source box was not a threat to him. Time passed by in this boring process of lock-breaking. Outside the courtyard, Kaze occasionally glanced over with a shocked expression. He had not known that Lu Yin was such a powerful lock-breaker. This was a 5-star discerning elementary source box, and if Lu Yin succeeded in unlocking it, then wouldn't he be able to challenge a perceptive intermediate lock-breaker? Not only was this person's combat talent terrifying, but his lock-breaking skills were also incredible. Lu Yin had never unlocked a 5-star discerning elementary source box before, and this was his first time doing so. The complex energy structure made him dizzy, and he thought back to his first lock-breaking experience. It had taken him a total of 27 hours. If he had been as strong as he was now, then he would have been able to unlock it in an hour at most. Lu Yin estimated that this 5-star discerning elementary source box would take him at least 15 hours to unlock. 15 hours was not light, and he needed to be completely focused. He could not relax for even a moment. The sky turned from black to white as Lu Yin stared at the beast-shaped source box in front of him. There was a pop as the energy structure on the source box's surface completely disappeared, and the stench of blood surged out. Lu Yin's face changed and he immediately sealed off his surroundings. He then retreated a few steps and stared at the beast's corpse that had fallen out of the source box. It was the beast that had taken form out of thin air before Lu Yin had unlocked the source box. This source box had actually sealed its corpse, but only half of it remained. The fact that it had been sealed as a source box proved that this beast had been extremely powerful when it had been alive. Lu Yin slowly approached it, as the flesh and bones of such a powerful creature were all very useful. Be careful, seventh bro. Don't break it. This is a powerful astral beast, and it's definitely much more powerful than that elder Lohar you met, the monkey said excitedly. Lu Yin carefully approached it and suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The beast's corpse gradually dissipated, turning into dust that drifted into the sky. The stench of blood in the air also disappeared. The monkey howled, "My precious blood. That's the blood of a powerful astral beast and it's gone just like that." Lu Yin also felt that it was a pity, as the blood of a powerhouse was very valuable. Seventh bro, hurry up and unlock something else. Let's see what other treasures we can get, the monkey urged. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 674. Lu Yin was exhausted. I need to rest. Don't get your hopes up. Lock breaking has always been a gamble, and the chances of obtaining treasures are very low. The Lockbreaker Society doesn't judge a lockbreaker's ability based on whether or not they obtain treasures. Of course I know that, but I'm not satisfied. The blood of those powerful astral beasts might be useful to me, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. You don't have a physical body anymore. How can blood be useful to you? The monkey anxiously replied, of course. Some powerhouses' blood might contain some inheritance, such as battle techniques. Just like how your blood is different from others when you become an explorer. The stronger you are, the more likely it is that some things will be imprinted in your body. If you reach the level of an emissary one day, even a strand of your hair might be studied and passed on to you. Lu Yin frowned as he did not like the monkey's words. It sounded as if he would be studied even after death. Did you rob tombs just to obtain the corpses of powerful astral beasts? What tomb raiding? I'm a proper archaeologist. The monkey was unsatisfied. Lu Yin ignored the monkey, as he had heard many different things from the monkey's words. He needed to find someone who knew how to tame beasts as soon as possible to understand the situation. Right, the Great Sword Dynasty. When he returned from Source Peak Planet, he would help them and obtain some treasures while he was at it. After resting for a day, Lu Yin went to the second source box the next day. According to the information that Gavin had received from the Nalan family, this source box did not contain any danger. However, approaching it would cause the surrounding air to become heavy. This was different from the increase in gravity, as the density of the air had increased by many times. It could even cause one to faint from excessive oxygen. With a thump, the box of spiritual threads opened and Lu Yin saw the source box. It looked very ordinary, but the next moment he felt as if he had been placed in a swamp. Excessive oxygen entered his body as he breathed, causing his head to feel heavy. He hurriedly held his breath and only then did he feel better. Only explorers could approach this source box, as otherwise, they would be easily suffocated by the heavy air around it. This source box was slightly smaller than the previous beast source box. Lu Yin observed it for a moment before finding a spot to begin his lock breaking. In the vast earth sect, Meng Tianlong had been waiting here for a few days, hoping that the elder would appear. Elder Angio walked over and sighed. Sect Master, let's go back. The elder is in seclusion, and even if he's fine, who knows how long it'll be before he comes out. Meng Tianlong asked in a low voice, how are things going with the other weaves? Elder Hua said awkwardly, Sect leader, do we really have to do this? If you anger him, you'll be in trouble. That won't happen. It's just a friendly spar. It's not like I'm trying to overthrow him, Meng Tianlong said. I've already contacted them, and they've all agreed to challenge the Great Yu Empire during the Alliance Conference. Meng Tianlong nodded and did not say anything else. Sect leader, will this really work? Elder Hua asked. Meng Tianlong's gaze turned cold. Although the Great Yu Empire benefits from the Alliance, that's because of Lu Yin. If something happens to Lu Yin one day, then the Great Yu Empire might not be the greatest beneficiary of the Alliance. What we need to do now is to display our strength and suppress everyone in the Great Yu Empire aside from Lu Yin. So from the start, you didn't reject the Alliance because of this reason? Elder Hua understood. Meng Tianlong looked up. The Outerverse does need an alliance, but Lu Yin shouldn't be in charge. We should be. Once the Elder wakes up, our vast Earth sect will be able to rival Lu Yin in the alliance. Lu Yin is arrogant and he has too many enemies. Something will happen to him sooner or later, and when that happens the entire alliance will be ours. Elder Hua left as he had a question that he had been hesitating about for a long time. Meng Tianlong's discussion was based on the premise that something would happen to Lu Yin. But what if nothing happened to Lu Yin? Did that mean that the alliance would always be under Lu Yin's control? This person was still very young, and he could easily exhaust the older generation of cultivators to death. Meng Tianlong had not brought up this topic, which meant that even if the elder woke up, he did not think that he could suppress Lu Yin. Many people would subconsciously look for excuses when they were overwhelmed by pressure. Elder Hua felt that Meng Tianlong was looking for an excuse for submitting to the alliance. Of course, this excuse was not necessarily unfounded. In Barred Weave, there was a pavilion beneath a waterfall in Evenground Palace. At this moment, Evenground Palace Master Mu Nikhang and Junior Palace Master Doro were seated inside. "Master, what did the people from the Vast Earth sect say?" Doro asked curiously. She had been very reserved in front of the various elders and had not asked many questions, but she was much more casual in front of Mu Nikhang. Mu Nikhang was even more casual. She propped up her chin with one hand and tilted her head to look at the waterfall. Her calm demeanor was completely different from when she was in front of the various elders. It was as if she was a completely different person. Doro was already used to it. Her master was a dignified palace master in front of outsiders, but when she was alone, she was like an ordinary girl. No, some of her actions were even more ordinary than an ordinary girl's. What else can they say? They want to join forces to embarrass the Great Yu Empire, Mu Nikhang casually replied. Doro's eyes widened. Meng Tianlong doesn't want to live anymore. He dares to embarrass Lu Yin? Lu Yin is someone who would even kill an enlighter. What's there to be afraid of? The power vessel he used to kill enlighters was destroyed a long time ago. It's already pretty good that he can rely on external forces to deal with hunters, Mu Nikhang said. If that's the case, then why did Master agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance? Doro asked. Mu Nikhang sighed. Lu Yin's combat power is nothing to be afraid of, but his scheming methods are chilling. Darkstar Gorge was killed by him, and who knows if he has other methods to deal with us. Which sect doesn't have a few shady dealings? Who knows, he might even have a hold on Evenground Palace's weakness. Who knows? Master, this Lu Yin won't do anything without benefits. Since he's formed the alliance, he must have his own plans. We can't be betrayed by him and help him count the money. Doro clenched her fists. Mu Nikhang grunted. I'm thinking the same thing, but... She frowned and looked rather vexed. I'm not good at scheming. What should I do? Doro was helpless as well. Both women propped up their chins with their hands and looked at the waterfall with troubled expressions. Suddenly, Mu Nikhang cried out in surprise and looked at Doro happily. Master has an idea. Master, what is it? Doro was pleasantly surprised. Mu Nikhang stared at Doro and her lips curled up. How about you marry Lu Yin and become my informant? That way, even if Lu Yin wants to scheme against someone, he'll bypass Evenground Palace. What do you think? Doro's mouth dropped open. Master, are you trying to trick me? Don't make it so obvious. Alright, I won't go. Mu Nikhang leaned forward and glared at Doro. You won't go? Are you sure? Doro nodded with certainty. I won't go. You don't have the confidence to seduce Lu Yin. Of course not. He's just a country bumpkin. I'll seduce him a few times and he'll take the bait. Master doesn't believe you. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. In any case, I have plenty of charm. If you don't go, then I'll do it myself. When the time comes, you'll become the palace master and I'll be your informant. How about that? Doro covered her forehead in distress. Master, stop messing around. At worst, we can just ignore whatever Lu Yin says and pretend that we didn't hear anything. The Vast Earth Sect's Meng Tianlong took the initiative to contact us, so he'll definitely contact the other weaves as well. Let him take the lead and we'll have someone to cover for us if anything happens. Mu Nikhang clapped. That's right, my dear disciple. You're still the smart one. Master, you're so disgusting, Doro said disdainfully, but then her expression suddenly changed. Not good, someone's here. Hurry up and put it away. Mu Nikhang straightened her body and adjusted her expression, becoming dignified and solemn. Doro hurriedly stood up and stood respectfully as an elder slowly approached from behind. Palace Master, a guest has come to visit. Understood, Mu Nikhang replied. After 11 hours, Lu Yin finally succeeded in unlocking the second source box after 11 hours. He eagerly watched as the outermost layer of energy ruptured. There was a soft sound and Lu Yin eagerly went forward to take a look. All he saw was a wisp of green smoke and then there was nothing left. There really was nothing left, and it was even more disgusting than the beast-shaped source box. Seventh bro, your character isn't good enough. Let me handle the final step in the future, the monkey said disdainfully. Lu Yin sighed as he was in a rather bad mood. 11 hours of hard work had been for naught, and the only thing he had done was raise his lockbreaker level to 5-star discerning elementary. He had successfully unlocked 2 5-star discerning elementary source boxes, which was enough to raise his level. He felt the feeling of having unlocked 2 source boxes, and although he hadn't done so many times, he had gained a considerable amount of experience. Now he felt like he could handle a 5-star discerning elementary source box with ease. It was time to unlock a perceptive intermediate source box, but before that he needed to rest. He had just left the courtyard when he received a message that Wendy Yushan had come out of seclusion. Lu Yin immediately headed to the princess residence and barged in without notifying anyone. There he saw Wendy Yushan leisurely sitting in the garden and sipping tea. Lu Yin's sudden appearance caused Wendy Yushan to frown, and she casually tossed out the tea in her cup. The tea transformed into a sharp edge that swept out, causing the void to distort. Lu Yin raised a hand, opened his palm and grabbed at the edge of the tea. I told you to notify me when you come in the future. Wendy Yushan calmly looked at Lu Yin with a trace of dissatisfaction in her eyes, but it was only a trace of helplessness. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he walked over to Wendy Yushan and said, I also told you not to go to the Dao Source sect alone. That place has already become a battlefield and it's too dangerous. Wendy Yushan poured herself a cup of tea. I know. Then why did you still go? Lu Yin frowned as he could not control his temper. He was very concerned about Wendy Yushan's safety. Wendy Yushan felt his concern and her heart warmed. She poured a cup of tea for Lu Yin as well. I'm sorry. Lu Yin's anger calmed down. This woman in front of him was extremely proud and arrogant, and she had never submitted to anyone. She had a noble status, but she had already apologized to him twice. To a normal person, apologizing was very common, but to this woman, it was almost impossible to hear her say those words. Now, however, it was very easy for her to say them to him. Their relationship was becoming increasingly different. Friends? Family? Or something else? Perhaps in this universe, he was the only one who could teach this woman a lesson. She was like his personal property. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.